Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. Each and every day, we do have an all-star cast of real traders, real educators that will give you 100% transparency. You're not going to find another show like this out there on this planet. Of course, TopstepTV, we do offer education, support, good looks, of course, cool swag, and yes, that tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Simon Pegg, and I'm Nick Frost. Welcome to a exciting, informative, educational programming. And throughout the day, we will be your trading mentor, your trading buddy, newscaster, fellow trader, and yes, even that voice in your head that does say, it's only when we take chances when our lives improve. The initial and most difficult risk that we need to take is to become honest. Write that down. Put that in your journal, and let's get ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, is your game plan ready?
And my game plan is ready.
Checklist checked?
And rechecked.
Oh, you're a good boy. Journal, ready to go?
Yeah, always ready to go with the journal. Something
How about
very
eyes
important.
on the prize?
Eyes on the prize.
All right. Let's say hello to everybody's friend and trading mentor, the Hoag, John Hoagland. Good morning, my friend. How are you today?
I'm doing very well, Eddie. Feeling good. Got some good sleep last night. Feeling grateful and blessed to be here with you and with everybody today. And looking forward to seeing what these markets have to offer for us today.
Aye, Captain. Right. All right. Well, let's get this party started. Let's get to the news here. U.S. stock futures did tick down earlier today ahead of the crucial economic data. Salesforce is expected to post record quarterly revenue, while analysts are eager to measure the success of the AI push at the software's group data cloud division. Our good friend Elon Musk says Tesla has finished production of its design of its new Roadster, adding that electric giant vehicle hopes to be shipping the car or the truck, or whatever you want to call it, the Roadster, in 2025. Some of the main averages were mixed yesterday, with attention turning to the publication tomorrow of January's personal consumption, the good old PCE. Now, traders have been monitoring stock markets, rallied by the soaring enthusiasm of the applications of AI being pushed by the S&P, and of course the Dow Jones average up to record levels. With a stream of corporate earnings and EBS, the focus is returning the economic figures to the possible path of the U.S. borrowing costs. After a series of reports, some of the biggest names in corporate America in recent weeks, the quarterly earnings session is gradually slowing. We had some of those big players prior, as you know it. If you were with us, I hope you enjoyed it. Today's releases will be highlighted by Salesforce, and that revenue is expected to have jumped 10% to $9.22 billion in the fourth quarter. I did mention Tesla. Well, our good friend Elon said today that the firm has completed production design on this long-planned Roadster, and it'll start shipping next year. Now, in a series of posts to social media, Musk also owns, he said that they're aiming to unveil the Roadster possibly by 2024. Now, this is going to be a vehicle that was developed in collaboration with SpaceX. I can't wait to see what this looks like. Be driving down the street, going to your local Costco in a rocket ship.
Right.
So I hope it's got trunk space. Let's just say that. But anyway, Johnny, what else is on the news front?
All right. Well, as far as economic numbers, as usual on Wednesday, 6:00 this morning, the mortgage rates and applications came out. Mortgage rates were 7.06%. They just dropped very slightly to 7.04%, still holding above that 7% level. Applications previous week was down 10.6% as those rates went back above 7%. Last week, I should say, down 5.6%. The GDP numbers, second estimate of Q4 GDP came out. showing them the economy slowing a little bit more than anticipated or expected. They were looking for 3.3%. It came out at 3.2%. Wholesale inventories also came out. They were looking for plus 0.1%, came out minus 0.1%. And the U.S. trade balance widened a little bit again here. They were looking for minus 88.4 billion. It came out minus 90.23 billion, approximately a 2% expansion in the trade imbalance. At 9:30 this morning, we're looking for the EIA petroleum status report. I know a lot of crude traders watching this market at important inflection levels as we speak. The EIA is expecting a 3.1 million barrel boost. The API, however, last night announced an 8.4 million barrel boost, probably why the overnight was looking to the downside, but we're seeing the market back up to those kind of breakout of balance levels. We'll see that very shortly here as we get into the charts. Further on today, we've got a series of talking Feds. We've got Bostic speaking at 11, Collins speaking at 11:15, 11:45. There is Williams, and that's going to round up our economic numbers for the day, at least the known and expected ones. As Eddie mentioned, we do have a couple of earnings. We had TJ Maxx, TJX come out this morning, meeting expectations as far as earnings per share is concerned, but beating on revenues. RBC, Royal Bank of Canada, beat on earnings per share, but missed a little bit on revenues. And of course, as Eddie mentioned, we've got Salesforce coming out after the close. As far as the VIX is concerned, it is up about 2% this morning, 3.69. We've got the dollar up just slightly at 104.09. And the yield on the 10-year pretty much holding flat steady at 4.29% last I checked this morning. That's what we've got as far as economic information for today.
Economic. Thank you, Johnny. Dude, where's my crude? Well, we did see oil prices fall slightly in the European trade this morning, with traders eyeing a massive weekly build in U.S. inventories and, of course, a potential ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Prices were strong gains from the prior session. Reports that OPEC and its allies could maintain a current pace of supply cuts until the end of 2024, keeping global supplies limited. Crude prices still remain within about 75 to 85 trading range so far in 2024, as optimism over OPEC and reports was countered by the industry data showing that a massive build in U.S. oil inventories. Johnny, you've heard of Family Dollar, right?
Yes, of course.
You ever go in there, go shopping, or I know you're not the shopper, but a lot of us
I don't
are.
have the shopping gene.
You don't have the shopping gene.
Yeah.
Well, I got some bogus news from Family Dollar. Family Dollar has been fined $41.7 million. It's like, why? Why were they fined? Well, come closer. Rat infestation warehouse. Yeah. Yes. Family Dollar has agreed to pay a record fine for shipping goods from a warehouse that it knew was rat infested. We're not talking about the employees. We're talking about real rats. The company was fined 41.7, a record food safety case. It pleaded guilty this past Monday to holding food, drugs, medical devices, cosmetics under insanitary conditions.
Yikes.
So, what they say, what you don't know won't hurt you. Well, I hope I didn't just sort of open up a can of worms. But anyway, just want to give you that warning. 41.7 million. So now all those cheap prices are going to go up a little bit more. Okay, let's move on to better things in life. How about the Topstep tip of the week? James, what do we got, my friend? Practice with a demo count. Yes. Remember, this is something I need to get a little better on, is back testing. Right? We talked about practicing back testing strategies using historical market data to sort of see your performance over past conditions. Now, remember, back testing helps traders evaluate effectiveness. Strategies, do they work? Do they not work? Identifying strengths in traders and weaknesses. And this is going to help you make necessary adjustments before using them in live trading. Johnny, anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much covered everything. It's important to practice. It's important to prove strategies. Yeah, it is important to take yourself out of the live markets if you've had a good day and you want to continue to trade and you feel like you're at risk of losing some of those gains. Just go into the practice account and see what happens. When you think about it, every baseball player in the world goes back to the basics. They go back to, picking up ground balls. They go back to batting practice. Even the professionals practice. It's just a very important thing to do. And that's what is when making good use of a demo account or a practice account. Always a good thing to do.
Well said. Well said, my friend. And well, I think it's time to check out our charts, see what the Hoag has for us today. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right, as always, starting with the daily chart in the E-mini S&Ps, probably getting tired of hearing this, but I don't know if anybody really gets tired of hearing this. The upside structure in the E-mini S&Ps remains. Volume down here and open interest has been slow to change prior to the GDP number and the PCE numbers tomorrow. This is kind of typical when we know we have a big release coming out. A lot of folks are just going to be positioning and hedging themselves for whatever happens more likely tomorrow than the GDP today. But in a little bit shorter time frame, looking even on this daily chart, the market seems to be holding on to a little bit of a bull flag formation, and that is largely supported by the lowering volume as price continues to push slightly lower, and no big changes in open interest as that happens. Yesterday, we did add 1,600 in open interest, but over the grand scheme of things, I'm viewing that as relatively inert to any directional activity. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. We are going to get this scaled. So we've kind of expanded our bull flag a little bit. Yesterday, the line was across here. We did trade above it yesterday. We closed above that trend line, but the market was unable to maintain those levels overnight. As a matter of fact, it pulled off rather nicely. We're looking at some relatively short overnight inventory, and we did expand this channel just a little bit yesterday. The short time frame structure is to the downside. It's been short time frame, meaning we have one, two, three lower highs and lower lows day over day. Now, this is again a short time frame look, and it is looking like more of a bull flag than any major kind of pullback or continuation to the downside. We've got some space down below before I see anything like that happening. So, when we're looking at the auction process, which is continuing to attempt to auction lower in the S&Ps, we ask ourselves, okay, it's moving lower, but how good of a job is it doing? Is it bringing volume? No. Is it increasing open interest in a meaningful way? No. This market is just basically kind of pulling back. Traders, again, posturing, positioning, and hedging for the PCE number tomorrow. And I'm not really expecting any huge moves today. Of course, as we say all the time, ACH, anything can happen. We do have, some more information coming out and in the form of some of the talking feds. So if they said something, unusual that may shake these markets up prior to tomorrow's PCE numbers. The profile yesterday, the normal variation, neutral day. In other words, it was a relatively even bell curve with the point of control centrally located. We did end up putting a late spike higher, a late spike to the upside yesterday in the S&Ps. In other words, price moved higher, leaving the previous area of balance and then closed above there. It doesn't give the market time to accept price at that level. So we look at how the market opens the next day. So if we're going to be looking at basic late spike rules, opening below a late spike to the upside at the end of the previous day would indicate rejection of higher pricing. But again, knowing what we've got coming for us, with the GDP number today, we'll see how that treats markets. But the PCE number tomorrow is really the big one that everybody's going to be kind of focused on. So, as long as we remain in this channel, we're still kind of building a bull flag. Look for a breakout continuation if that is the case. I don't see that happening today. The market's opening in range near value. Try and stay patient today in your trading here in the S&Ps. I know that there's lots of different time frames, and some of those shorter time frames are going to see possible opportunities throughout the day today. In my time frame, I'm going to try and stay patient, and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Yesterday, as an example, the market opened here in range, close to value. The best trade location actually ended up coming in the 12 o'clock bar when we put in this low, left a failed auction on the downside, and the market just kind of rotated higher the rest of the day. That's a pretty good example of what I mean, where when we open in range, and especially inside of value, that sometimes the better trade locations happen later on in the day, maybe not right on the open. Of course, ACH, anything can happen. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. And of course, we know that the structure is still holding to the upside in the longer time frames. The volume it's slowed. It's not showing here right now, but we did show some slowing volume on this pullback. We've been adding open interest in the NASDAQ. And in other words, as the market pushes lower, it appears as though we're adding some short positions in that regard, but still not huge. Adding 4,300 in open interest yesterday. But the move on the day was kind of mixed. It was kind of up and down. So a kind of a mixed number as far as that open interest is concerned. And it is really starting to show more of a bull flag than a consolidation or a range bound market here. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart now. Let's get this scaled so we can see. All right. So here's the all-time high. We've come off. We've been putting in lower highs. Now we've put in some lower lows. So this is looking more like a descending triangle formation or potentially a bull flag formation. Again, the market is going to be opening with some substantial overnight inventory that are holding short positions. How much of that, I'm not sure. We did have some consolidation here that can do a lot to even out those inventories, but opening in range below value, look for opportunities, perhaps at this lower trend line. It's not a very strong trend line. We've got 2 points of contact, including the overnight from last night. The overnight low looks like an interesting opportunity, at least to have the opportunity to limit risk. It did reject below yesterday's regular trading hour session low relatively quickly last night. So again, opening in range, maybe be patient, maybe look for opportunities as the day goes on, always be thinking about trading for tomorrow. If the market is kind of range bound and choppy today, just be careful with that. You don't want to get all biffed up before tomorrow's PCE number. We all want to keep our capital and mental capital ready for whatever happens tomorrow. The profile yesterday did not put in a late spike to the upside. So it was a range bound, normal variation, extreme day. The point of control was relatively high in the profile yesterday. And of course, we know that we're seeing some overnight inventory potentially to the short side here. Crude oil. All right. So, man, this market has been teasing and teasing and teasing this upper extreme of balance. It is currently above weekly kickoff high. Let's see what the open did here in crude. Opening range, the low of the regular trading hour session, and price above as we say, an important inflection level, that 78.70 weekly kickoff high. It is testing to a relatively weak trend line here. Well, maybe a little bit stronger trend line. We've got 3 points of contact on this trend line, and it is testing to it now, or currently above last week's high. It had been very range bound. Volume was pretty weak yesterday if you look at overall, and we only added 1,500 in open interest. So I don't think there was a whole lot of anticipation of a potential breakout continuation of this, which may actually bring more strength to it. Of course, we've got the EIA at 9:30 that could change things, as we are all well aware, that API surprise boost in inventories. This move is certainly being driven by supply questions due to the unrest over in the Middle East and the OPEC announcement yesterday that they're going to be cutting production. So this is certainly a supply side move, even though the inventories here in the U.S. seem to be holding up very well. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So this is going to be a little bit more telling. So what we are looking for in this breakout to the upside here, folks, is we need to see some participation. We need to see good volume. So far on the open, with the opening range, the low of the session, opening above the weekly kickoff high, seeing the market already moving higher over time. I don't want to step in front of this by any stretch, but I want to be monitoring to see how volume holds up. It's to see if we have any possible delta divergence in crude oil, which at this time, very early in the session, we are seeing a slight delta divergence. We're holding the opening range as the low of the session. Delta is currently minus 526. Not a huge divergence, but it's telling us that the more aggressive traders right now aren't able to move price lower. So keep your eyes on that. The opening range low, just so everybody can get this written down, 78.98 even, 78.98. 78.98. That is the bottom of the opening range. We want to see that hold if we're going to see continued movement to the upside here. I know we've got Deeyana on the fast markets today. It's going to be fascinating to see how she trades this market this morning. I'm looking very much forward to that. As far as the profile yesterday, we did put in a late spike to the upside. Late spike rules, we opened in or above the base of the late spike. The market is telling us that it is accepting higher pricing when it opens that way. No guarantees of anything. Nothing is finite or perfect. Nothing works exactly the same way every time. And when you do get the right answers, the market's going to change the questions. But the market is responding to the late spike, opening in or above it, and we're seeing some continuation and some pretty good volume on this move. As long as that opening range remains the low of the session, I would be looking for opportunities on the long side, and always remember to manage risk. Let's take a quick look through gold here. Gold is getting very range bound in the short time frame, very range bound in the medium time frame. When you look at this daily chart, it's like, what is it? What are we doing here? We're looking for new information. We added 700 in open interest yesterday. You see volume starting to really kind of fall off. Maybe we'll see a little bit better volume today. But when I look at this chart, I'm like, all right, I've got to find something else to do today, perhaps. Let's just do this way. So volume low, open interest really inert, range bound. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart, because this is going to give us a little bit more, I think, navigation as to how to treat this range bound activity. So 1, 2, 3 days in range. Here's the double distribution that we've basically been repairing ever since we traded to this high volume node. We've traded to this high volume node. We haven't quite hit this point of control in regular trading hours yet. The market opened. Overnight inventory was nil. We've seen some buyers come in. If I'm going to be using range bound rules on this, I'm going to be looking at this area up here for potential shorts, this area down here for potential longs. As long as those remain true, that is the game plan. So market really kind of getting a jump here prior to the open, after the open, but again, testing to where price has been proven too expensive already coming off of that level. So the profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral trading day. Nothing fantastic about it, other than the fact that after a normal variation day's neutral stance, the market does have a tendency to go looking for new levels for participation. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Please make sure you remember to pray for peace and have a great trading day. Blessings to you all.
Wonderful, John. Wonderful. Thank you very much, John. Yes, today on the menu, our all-star menu, we're going to have Deeyana with Fast Markets. Ben's going to join us for Shoulder Tap. We got Jack going to be with us here for Power Players. Alyssa, Top Quiz. David Green for Group Coaching. And Rips is going to join us to end out the day for definitely recapping the markets all the way until 3 o'clock. So stick around, all-star cast here. We should have some fun. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fast Markets, and let's get our rats in the gates. And I'm going to pass the torch to Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Good morning, Eddie. How are you doing? Deeyana, thank you again for joining us today on Fast Markets. She was with us on Power Hour yesterday. Back today on Fast Markets. Deeyana, how are we feeling today? How are we going? How's it going?
Yeah, pretty good. So I haven't traded yet. I've just sat down to have a look at what's going on. Crude oil is following my little prediction from yesterday that we're going to have a bit of a breakout to the upside. Right now, we are at average daily range high, so I'm not too keen to go long from here because it can give a bit of a pullback. So for all of those who are interested, average daily range high is 79.31. So we did go a little bit over that. If we get a pullback, I will be looking for value high from yesterday as a reversal point at 78.61. But I will also be keeping an eye on the round number of 78 because that was a session high from yesterday. So that can sometimes also act as a reversal point. Resistance turns into support and all of that good stuff. But I'm literally looking for that move towards the 80s today. Let's see if the inventories can push us there. Hopefully, we're going to get a bit of a pullback for a better trade location. But for now, I'm just going to be sitting on my hands and observing what's going on.
Very good, very good. All right, I believe we are open. Here we go.
We are. My goodness. My bad. Sorry about
Move to
that.
the upside here in the equities.
There it is.
There it is.
Look at us, you for blowing 2x. I will not do that, Day Traders Alliance. I will not. Hang in there. Get back on the saddle. You got it. Eddie, you're going to be trading gold today, correct?
I'm watching gold here.
Watching
and
gold.
A little disappointed on how we hit a high and now we're sort of pulling back a bit. So I'm on the fence looking at gold here. The tilt, we are seeing many 70% short in the tilt. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this here right now. But we'll see if I can put a trade on, get something going.
Very good. Yeah, yesterday
Go
was...
for me.
Please,
Yeah,
Deeyana.
go for me early on. We opened inside value and then tried to go outside of value, tagged the nearest supply on 30 minutes, which was at 2047, and then did like a responsive short. So for now, this is looking like responsive activity to me. So be careful if you're chasing momentums. Better choice here would be to maybe look to fade the extremes of the established range for now. If we have anything else happening, then obviously we're gonna change the scenarios. But for now, that is pretty much it.
What did you
So
say?
careful.
Responsive short? Is that what you
Yeah.
said, Deeyana? What does that mean?
Yeah, responsive short. It means that this is the locals, aka the market makers, just moving the market to the nearest points of reference. Market makers typically don't really want to bring the prices to any new levels. They're just looking to execute and get out, which is why you will see a lot of fake outs on days like that. And it's also what we call the responsive activity. So it is the locals, it's the market makers, just bringing the price in a range. So just be very careful with momentum trades when we have this sort of activity already at the beginning of trading.
Very good. Responsive short. I like that. Yep. Locals just gobbling up liquidity here. I see what you mean by that. Not seeing a whole lot here in equities right now. Gold trading sideways. We are first couple minutes into the chat. Eddie, since I got you here on camera, what are the ecos today? What do we got for numbers and speakers?
Taking
and
a look
auctions?
at
What do we
our
got?
ecos for today. Best thing coming up, we had a lot of numbers coming out early. We will be having here crude oil inventories inside an hour. We also will be having the Cushing crude oil inventories a little later on today. 10 o'clock retail sales. I'm sorry, that's Russian. So if you are listening, there is the Russian retail sales today. I meant to say that we do have Fed Collins speaking at 11:15 and 11:45. Williams, FOMC member, also will be speaking, and that's going to be about it on our eco calendar.
Okay, so we got Fed heads. Talking Feds today.
Nice.
Yeah, Boston Collins and Williams starting at 11. Boy, they're both in the same hour here. So we'll the 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock hour, it's Central Time, should be could see some action here with those Fed speakers. But taking a look here at equities, selling off a little bit on the open here. Not a lot of liquidity in the S&Ps. Deanna, I remember something you said yesterday about we were talking about during Power Hour. How you particularly you see Power Hour is a bit of an easier trade, not necessarily easier, but I guess maybe an easier trade than it is on the open. You typically don't take trades in the first hour of the opening bell in the New York session. Is that what you're saying? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah.
Elaborate, please.
That is absolutely correct. When the market first starts the active trading hours, there's a lot of volume, a lot of noise, and generally it tends to be directionless. Directionless.
I know what you mean.
I even do tonight. Yeah, so because of that, you see a lot of up, down, which is great for scalpers, not so great if you're looking for a breakout momentum cutter type trade. So because of that, it's actually easier as the days goes by and as we see what sort of a day type we have, which side the initial balance, aka the first hour trading range, gets extended, if it got extended. So all of that brings us it all brings more data, and you are able to figure out what sort of a day we have on our hands. And with that come better trading decisions. So for me, I'm not a huge fan of trading during the first hour. In fact, most of the people that come to me for coaching, I see them having most of the losses within the first half an hour of trading
Interesting.
in particular. Yeah, I know that everybody's like keen to get in there and stuff, but sometimes that's not necessarily the right thing to do. So it's always better to just give it a little bit of time, at least give it half an hour, just see what's going on. And then as the day goes by, the picture becomes clearer and clearer, especially if you have a more systematic approach to your levels and the types of setups you're doing. We can have effectively 3 types of setups, I suppose. We can have a reversal trade, we can have a momentum breakout trade, and then we can have maybe a limited auction mean reversion trade. So from one of the standard deviation curves down to the middle of the range, or VWAP, however you want to call it. So if you start to categorize your trades in that manner, things are going to become easier. Not easy. Again, trading is not easy. It's actually very
No, it's
hard.
not.
But it just makes things slightly less. What would Anne Marie? How would Anne Marie say it? Kerfuffled.
Kerfuffled.
So to unkerfuffle yourself, you should start categorizing the types of trades that you're expecting to see in the day. So hopefully that helps people.
I like that. Well, speaking of VWAP, we just came up to VWAP here in the NASDAQ as well as the S&Ps. I got VWAP in the S&Ps at 50.75. NASDAQ, I got it at 945, 17,945 in the NASDAQ. We came up to it. We're at it right now here in the S&Ps. We'll see if we can get through that or if it will be some sort of resistance. The VWAP play has been working a little bit lately, not as well as far as using it as support or resistance in as last week, I would say. Last week, you could definitely use it as support or resistance. Now we've seen it kind of slice through it to the upside and downside a little bit more than we saw last week. So you might have to adjust your strategy if you're doing a VWAP play.
Yeah, for me, VWAP has two functions. You can't use it as a level, but if you have a responsive activity day or a rotational day, so range bound, it's actually better to just use it as a target rather than use it as a bounce point. I mean, obviously, if you have something crazy like NASDAQ, left and right, up and down, it's just wagging everywhere. So that could be a little bit different in NASDAQ. But for S&P in particular, it actually works very well on a decent range-bound day to use VWAP as a target rather than to run trades off of it.
Gotcha. Very good. Eddie, now we're going to be patient here in gold. I know gold isn't doing too much just yet. I saw you looking in the chat. So what are the chat people in the chat thinking about gold? Any ideas, trade ideas in there?
We got Michael saying short this pullback. Keeping an eye on that right now. One of the things I'm looking at levels right now, we're trading 2042.50. And that's yesterday's value area low was 2042.60. We had settlement right above that at 2044. So I'm keeping an eye right now. If you look at my charts here, my SMA, we're tagging it right now, and it's sort of bouncing off that. I'm waiting for sort of little confirmation here. I've also noticed that there is some decent size here in the depth of market, the dome.
Really?
I've seen triple digits here on the bid, on the offer. And I mean, it's looking very healthy here as far as volume goes for the gold. But right now, like Deeyana said, you know what? I want to see this play out. I want gold to start telling me a story, seeing which way we're going to go. So I'm gonna let that play out a little bit. But I'm always open for any suggestions from our traders in our YouTube.
I got a question for you, Eddie, about that liquidity. We see those big block orders. I see 102 sit at the 44 even offer. In gold, will the market gravitate towards those block orders or towards paper, or will it run from paper in gold? Like in the S&Ps and NASDAQ, there's like a magnet. It'll gravitate towards those big orders. I don't know how gold that react to those. The same?
It does. And I've noticed that it's a little different than other markets where they sort of shy away from that and test it. But watching gold, I was a little impressed on, if there is a big offer, like you saw that big offer at 44, that once we get to that point, buyers come in and it's almost like, the defense is calling a blitz, and we'll see that. But I've got my time and sales up. And I want to see if, these bigger numbers are going to trade.
Hey, what do you filter on your time of sales on TopstepX? Do you have a filter for minimum size to show on your time of sales?
You know what? I put 10.
10? Okay.
I put 10 up here. Anything over, and that's one thing you can do here on Topstep X.
Yeah, it's sweet.
Is that filter size? Anything that trades 10 or more, it's going to show up on time and sales.
I love it. I love it. All right, taking a quick peek here at Tilt. I see 63% long on the NASDAQ here. ES 50-50, crude 50-50, gold 76% short, Eddie. We'll keep an eye
That's
on
the
that.
spirit.
Oh, look, there he is. I see someone in the waiting room.
I see someone in the waiting room as well.
Yeah, he's got the old thumbs up. Must be snowing. Must be
ready to go.
It must be
He
snowing.
was
here he comes.
He was late for Russian retail sales.
That was hilarious. Hey, what's up, boss?
I mean, it's cold out. It's like -9 right now.
Jesus, how much snow you guys got out there?
Oh man, 18 inches, 20 inches.
And you're loving it too, right?
Completely bluebird right now, and I have one meeting today. After this,
That's how you draw it up. That's how you draw it up. Let's make some money in the meantime. Then we get you out to the slopes on that beautiful bluebird day. It's what all skiers paradise.
What have I missed?
Well, we're waiting for you to ask your magic. We're waiting for you to ask your magic question, which you haven't asked just yet. I know.
Yes.
I don't know. What I mean, Deeyana, what levels do you got?
There they are. There it is.
There it is. There it is. Ding, 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 ding.
Bingo.
Got a winner there. Yeah.
You know, that's exactly what I asked every time I walked in the pit. Eddie, you were there.
Really?
I remember Cedar. Yeah, Chris Reuter, Cedar. He'd always have levels, and he'd pull them out of his pocket and he'd hand them to me. And then I'd go, and I'd put them on my trading card, and then I'd put two asterisks next to the really important ones because they'd have two asterisks too. JS Services, those guys are pretty good back in the day on the trading floor.
We used to have. We used to interview him.
Yeah. Oh, we did. Oh, go ahead, Deeyana. Let's get in here.
Yeah, so on the daily chart, we do have some distribution happening, aka consolidation. So a bit of caution there with continued longs, because usually when we see this many days of just flat sideways activity, there is a potential for a bit of a pullback. Let's see what we have on the 30-minute chart. Opening slightly below value. So if we come up to value low, which is at 179.67, that would be my line in the sand. If the market goes higher, then there is potential for even higher movement as a special situation, value acceptance play. If we cannot stay above that, then I will be looking at that level as a reversal for a short. And then if we're looking at some other areas, there is an overnight low that we've already bounced from. That was at 178.91. So the price seems to be reversing from there. We're right at VWAP, so we came up to it and we're selling off at the moment. VWAP overnight I have as 179.41.5. So those are some pinpoints, some orientation points to watch out today on NASDAQ.
All righty. While you're talking, I got short one. Put my toe in the water.
Okay.
We broke. We broke off VWAP.
And I'll cover now. And I'll cover now. And I'm up $210.
Wow.
Showing up late sometimes pays.
Just paid for your lift ticket. Just paid for the daily lift ticket right there. Good job.
I got that cost down to whatever $2,700 for the season passes divided by 60 days.
That's a good price. Wow, we're still breaking here. And
I covered 24s.
Let's see here.
You know why? The reason why I took that was you talked about VWAP towards the end. It just hit off of it. Tilt went 72%. Everybody, ES and NASDAQ, and and it was a dip your toe in the water. Which dip your toe in the water, guys, to me is just a light trade. 10 handles, $200, risk $200.
I like it.
Feel it out. Yeah. I did say we have a distribution, so sideways activity. So we've come up on the daily chart and then went sideways. That can be actually a very, very good indication for a short, right? So bounce off VWAP and NASDAQ is actually a pretty nice play. So nice little trade.
Thank you, Deeyana.
All right.
Falls out of bed.
At
Falls out of bed, makes $200.
2042.
They just start
2042.20.
All
With
right.
one lot doing the sacrificial lamb. We'll see what happens here.
He's getting short with the bias here, 76%, 77% short here in gold. Eddie's getting short with the bias here. Let's see if it is looking like we're taking a peek to the downside here. Looking at the 5 minute at gold. NASDAQ, another new 5 minute just started, and we are seeing some pressure to the downside. We'll see if we can extend the range to the downside, or if we will stay inside this range here in the first 15 minutes of trading. Deeyana, gold looks like it's trying to cruise towards $80. Is that fair to say?
Crude oil, you mean?
Crude oil is trying to trade towards $80. That's $80 in sight right now. We talked about big fat round numbers in crude. Crude also likes to gravitate towards those big fat round numbers, right?
Yep, absolutely. And I do expect to see that. It is within the day's session range. Although for the average daily range, we're already going above it. And so far, it's not really giving any reaction, which is also a sign of a potential larger volatility day. Again, we have the inventory, so not unusual. One piece of data that I can see now is that we have the single prints left behind on the profile, which are located at 79.15. And that could be a sign of a strong upside. But again, for now, I'm not going to chase this because that's not a very good thing to do in crude oil because it doesn't quite move like equities. It has a lot of ups and downs. So yeah, I'm still looking for a good area for this single direction day for the trade location to come in. So I might pop in, a one lot trade at some point just to, again, test the waters. But for now, I'm just still observing.
There you go. We're seeing a bit of a divergence here between NASDAQ and S&Ps. S&P's catching a bid here, trading 50.76 quarter with the NASDAQ looking to the downside as well. We are seeing some buyers come in, but look at the 5 minute charts. They are different. I've seen sellers here in NASDAQ with S&Ps rallying. So kind of a hands off for me for the time being. We're going to see if those can straighten themselves out. But right now, there's a bit of a divergence, which makes it difficult to trade. Michael, when you see S&Ps and NASDAQ trading in different directions, do you make much of it, or you stay focused on NASDAQ when you see something like that?
I don't like it because there's a tug of war on who's going to win.
Right.
That's why we always talk about. We don't talk about it as much here. What we do, we bring it in, thread it in, is leaders versus laggers. Like who's leading? When you're talking about the three sisters, three brothers, holding hands, whatever, skipping down the road, and one's lagging. Who is that one? It's the Russell.
Yeah,
or something, Dow or whatever, S&P. You got to know who that is, and the great thing to do that is just to watch, is just to understand when the S&P is strong and it's holding a level, and you see the NASDAQ start slipping on that level, slipping, not holding its bid.
All right, well, let's talk about what you're seeing right now, because I see NASDAQ is breaking, right? What are you seeing right now, Michael?
What I'm seeing right now is trying to adjust my charts. I want to see the change. I can't see the change on here as a percentage, and I like to see that so that every day I can get a feel about
who's down more in percentage terms.
Yes, in percentage terms. That's what I was just doing right now, because I'm like, that gives me I was doing that before we even talked about leaders versus laggers. It's giving me a general idea of, out of the two, which one is percentage speaking weaker.
Right. Well, right now it looks like the NASDAQ is weaker as we continue to see selling, pressure to the downside here. Eddie, how's gold going? I'm looking at the 5 minute. Doesn't still look like there's too much going. I know you are short. I forgot from what price. Short from 42.10. 42.10. Taking a couple cents heat on this.
I took some heat. Warmed me up on this cold February morning, but I'm usually going. I'm on my 50K combine, a nice fresh 50K combine with Topstep X. And I've got, usually I'm 420 by 420 reward risk, but I've tightened it up here, 140, 140. So I'm riding the one lot. We're coming back here now. I just missed getting stopped out. And so hopefully we can get some sellers in here and see what happens.
Still alive. Back to
Still
scratch.
alive.
Back to scratch, trading 2042.10. Let's make Eddie some money. We're seeing some sellers in NASDAQ. This is weird. These charts are weird. Crude oil catching a bid here, trading near the highs, about 5 cents off the highs. Deeyana, I think you said you're looking at dipping a toe in the water as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be using round numbers as my orientation points because there's nothing else apart from the single prints left behind in a period at 79.14. But I'm not sure we're going to be getting that anytime soon. So we'll see if I can get some buyers stepping in just below the 79.50. That might be.
All right, we got stars. Here we
yeah,
go.
That was a beauty of a short, eh?
Yeah, it sure was, man. You call it a day if you're still short, man. Jeez.
I know. When I dipped my toe in the water, man, I should have been diving to the deep end. Backflip.
Yeah, cannonball, backflip,
Maybe.
all that.
Do
We
a
are
backflip.
seeing the Nasdaq. Look, Nasdaq's going to win this tug of war.
Yeah, anybody in the chat, help me out on get a percentage. It's not bottom right corner. Somebody said that because that changes the whole scale. I just want it up here. I want it up here in my right next to my E-mini Nasdaq, March 2024, 30-minute chart. I want it right here where it says percentage down. That's what I used to have on T4. Damn you, Trading View.
What price did you sell, Michael?
34s, 35s.
Those are good. Those are real good.
I would definitely not have been holding it this
I know
far.
you wouldn't have. I know. It still is a nice price. So it looks like Nasdaq's going to continue to sell off here.
On our lows. Nasdaq's on our lows.
Okay. S&P's reluctantly selling because they kind of have to because the Nasdaq's going to drag this thing down. Gold, Eddie, looking good over there, trading 2042 evens. 2042 evens. What's your target there, Eddie?
You know, my target is looking at 2040 70s, and that's right below the value area low and yesterday's low at 38. So we'll see if we can pick up something. If it's not going to show me, I might take a smaller profit for the 140 and then try to reevaluate my next opportunity.
Oh, there you go, Michael. In the Slack there, you got your percentages.
Ooh, in the Slack or in the chat?
Slack.
Okay. Hey, are we having rhythmic issues? Does anybody know for sure?
I'm literally just looking at that because I have a combine on Ninja Trader and it's not updating. It literally just stopped about a couple of minutes ago. So I just tried to reconnect and it's not doing it. Obviously I have my live,
data
but it does look like data is not updating. So
there it is. Yeah, chat.
Chat confirms. Big issue on Ninja. It's so scary. All right.
I got it.
I'm gonna do
Robert.
Yeah, he's back. He's back now. So what's Nasdaq down percentage and what's S&P's down percentage, Michael?
0.21 is the Nasdaq, and we're about scratched on the day on S&P. So it's slightly
Nasdaq
weaker.
still selling off.
Still
selling off Nasdaq. That was a hell of a short, Michael.
Deeyana, what's up? What are you looking at right now, Deeyana?
I'm looking at crude oil, so I'm just dipping my toe in with one lot at 79.57 long, just to see whether we can get some follow through from there. So obviously, I'm going to be keeping an eye on inventories because I don't want to trade into that. That's always storm in a teacup, as I like to say. But yeah, just kind of testing the waters to see if the buyers can take the price higher away from my entry, just to kind of feel things out. And then once the inventories are over, I might actually have a trade that can last me longer than 20 minutes. So we'll see how this little trade works and if it works.
Hey, Michael, you said that you found your bar change values. You were asking for it. Can you show us what you did and how you got it to where you wanted it to be?
Yep. I'll wait till I toss over to my screen. But you see the change right here when you're going to get over to my screen? Yeah, right here. I'll zoom in on this. Right here on the top, E-mini S&P minus 2.25, blah, blah, blah. Right click, settings, bar value. Go away. There.
Beautiful.
Go away. There. Yeah. And some people are like, man, that's the easiest thing in the world, but you just taught me nothing. Well, I'm learning. How about that?
Who said that? No one said that.
That's it.
Learn
something new every day.
I know. You know, there's one. There's one out there.
There's trading view gurus here that know this system way better than I. I would have been like, oh my God, this dude is talking about like the easiest feature that I clicked on years ago when I first started.
There you go.
All right. Now what?
Thank you, sir.
Now what? Thank
Hey,
you,
how'd the
sir.
trade go?
May I have another?
How'd the trade go yesterday?
Oh man, I was up $1,200, my high water mark. And then I got caught in that rally and I was down 600, 500. And then I ended up the day up $140.
Yeah, all right. Well,
W.
yeah, that rally was
W.
brutal. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah.
Well, we got gravity kicking in here on gold.
There you go. Sell off already. What are we seeing in gold, Eddie?
Patience. I might be getting filled here. Move my stop to break even, and we are just about ready here. Let's tag it. Give me some profit here.
You know what's nice, Eddie, is moving. I'm not a huge fan of moving to break even until that move is like really
filled. All right.
Nice, Eddie.
That's a nice little winner.
Further away, yeah.
Oh, it's a good feeling.
Yeah, further away. I mean, like, how far is further away? I guess you got to figure that out on your own strategy. But like, when it's a good amount away, when you're like, okay, even if it does do a little retest, it's not retesting may not, probably not, hopefully not retest my entry, and may retest somebody else's that got in short, because I got in short, but my entry is much better than theirs. So,
I mean, the thing is, I'm more or less a scalper. I scalp trades. So I let this one play out. And like I said earlier, if it's not going to move too much, I'll take what the market gives me. But just practicing my patience. And it paid off here. We got a little pullback here right now. But I hate to see that a trade that is profitable, that is still running, turn negative. So that's why I like to sort of put it to break even.
Well, yeah, Eddie, Anne Marie goes, the trend is a bit mixed still in gold. So I think that's a good out. I mean, because if you're going to leave a runner on and you're going to go back to break even, those are like the best days if you actually catch the runner days, which means you bought if it's you're short, you bought a tip, and that tip hasn't been tested all day long, even when support is found somewhere and then it starts to firm up, it still hasn't tested your tip because it's creating this like stair step down type of world on the charts. So, but those to me sometimes are hard to find.
Right.
Nice trade, Eddie.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, partly
right now,
because
what would you think?
trending days are actually lower probability. So if you take a larger sample size, trending days, actually on gold, they're a little bit higher. They happen at a rate of 42%. And that stays remarkably consistent across many years. Some of the other products actually have less trending days, like usually within 35 to 37%. Crude oil sometimes has 30%, only 30% of true trending days. But in most years, it will be around 35, 37%. So, and that's very similar to equity. Yeah.
There you go. Take notes on that if you're a crude oil trader, because that just helps you know that if you're always looking for these runners that happen every single day, I don't know. I think the probabilities.
It's the question I get in chat all the time is, Dee, are you adding into the crude oil trade? No, I'm not, because that just doesn't work. Literally, 56% of the days in crude oil are range bound, and that means if you catch some kind of a move and then you try and add into a winner, it's going to mess up your entry price, and then the move is just going to stop and reverse on you, and then you're in trouble. So just that technique doesn't particularly work that well on crude oil. It does work on NASDAQ because it's very fast, and it does like to go on mad trending moves slightly more frequently, or at least like distance wise, it goes much further. Let's put it that way, because there's like more ticks in a day than crude oil. So yeah, but on crude oil, I just really, really dislike adding into positions for that reason.
Makes sense.
Hey, who here got their in the chat got their fire drill code to Topstep X for $4?
Let's put a poll up there so we don't. Yeah, let's put a poll up. Hold on a second. See if we can get a poll. We'll get a good number, and we'll find out. Otherwise, the chat gets sort of just spread out too deep.
There we go.
Looks like the genie's out of the bottle already, Eddie.
Genie's out of the bottle. We don't need
genie's out of the, there we go. There goes that chat.
Who's on chat? Sorry about that, guys.
No matter. Yeah. We're just gonna plow.
We didn't build Hoover Dam quick enough, Eddie.
Yes. It's gonna.
we got a problem down valley.
Yes, we do. There we go.
Hold your nose. There it is.
There we go.
If you can, did you get that Topstep X offer? Now, remember, for those that did not, it's coming up again. Yes, tomorrow. So don't fret. Yes, there's still.
Yeah, this isn't public at all, except for TopstepTV. We were saying in our meetings, we're like, you know what? Like, we're not making it public. We're going to give it to TopstepTV people first. That's the whole reason why we created TopstepTV. So you get information first before anybody.
Yep.
You can give your feedback to us in real time. You can hear real-time issues like Rhythmix is just having right now, and whatnot. And then you also get the benefits of either bell to bell or just tuning in as our kickback to you in a non-political bribery way, but more of a, we care about supporting you. And here's your special offer.
Yes.
Nancy Pelosi with buying your calls and puts.
See your trade.
You guys read about that?
Yeah, trade she put on.
Trade. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, come on. You ain't that good.
What's up, Michael Stanton? What's up? I know, man. Here we go. She's a hell of a trader, man. If only we could all trade like that. Taking a peek here.
If only we could all trade like Pelosi.
It's pretty good, man.
Or at least dress like her.
Her husband owns a hedge fund.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, babe, how's the day? right there. It's like,
yeah. You know how the day went. We're in this together.
Yeah, we're
what's up, Silly Me? Here's
my login.
Yeah.
Do what you want.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
We're seeing 50-50 across the board in all of on all tilt here. Crude, gold, ES, and NQ. Well, a little heavy short here in the equities, as we are seeing. S&Ps do not want to sell off like the NASDAQ is right now, which is interesting to see. We got S&Ps positive right now. NASDAQ down a little bit. Kind of just sit on your hands right now and see how that plays out. Eddie, gold did catch a bid there, so nice out. Way to cover. It takes your profit.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I've got actually right now. I'm sort of it's in limbo right now. I'm sort of watching it. It's between my my VWAP. I've got that at 2040.26, and also my my SMA at 2040.61. So let's see if I can either way here, and then I'll know which way direction I'll put the next trade on. Real quick here, John Jones was asking about how I'm looking at time and sales. Well, what it is, I mean, if you've got that opportunity, it's great to see what is trading, the offers or the bids, who's coming in and selling, who's coming in and buying, getting you an idea of some close up, like we say, tug of war, some close up, who's leading the pack here, the buyers or the sellers. And what it's telling me also is if there's a big offer or a big bid, if that is traded or not. So I like watching it. It's not a very important tool that I have up front, but it's something that I'm always looking in the back seat and checking out.
Absolutely, yes. Reading time sales, reading order
Little
flow.
update. I closed my crude oil long for $90 loss. So I was trying to see if we can get that continued run upside. It doesn't seem to be doing that right now. So I'm definitely going to wait for a better trade location rather than going to a breakout trade. So my first area remains the single prints left behind at 79.15. If we break through that and there's no reaction from there, then I'm looking at value high from yesterday at 78.63 as my next long reversal point. But I'm not keen on shorting this, so I need to stay patient.
Yes, patience.
Is this a hoop? You're talking about market rotation. Are you talking about on a larger time frame? Time frame, guys, you look at the 30-minute chart, 5-minute chart. Those are time frames. What about on a daily chart? Is it market rotation? I wouldn't say so yet. It hasn't totally. I mean, we have made new lows for the last, let me see mine. Let me go to daily. Let me go to this. Let me go to
Chart
that.
Guru.
I'm learning. 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Sideways action.
Yeah.
Now we're testing the downside. We have been making lower highs and lower lows
There it
1,
is.
2,
Yep.
3, 4 days. Lower high, lows. What does that mean? Well, it's the sign of a downtrend for me.
Kind of, yeah. It's rolling over, I'd say.
Yeah.
Crude's seen a bit of a dip here. Waited to get out early there, Deeyana, because crude continues to dip.
Yeah.
That was a manual stop, I assume.
Yeah. So I did have my hard stop at 30 ticks, but obviously all I was doing there is just checking to see how much momentum we have. And while we don't get wiser when we're in a trade, we do have a better awareness. Like your awareness just amplifies when you're in a trade. So this is actually a very good way to test the waters, as long as you don't let it go all the way to your hard stop. It's just literally a little test to see how the price action is doing, how strong it is. And for now, yeah, definitely not liking this area for longs. So yeah, that's why I bailed very quickly.
Very smart. You pulled the plug early and saved yourself some money. It's a hell of a trade. I know it's not a profitable trade, but we're protecting our downside, and that's exactly what you did there. And that's a hell of a trade. That's a veteran trade right there. The veteran move.
Do you know how I look at it? I pay a bit of money to obtain some information. That's how I look at it.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, see, here we go. Nasdaq's selling off. S&Ps getting bid up here. I don't know what to make of that. Hands off for me, Michael. You're the Nasdaq guru. Gold catching a bid here. Markets are moving
right now.
Yeah, what do you got?
I got long here.
Oh, did you?
Long here? 42.50.
Nice.
We'll change of pace here.
That's a responsive long because they tried to go below the value area and then pulled it back up. So it's probably going to stop somewhere. But yeah. Responsive activity continues and goes.
Maybe I can shave some points off here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do not know what to make of these equity trades right now.
Well, so Nasdaq's close to our lows.
Crazy.
Okay.
Look at this.
Close to our lows, and S&P is firming up.
Yeah,
but S&P also has S&P has VWAP right above it. So a couple things. Does S&P have S&P have enough energy to break through the VWAP? Therefore, Nasdaq would hold the bid and on these lows, that would be and then which one snaps? Somebody's going to snap like a rubber rubber band or towing you out of a ditch.
Yep.
So the ES picture, do you mention VWAP? Yes, but we also have the value low, and since we opened below the value low, there is a strong possibility that we accept that and then going higher, seeing how this is an equity index. But again, if it rejects, it's a line in the sand, or John calls them inflection points. So it's an inflection point. So it's literally a line in the sand. If we close higher, then that's a value acceptance in ES. If we reject, then that's a value rejection and a reversal, and therefore we have scope for further downside.
What are you laughing about? Out of a ditch?
Well, and Maurice out of a ditch. You pull somebody out of a ditch, like if that chain snaps, you're gonna get killed. I don't know. I'm just talking about when things snap back.
Yep.
Old country analogy right there. Don't stand in the way of the chain.
Yep. Don't stand behind a horse either, Michael.
Yeah, you got trained. You got ones that are tame. You do just fine. Don't you guys like you start pinching them? Then yeah, you're gonna have a problem.
Oh come on, that's weird. Anyways, we got not a whole lot going here in tilt. I think it's a sit on your hands on the butt type of day right so far. If you're equities trader. Like you said, Michael, it's been making lower lows and higher lows in equities last 4 days. So,
Eduardo says, Deeyana, you got to say it with a deeper voice. Inflection point.
Well, that was.
You still got to go deeper, Johnny. It's just like he reaches like. He reaches like the abyss of just beautiful voice.
God, I know. Yeah, the voice of God. Like no kidding.
Yep. All right.
I remember back in the day when we had the when we had the old messaging system, but then Hoag was always on the microphone in the room where funded traders were, and usually if somebody was misbehaving, he would be like, "You, whatever your name is, stop trading." My husband actually heard that, and he was like, "Who is that?" And I was like, "Oh, that's Hoag, our risk manager." He's like, "He's got a voice on him." And I was like, "I know."
Yes, he does. Hey, I got short 910s up here, and where's it at? Oh, you're I'm not liking it yet. Value area low is 73, right? Value area low in the S&P is 50.73.
Yeah,
We're
catching a
two
bid.
handles above.
There.
Yeah, we're two handles
it's
above it, so
trying
you
to
could easily be like, it's trying to, yeah. But I'm
Yeah.
gonna say right now on a short 10 handle, $200 risk, that if it doesn't stay above it, then we got to snap back.
Yeah, because
But,
again, ES also looks very flat on the daily, and that's I mean, it's an equity index, so it just goes up, doesn't it? This is what annoys me. But generally, when you do have that, there is a good chance of a pullback, like from that daily chart, and that makes for really beautiful intraday trades if you can catch them at the right time.
I don't know if my entry's any good though, but I'm just testing this out.
Let's not forget
You're
here in about
NASDAQ,
20 minutes, we've got our crude oil inventories.
Ooh.
There we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm gonna wait until that blows over and then look for setups.
Smart. We got 400 lots sitting at the 50-80 offer. 50-80 offer. 400 on the offer there in the S&Ps. The upside here. As S&Ps are catching a bid, NASDAQ catching a bid as well. Like we were talking about earlier, the S&Ps like to gravitate towards liquidity. Well, sure enough, there is liquidity to the upside. 400 at 50.80. We'll see if that gets filled today, but we are cruising through VWAP in the S&Ps. Looks like the NASDAQ took the S&Ps lead and says, all right, fine, if we're going to go higher, let's go higher. So way to get out of that trade, Michael, early on. Are you long or what'd you do? You get long?
I'm long now. No, hold on. Sorry. I'm short now. And I'm about ready to get stopped. I'm about ready to get stopped out because it's holding this and it's now 78.
Yeah,
so
it's accepting value, high probability trade in equities. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I bailed out of that crude oil trade.
Absolutely, D. Absolutely. Best trade so far. Saved your $90.
Yep.
$90 to say you saved yourself. Well, how much did you save? If you were to take it to the full stop, how much would you have lost?
300 on a one lot.
Save yourself $210. Being smart. That's veteran trading right there. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay, I got stopped out. I got stopped out, but I got right back in just because it slowed down. But I'm in the money, and if it goes back out of the money real quick, I'm out. There's a little delicate area up here. You got VWAP up here. It's already touched it, but then it's like giving it another college try in the NASDAQ.
What would you do? What would you do if we get to VWAP again, Michael? Any setups, or you just see how it plays around there?
I'm gonna stop at the stop sign because George says all roads lead there, so I gotta look both ways. I don't know.
I like it. You're feeling it today.
I got stopped out again. I tried to go short here. It turned against me, and I am sitting the sidelines here. So first trade of the morning was good.
Yeah. All right.
Just tagging it.
S&P still catching a bid here. Got 340 on the 80 offer. 340 at 80, as they say in the pits.
I'm out.
Oh, by the way, guys, my Rhythmic is working again. I got out of Ninja and go back in, and it's it seems to be tracking everything correctly now. There was a blip.
Yes, it was. Closing in. All roads lead to VWAP. George, if you're watching, might be holding true here in the NASDAQ. S&P's buried right through the VWAP to the upside trade, 50.77. Keep in mind, I also have that order at 80 here. See if that gets filled. NASDAQ. Let's take a look at NASDAQ. Hey, Eddie, did those orders in gold? I remember we had a couple hundred lots sent to the upside and downside. Did those ever trade out, or have we gotten to those prices yet?
No, the 44s at one point sort of they didn't trade. They sort of disappeared, but they came back there. They're still sitting at 2044, 104 lot. So it's there, it's not. It's there, it's not. So I was keeping an eye open on that.
Good.
I'm missing trades now. Okay.
What do you mean? Why are you missing trades?
I mean, it's not holding right now. Thus far. And I just scratched my short. Then I go, if it doesn't make a move, right when I scratched it, then it did make the move. So these are
well, it's inside value from yesterday, and it did leave a little bit of single prints in A period. So I that's usually a reasonably strong indication of value acceptance, of early value acceptance. Obviously, nothing's guaranteed, but equity index, long value acceptance, worth a try.
So yeah, the S&Ps are definitely staying in yesterday's value, right?
Nasdaq is not looking the same at all. Nasdaq is actually below the value area still, and still wagging around VWAP, overnight VWAP. So it looks very different to me, technically, than ES. It looks bearish.
Dagoshi, try Russell. I don't know. I mean, like, we used to have people that used to jump around in the trading pits. Oh, you hear the soybeans are going crazy, and they go over soybeans. Oh, you hear,
You really?
the
grasshoppers.
and then they come back.
Yeah,
Grasshoppers. Yeah, and hop around, and they're like just follow the action. Those were never very, in my opinion, those were never very good traders that I saw. Of course, there's always going to be your outliers. Somebody that does it well. But the ones that did it best are the ones that stayed in one product, did one thing, and did it very, very, very well. And as human beings, you would think if you focus on the same thing every day, you'd be really good at it. So, like, I don't know, try it in trading.
Absolutely. That's one of the things that I say to people when they start giving me a laundry list of things that they trade. And I'm like, that's great. But do you know any particular particular product that you do really well in? Oh, I don't know. I've never looked. Well, let's look.
Well, look at your trade reports. Yeah, let's take a look. Look at your trade reports. We do that all the time. We'll look through the trade reports and be like, oh, they trade 16 products, but they're only profitable in one. I wonder if they don't even know that they're profitable only in one. And why would they go into these other ones? Yeah. And somebody goes in here, they're trend traders. Benito said they're trend traders. Yeah, but what if you go over there and the trend, you're going to be like, hey, the trend is like, you're always going to be late to it because you're not trading soybeans. Let's just say, I'm saying that because like
by the time the trend starts, you're already too late, especially intraday. It's like you got to be in there when it's already happening, right? Like look at crude oil. Like yesterday, it sort of went up, but it, like I said it yesterday, it went in a haphazard way. So yes, it's a trend day, but it's a very different looking trend day to Nasdaq, for example. So if you're a Nasdaq trader, you come to crude oil and you're expecting the same mad movement, you're not going to get it. It's like, so you're not going to execute correctly. You're not going to know the product. So, think about that.
Hey, Kai, I wish the trade reports were live. I think.
Wow.
TopstepX X going to be building everything within all the trade reports and whatnot will be built within the platform. A lot of folks don't come to the dashboard as much as they should. And you should definitely always be looking at your stats because your stats are your habits or your true reflection of that person in the mirror that you look at every morning, not the one that you believe you are, but the one that you actually are as a trader.
That's what it is.
So that will be built into that eventually. Right now, I don't think it's really anything to. It's kind of okay right now on TopstepX, but we haven't really spent time. We're spending most time on just the trading screen. Right.
Execution. All right. Well, we got a lull here in the markets. I want to get to Jack. Jack has some cool stuff, and I got to get a preview of what he might be talking about, and I want to get Michael's reaction to when he hears one of these news items. Jack, what do we got?
Sure, Andre, I appreciate that you always sight unseen say that I have interesting stuff to bring in. So
always, man. That's what I'm here for.
That's all right. Interesting stats yesterday in Bitcoin ETFs.
There it is.
The combined trades in the Bitcoin ETFs surpassed that of the SPY or the Triple Q, which is super interesting, especially as they point out here, because there's no options on those yet. So there's a lot of retail traders in there. Take that for what it is worth. But I really want to get to the big story.
What do you take it for? What do you take it for? We want to know your thoughts. What do you take that for?
Well, it's impressive. I mean, so Bitcoin's 60,000 plus right now. Obviously, a large part of that is driven by people getting into these ETFs. There's been huge inflows. But yeah, a lot of retail speculators. I don't want to say that things can always go much higher, but I'm not a big Bitcoin guy, Michael.
I've been okay. Well, That was a good college try on that answer. I like it.
Michael, what do you think about Bitcoin trading $60,000 right now, dude?
Michael, if I knew exactly what it meant, I would just trade the Bitcoin and submit my resignation.
well, Topstep prop firm would work hard as hell to keep you over there as a funded trader.
Oh, exactly. I'd be living in a castle somewhere. Speaking of castles, this is a story I've been thinking about for 2 days now. Have you guys seen this?
Wow.
An event billed as an immersive celebration of chocolate was canceled, left children in tears, sparsely decorated. Basically, the AI marketing for this Willy Wonka exhibit in Glasgow, Scotland is on the left. And on the right, you see what it turned out to be. If we go to the next one here, this is the most depressing Willy Wonka exhibit ever. And I am curious how all of this AI marketing is just going to make people lose their minds. To give you an example of what this event was put on by the House of Illuminati.
Huh?
Yes, calling themselves the House.
Yeah, yes. Man. Yes,
so apparently the Illuminati is not as powerful as we thought. The sign off of this story was, in the next slide here, there wasn't even any chocolate there. Oh. It was just an empty warehouse in Glasgow that people paid $44 to go to. So, I mean, I think this is... I think I converted it. Yeah. Pounds. I did dollars for the audience. But,
no.
Cool.
Yeah. So, this is the AI future we've all been looking for.
Jack, I've got something from Willy Wonka. I'm going to play it real quick here.
Crazy.
Trade with me.
Oh, God.
And you'll see a world of pure education. Wow. Take a look and you'll see Topstep loves me.
Wow.
Eddie,
and 100%. I love Johnny Depp.
Yeah. 100% that is what they were playing on loop at the depressing warehouse.
Oh my God. Can you imagine?
Candy exhibit.
Can you imagine?
I mean, I thought he sang that when he was coming out of the courtroom.
He was definitely had a pep in his step after that.
Hey, I had a weird fill. So I'm now long from 99s, but I was short 3 from 20s, and then I covered those 6s, and so I'm up, and now I'm going to close this. So I'm up 500 now.
Really?
Getting educated on the world of nonsense information like Bitcoin.
What do you mean? Trading 60,000.
Patient. Yeah, I mean, you have about a bazillion speculators in there that know nothing about trading except diamond hand words.
Nice.
They're all one-directional traders. I mean, what happens when the whole world's one-directional? Yeah.
Isn't that our stock market?
Good job, Michael. Nice trades.
All right.
We got to give you that.
Look at him. 70% short in crude here, 50-50 across the board. And NASDAQ looking 69% long. Let's take a look at NASDAQ. Kind of sideways action right now. Never really got up to VWAP there. Oh, S&P's bounced off VWAP. Like Deeyana said, it's kind of more of a target in this type of market state than it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's used as support or resistance. Did I understand that correctly, Dee?
Say that again?
Your point with VWAP in market states like this, VWAP should be used more as a target as opposed to used as supply or support resistance.
It depends. I like to match it up with the open. So depending on the open location, whether we're inside value or outside value, that tends to give me an early directional indicator or lack of direction. If it's inside value, then you are probably better off looking at VWAP as a target. But like I said, the NASDAQ actually looks like it looked more bearish. Let me just bring that up. Yeah, it still looks bearish because we opened below value, and that actually opens up the possibility for VWAP as a directional indicator. So the level where you go up to, and then we reverse from it. So that's still valid for NASDAQ. But because ES is looking very different, it was accepting value last time I looked. In this case, we would just be using VWAP, neither as an entry nor as a target, but more as just like an orientation point. It's like, yeah, we've gotten higher, and now you might see more upside. So it's really there's three ways to look at it. And one has nothing to do with the trade location. It's just to track how the price is acting. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I appreciate that. It's the market state inside value. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. We are not, not a whole lot.
So,
it's still trying to make a decision. It's still trying to make a decision. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it is. As we come up to, we're starting to see crude take a dip here. What's up, Michael?
No, Richard Harris, you said this. MP gets in and out of the market so fast. MP, what's your typical size? Typical size is like a one guy, one contract, one con, whatever you want to call it, one lot. I don't do micros. That's razor thin trading. I like to get in, but I only like to risk a couple hundred on a trade. So yeah, my time frame probably will be a lot shorter in the NASDAQ because you got to find great entries for that 10, 15, 200 to 400, 10 to 20 handle points in the NASDAQ moves. And then I'm looking to take 10 to 20 out of it. So then you do that a few times a day, managing your risk, having a decent win rate, and you walk away with 1,000 or 500 or 2,000. And these are good days. Now, if you to hold like for hours, I can't read the market that well for hours. I can't. I like where it honors certain levels, but like I don't like it. I don't know. You're gonna take more heat typically, unless you're just really carving up the market because you're holding it for 30 minutes or an hour. You're gonna have some movement in there of 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 points. And I don't really want to take that on the downside. So there's my risk reward thought process that I'm thinking about. But to each its own. Some people like zoom out. I know John, I think by osmosis alone has become a scalper around us. Yeah. But he typically doesn't like to trade like that. So to each its own.
Well, my question here is
I trade the same way. Hold on. I trade the same way, Ronnie, in the pit. Boom, boom, boom. Every now and then, if I put on a 10 lot or big size, I take off half, take off another half of that, and then I'd be like, oh, I got two. I'll let these two play out. And those are the ones I'll hold longer. But typically, always in the morning was bang, 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 in and out, in and out, in and out. And then I'd be like, okay, where's my day? An hour into it.
Gotcha. Well, to that point, I think how can you not be a scalper, at least in the equities in this type of market? I mean, look at the charts. I don't know how you can hold on to anything or marry position for more than 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. I mean, you see a profit, it's going to reverse on you. I think you got to see profit, take profit type of market right now. I guess last week when it was just buy the dip and we just zombie rally to the upside, maybe you can hang on to positions a little bit more. But in this type of market state, I don't see how you can really marry position. With this type of range, kind of looks like we're rolling over to the downside here, but then the buyers come in and buy it back up. So I don't just know how you really. It's not a scalper's market here, and at least in the equities.
Hey, real quick here, we've got about 3 minutes here on our crude oil inventories. So if you are trading crude, heads up, check your platform if you want a position on or if you don't. Better safe than sorry.
I love that reminder, Eddie. Click that cancel all. It's a habit for me. Topstep X, lower right-hand corner. I click that cancel all. Yep. When I've got nothing else to click, I click cancel all. I don't know why. It's a habit. I do
the same thing.
I could probably click it 500 times a day. Cancel all just to make sure.
500 times a day.
Even if I'm not, even if I'm not in a trade, like I did a trade and I come back and I'm just like, right, I'm going to shut everything down. Click, 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 flatten off.
Yep, always. Flatten off, cancel off.
I talked to the guys over there that are building it, and they're going to put it key pads. So right here, I'll be hitting the space bar like a bazillion times a day, just even as like, I don't know, a song in my head. I'll just keep hitting it while I'm sitting here.
That's your hotkey.
Nice. Because I'm always cancel all. So
it's got to be space bar, yeah?
I think mine's going to be space bar. What keypad do you prefer on what execution? That'd be kind of an interesting one. Space bar is going to be the easiest one, and I think return or enter is going to be join bid. Shift is going to be join offer, or maybe I keep those away from each other. I don't know. I haven't decided yet, but I'm excited because they're building it, or it's very, 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 very close. If not next week,
Hotkeys
close
are
to
awesome.
being added.
I love hotkeys.
Hotkeys are awesome.
All of our indicators have got hotkeys on them, so whatever you want to change is just like a click away. It's always like super easy, rather than going into properties and then changing it. And it's like, no, you want it now, right?
Escape button would be better, Stefan.
30
escape
seconds.
button would be a great. Yeah, escape button would be a great button if you're holding the crappy position.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 3.7 as an indicator, prior 3.5 in the U.S. crude oil inventories. We'll be getting this here in just a handful of seconds.
Jumpy.
Storm in a teacup, Deeyana.
Yeah. Okay, here it is.
All right, coming in here at 4.19. 4,199,000.
Really quickly, Dontrell, Topstep limit orders do not work. I shall show you in real time that they do work. There's one working right there. That's a limit order. It says LMT. And there I'm about ready to get filled. And I almost did. And I almost didn't. And I didn't. So there it is working. Now, if it doesn't fill me, then we do have a problem. I think that's what you're talking about. And now I'm going to cancel it because it's now filled with this low. But I'll prove you that it does work on my screen.
All right, crude selling off a little bit here. At $79, 79 bucks. Trying to go for 80s. Now I said nope. We're going to see what test the 79 even level.
I like to see crude first going outside of the first hour trading range, so to actually get out of the initial balance before I do anything, because when that happens, it means that the larger time frame dudes are stepping in. So for now, this is all just locals trading.
Locals market.
I mean, Deeyana could be women too, so you don't have to just fail.
Sorry, yes. Dudes and dudettes.
I know.
Dudes and dudettes is right. Locals market.
Locals.
Those markets stunk, man. Locals markets stink.
Gender neutral.
Yes. Okay, gold's catching a bit of a bid here, Eddie. What are we seeing in gold? Trading 2042.90, trying to test the 2043 evens. Bounce right off VWAP there, Eddie.
Just sort of passing my SMA again, getting to that north side of it. Right now, 2043.20. And it just, I tell you, these sales that we saw here for about an hour, the sellers sort of petering out right now. It seems like the buyers are on the run, and we'll see how high we can go here. Right now, looking at the tilt, we're about 70-30, 70 long, 30 short. So that was a big change from what we had earlier today. It's just about the opposite, 70 short, 30 long. But right now, just watching that tilt, 70% is long.
So I want to get short.
Like Topstep X, it is very fast. Sweet. Yes, it is, silly me. It's lightning fast. It's crazy.
I know we're talking about it a lot, guys, but it's cool. It's a new platform. It's really crisp.
Badass,
really
man.
clean.
I'm not going to stop talking. I'm not going to stop.
It's like an S. You've been in the Top Gun old F-15, and then I show up with one of these Raptor things, at the airport. I look at you like a nice plane, like in the late '80s.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, the Cold War era. All right, catching a bid here. S&Ps bounced off VWAP again. As I try to target VWAP.
I remember when we go like RVing and we pull up to a campsite in like Jasper, Canada. We'd be like, we think we're like, oh, we got a C class, like you pull in, you're like, oh, the road rule class. And you got some guy pulls up in a Prevost, which is like just this, ridiculous bust.
A Rockstar bus.
Class A. Yeah, Rockstar. Yeah. Like what? And you're like, just no different than you see like in Ibiza when you see all those boats up there, and you come pulling into harbor and you're like, yeah, we finally got a big boat. And then you pull in there, you're like, no, it's not. It's a small one.
It's a dinghy.
Yeah. So that's
all right.
We're in a Ferrari. We're in a Ferrari. So
this is
that's what it feels like.
We're in the cockpit of a Ferrari. All right, D, we broke up beneath $79 here, trading 78. Ooh, sellers, more coming in. Is this in response to the number that we had about 4 minutes ago?
Yeah, it is. But I've got a high probability reversal point at value high, so I'm waiting for that at 78.62. The reason why is because of the speed that we've come up from the previous sell-off. So now we're effectively going into rally-based rally formation on the weekly chart. And yeah, we still have, today and the next 48 hours to live through. But generally, when they run it up over the high, which has happened now, so we had the 79.32 high established back in November. Back in November, and we've gone over that. So that's technically a pop upside. So this is why I'm not too keen on going against that. So I'm kind of using that larger time frame narrative to try and find an intraday position from a high probability reversal level. So this is why I'm actually happy seeing this pullback. And then once we're there at the value high, I am going to look for a reversal. So that's the plan for now. That's my hypo 2. I don't know whether we're seeing my charts. Yep. So that's my hypo 2 value high reversal.
Hypo 2, okay.
I'm going to see if I can either get that, or if we kind of go into a failed auction ahead of that, that's going to be a sign of bullish, or basically buyers just stepping in, because we never even made it to the gap fill. So this is now potentially a gap fill play. But I only have barely 34 ticks to the value high, so I'm not really keen on taking a 1-to-1 trade today after the inventory. So I want to wait for that bigger reversal area that might give me at least 60 ticks, which is my 2R multiples, and then I'm going to be happy.
Absolutely. Deeyana's showing extreme patience today. Dipped a toe in the water. Probably might be your best trade of the day. She got long. Took a $90 loser, and all we did is continue to break after that. Might be the best trade you make all day, and there's nothing wrong with that. We're always playing defense here, trading. With that being said, we got a little bit of a lull here. JD, my man, JD, what's good, man? What do you got? Ooh, JD, my man. All right, we'll get back to JD. We'll see if he gets his mic right. I don't know what's going on there. VMix. We'll see how that goes. Michael, did you take the short off of VWAP there in the NASDAQ?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
I'm checking in. You hear me now?
Yep, got you, man.
Yep. I can hear you.
All right. We got the VMix Gremlins early today. All right, let's pull up those hot streaks, if you don't mind, James. Here we go. All right, Glenace traded yesterday, so we're back to the same list from Friday. Glenace at 18 days, Timothy 19, Loy at 20, our guy in Discord, Andrew, at 23 days, and Neoban holding on to the top spot with 26 days. That's quite a heater Neoban's got going.
26 days.
Yeah.
Nice. What is that? How do you do that?
Slow and steady wins that race, right, guys?
Sure does, man.
No one's out there crushing it.
Hell yeah.
Jabbing away, yeah.
26 days.
We talked about that a little bit yesterday. Like, these guys aren't home run hitters, you know? They're just taking a little bit out of the market every day.
They're going to be here to stay,
Good way
too.
to do it, for sure.
Yeah, but interestingly, those kind of traders are the ones who live the longest in this game. So, these people are probably going to be there in another 5 years' time. Whereas, some people, it might be a little bit of a boom and bust situation, which we used to see a lot in prop trading. We always used to have traders who came in hot and heavy, right? And they would make 60 grand in one day, lose 70K and then the next day, make another 80 grand the next day. And they're sort of profitable, but overall it's all just stop, start. And there was this older dude who at the time he was already in his 60s. And every time he had a great day, he was always like, yeah, I'm the man, yeah. And we're like, okay, now try and say that this time. And he's like, yeah, you young people, you don't know anything. And the next day he would get himself into a hole. And we're like, here we go again. You won't listen.
Yep.
Right? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Got a little more for you.
Yeah, what do you got, JD? Tell me about your trade after this, Michael. JD,
We've got our yesterday's best live funded PNLs from yesterday.
Let's see this. Yeah, I'm 13.
We got some old names. We got some new names on the list.
Nice work.
Wow.
consistently on there every week.
It really is.
Jalen C with 13.6K. Jalen is second among all funded traders. We're going to see the XFAs, but Jalen missed by just a little bit to Justin M in the XFA. Justin M had 14.3K, so pretty good day for our live funded traders. MP, we also took a look at your trade report from yesterday. Way to fight back.
Nice,
he was up a little. He was up.
Nice.
He was down. Closed the day out even. That's scratch as a winner, right?
Yeah, thank you. That's okay. W. I talked yesterday that the second best winning day is a scratch day. I don't like the fact the high water mark is 1,200 though. 1,200 up. That's why I did Monday 100 yesterday, and then I thought, why don't I just catch this? I want to short into this rally, thinking the markets would kind of cool off. They faced me a bit, but still managed to call it a scratch day, so that's good. And I'm up 600 right now.
Nice, dude.
I hope this doesn't. It's not about my trading. This is about us trading together. I'm gonna go on a cold streak, just so everybody knows. Yeah.
JD, you got anything else?
To the point.
Is that it? I think that was it.
I was like, thank you, JD. Good stuff.
Nice. Hey, real quick here. We've been talking about this a while here. Topstep Trading League. Topstep team is shooting for June 14th in Vegas. Mark your calendars. It's going to be a really, really cool venue. We've got more details to come. Think about this as like esports. It's going to be a full day event with the Topstep team. We'll be there broadcasting the Trading League live. Yes, from bell to bell. And then there will be a trader meetup in the evening. Yes. We're one of the 10 teams. There's going to be 10 teams. And the Topstep team is going to be revealing more of the team captains in the weeks to come. So mark your calendars, June 14th. Hope to see you there. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Peace cussing up a storm behind the scenes. Hey, real quick, we got over 70,000 subscribers, man. We cracked the 70,000 mark yesterday. Super cool. Thank you guys so much. If you guys would be so kind, please continue to hit that subscribe button. Also, smash that like button. We love the support. We love your guys' feedback. Speaking of feedback, Eddie, do we have something that we're asking of our audience with feedback here on TopstepX?
Well, we got it here, and then we're sort of living off the feedback here. If you go to my chart real quick, I'm going to show you if you got TopstepX. This is where you can leave your feedback. We can get my chart up. Should be up.
It is not up
there. Ooh. It is not. It should be. I've got this. Oh my goodness. Let's try this again. Let's reload it.
Lower left corner there on your TopstepX. Michael, that's you. Who you texting, Michael?
All right, so let's see if we got this back up again. For some reason, I was disconnected. I think that was after I hit my stop. Stupid stop. All right, we got this up?
Yep.
Nice. All right, if you take a look here all the way to the left, this is the secret gear button. All right, this is going to help you with a lot of customization, but one of the things I want to point out is that there's a question mark underneath. All right. Now, this is what we're talking about here. This is going to be great here if you have a feature request or just an idea, something cool to ponder. Let us know. You can view comments and vote on others as well. As you can see here, there are some suggestions, ideas, and what you can do is you can vote them up or down. All right. If you'd like to create your own post, your own idea, your own suggestion, use this, create a new post. So use that. If you got TopstepX, we would appreciate it. Back to you, Andre.
So cool. The thumbs up, thumbs down feature is so cool. I mean, you guys are helping us build this thing in real time. You see the roadmap, you see the change log, feedback. I mean, you got a direct pipeline, direct access to the builders of this thing, which is, where else are you going to get that? I don't think anywhere. So yes, it's very cool. Thank you for that, Eddie. D, just taking a peek here at crude. We've kind of bounced off of VWAP a little bit. Do you see this downtrend continuing as we continue to flirt with the $79 level?
So for now, I can see bounce of the settlement. So let me just see where the overnight RIP is as well. Yeah, it's sort of around the same area. But I'm going to see what happens in another 15 minutes. So if we fail the auction to the upside, I've got a long possibility. If not, if we end up going below the initial balance, which is 78.98, let's call it 79. So if it closes below there, then we do have a potential to close the gap all the way down to value high. So all of that, my levels are still there. So again, I'm just sitting patiently waiting for the price to show me the way, working off a profile rather than any specific price action, and waiting for the trigger around my levels. So for now, nothing is definitive yet.
No, sure isn't. Neither NASDAQ or S&P's. Gold, boy, nothing's really cooking right now. S&P's catching a bit of a bit slow markets right now. And this isn't the slow markets that we're talking about with Dakota, 8 p.m. Central to 9 p.m. Central, which has been a smashing hit. Really cool to see that. Please tune into that. We'll see Dakota, Andre, Isaac. What's up, Michael? You want to give it another whirl? How we doing over there? You done trading for the day? No, he's just, oh boy. No, he's not happy. He is not happy right now.
I doubt this works.
That just came in loud and clear. Best your voice has sounded all day.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not breaking up.
Out of here.
Swear to God.
Oh, no,
Swear to God.
you're breaking up again. No, but you're
Oh,
breaking
no.
up again. As soon as yeah. So it only lasts a very short time, and then the buffering starts. God.
Sorry, man. I know he loves to talk too. Let's get back to these markets. We got nothing to do. 65% long S&P, 65% long NASDAQ. Pretty much identical readings here. Not a whole lot doing right here, Eddie. I mean, we're talking about patience here. I know you took a couple blows there early in the trade. Now, you said you hit your personal loss limit. Let's talk about that for a second.
Yes.
It's not your daily loss limit. Will you stick to your personal loss limit? What if you see a trade come in or you see a setup come in? Will you still adhere to that personal loss limit if a real sweet setup comes in?
You know what? Yes, I have to, because I mean, this is a rule I set for myself. And, I was just trying to put something out there for a little tradertainment to get the party started. But I did not read that well. And if you look, market's been trading here. If you pull up my screen here, I've been my SMA and, of course, my VWAP. Market's been sort of trading in there like meat of a sandwich and has not really popped out of that. And I should have waited. I should have honestly waited for that. But I got a little excited, and I tell you, that's being human and not that robot aspect is going to catch you every time. So I'm sitting the bench here. I do have my 150K Express up, and I am not touching that because I didn't see the market well today. I'm not going to jeopardize the XFA right now. I'll wait for something much better.
So your personal loss limit is. Oh, hey, hold on.
Yeah, my speed test is showing that it's back there. I mean, for some reason, it was drained. It was drained.
The sound of that voice, man. There's just something soothing when I hear that voice.
Oh, get out of here! It's not even close.
Something about that voice, man. It just screams reassurance, man. Just screams reassurance. All right, Michael, you're up $600 today. We got 45 minutes left here in fast markets. Boy, this one goes fast. What are we thinking here? I mean, no one's really trading. It's been a kind of light trade so far this morning. Dee's made one trade. Eddie's made a couple, but he's just saying how he's going to adhere to his personal loss limit. That's absolute great discipline. Love seeing that. Michael's up a couple $100. Let's keep it that way. Looking forward. Oh, keep in mind, we have speakers at 11 o'clock, 11:15, 11:45. That's all Central Time, Chicago time. Starting with Bostic, then we got Collins, then we got Williams. Bostic especially, he likes to move the markets. He's not afraid to say what he doesn't necessarily adhere to the script. I don't know if they're taking questions or not. We can't look at that. Where's my man Rips when I need him? But we got from the 11 o'clock hour, starting at the 11 o'clock hour here is Central Time. Might see some fireworks coming out of the feds. So we'll keep an eye on that, and I'm sure we'll keep you posted on anything that comes across the headline. My man John, he's killing it in the chat. Hoag, when you get a chance, can you give me an update on Delta, please? Just DM me that. I'd really appreciate it. But yeah, this market's been a little bit slow. There's still moves to be made or money to be made, but you gotta be patient. Like Deeyana said, patience, patience, patience.
Right. So patience, patience. But I am trying a failed auction trade, so I'm kind of front running this a little bit. So I've
Which
gone
one?
in
Market.
just crude oil.
Okay.
So I've just gone in 2 lots at 78.98 because it's just underneath that round number, and it's very, very close to the initial balance low. So if we get some nice buyers here, if we catch a bid, then that will go into a failed auction properly. I've got another 10 minutes before I can confirm that. But again, I'm front running the trade based on a larger time frame analysis and based on the fact that we bounced off settlement and bounced off VWAP. We never actually closed the gap. And one of the reasons that I'm doing this trade is because if you don't get the earlier gap close, that's bullish. So if you can get a failed auction, that increases the probabilities of this trade working out. So while it might look like it's a bit of a guesswork, it is actually based on some analysis from larger time frames. So let's see if this works. So 2 long, 78.98.
Very good.
I'm sure I got short 2 while she was talking at 920s. I got 1 on now. I want to take at least 6, 7 points out of it just really quick because then that moves my I'm short 20s, which is right here right now, and I covered one of them with like a 6 to 7 point profit, which means right now I'm thinking 27s is my break even on this trade because I have 1 lot left on.
What'd you call it?
But if it won't, trade.
Oh, trade. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean my trade right now. I had 2 lots on. I took 1 off with a profit, and then I have 1 short. I was gonna flip you off. I go 2.
I know you are. I know you are. I wasn't looking at the camera. I wasn't looking. I wasn't gonna look. I knew it was coming. You got. I made you trip up there mid thought, and I'm like, oh shit, he's not gonna be happy about that one. So you got short. Okay, very good. You're kind of reading this well.
Yeah, I'm get out right about here now. Nope. There. Okay, cool. Up 860.
Damn.
Jab.
Yep.
This Topstep X is treating you well.
I know. You know why? It's making me more patient. It's making me more patient. T4, I get caught in the dome ladder all the time. And then the positioning when you get a position on, and you can grab it and put your stop, and it says $200, and then you grab it and put your target. It says 300. You can it lets me let it breathe more without getting caught in these little dome moves, which is good for me. And using the dome for entries is great, and then using the chart then to adjust your position on Topstep X, because it'll say to make, risk to risk, like it'll move those little boxes. You can move those little boxes. So that's helping me.
I like that. While we have a little bit of a lull here, I know we just brought up the Topstep Trading League not too long ago, but we want to reiterate, we have the team name contest, right? We have the team name contest. We're asking you, the audience, to help us prepare for the Topstep Trading League. Just like the NFL, we're narrowing down the team names for the league, and we want your feedback before we make any decisions. We're going to be posting the form here in chat here in a couple minutes here. If your team name is used, we'll send you a code for Topstep, for 1 Topstep X trading combine for $450, 1 free reset on us. If you guys have any questions right now, you got the CEO, you got the commissioner of the Topstep Trading League here on the chat, on the call. If we can fire away, Michael, is it cool if you answer a couple questions if you're flat?
Yeah, let's definitely do that, because Topstep Trading League will be one of the first of its kind. That will be, think the NFL or the Premier. What's it called, Andre? What the world knows soccer wise. Premier League.
I think that's soccer.
Yeah, so you have you'll have your teams in there, and then it'll be like a race to Vegas, so to speak, where I can ask questions or answer questions, but we're going to start with 10 teams of 5. You only the team member people on the team. There'll be a team owner, or sorry, team coach, head coach. Sorry, head coach. And the head coach will be selected by Topstep, working with either some of our partners. I mean, I know RIPS has talked about being a coach on there, which you can be a coach and trader. I mean, if you're better than a member of than anybody out there, you can put yourself in calling the plays and making the plays. So I'm sure RIPS is going to trade for his team as well. But there'll be 5 people, so it's the aggregate of all your P&L for the week, or maybe for the day. We're still figuring that one out on how that adjusts the leaderboard. And think about it like a golf leaderboard where you got every tournament, whatever that people are moving, or any leaderboard, I should say. Your team will be on there, and the last 2 best teams will be invited to Vegas. We're renting out the HyperX Arena. Barstool Sports had it during the Super Bowl. Yeah, had it during the Super Bowl. They'll all be branded Topstep. We're talking about also how we can have other people that come to it, because there'll be desks and computers and everything there. We're looking into if we can have them trade while the team is on the stage trading, the two head-to-headers for that day. It'll just be trading that day. So needless to say, and then we're going to have trophies for everybody that are not like you just find from a cheap trophy shop. We're having these things made. Like one of them, I think, the main trophy, I don't know, we got quoted like at $10,000. But this will be one that will be like the Stanley Cup or whatever that stays with. You'll be able to hold it up. Your name will be engraved on it, but that one stays.
Wow.
And however we let the team members have it at their house or something like that. But then it goes back to the next team the following year, but everybody gets their own smaller little trophies. They're still really nice. So it's all just coming together.
This is M for you. Will there be yellow cards given for questionable size, counter trend moron trades, etc.?
There should be. There should be. I like that.
That feedback is now added to the list of things that we need to discuss about. I think it's interesting. No, we will make it. This is season 1, so how much we're gonna figure out each season, and this one goes for a whole month, I believe. It's 4 weeks of trading. It's kind of like a horse race, so to speak, to Vegas. The last two best teams. Like, look, if you don't trade, that may be helping your team. If you trade 1 lots, that may be helping your team. So each person on the team, there'll be 5 starters that the coach will pick each week that they want starting. And it's two 150Ks, 200Ks, and a 50K trader. At the funded level, you have to be at the funded level. And my God, if you want a trophy, like I feel cool about getting on the leaderboard here. If you want a trophy, and Topstep's one of the bigger, I guess, communities out there, and funded. I know we have thousands of people funded right now, so they all can opt in for this league. You don't have to be in it, but you click to opt in.
Michael, they're asking, quick question: is this for U.S. people only for season 1? I guess Deeyana's not. I mean, Deeyana's coming from.
Yeah, I guess it's. I don't know. We never talked about that one because coaches get to pick their starters, and if a starter can't make it, I don't know how that works because we want everybody on stage, like esports, 2 teams on stage. Maybe you're talking trash across the other one as fun trash, not as like your mama jokes. But so I don't know. It could be. We're figuring that out. That's a good one. Thank you for that. We'll add that one to the team meeting that we have weekly for this.
Good question. What's up, Rips?
But a lot of the stuff. Rips is here.
Rips, shout out to Rips. We saw a 600 lot. 600 lot just got traded here in the S&P's price of 50.81 and 3/4. 600 lots trade on the offer to the upside. We are through there as we continue to march higher. NASDAQ coming up to VWAP right here. Oil kind of trade sideways. Gold has just taken a nap on us. There's nothing happening in gold. We'll have to wake that sucker up. Hopefully, eventually, a little bit later today. But yeah, well, we got the CEO, the commissioner of the Topstep Trading League, TTL, right here. If you have any questions, throw them in the chat. He'll be happy to answer them. Again, we got another 450 lot sitting at 50.8350 and that's filled. 550 on the bid now. We got some serious liquidity coming in here to the S&Ps. We got some size strain. Finally, the markets have woken up as we rip to the upside here. Yeah, here we go. We're ripping to the upside. S&Ps. Finally, someone woke this damn market up. It's 10 o'clock Central, and we have some serious movement going on. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. And,
somebody gave it a Celsius.
Yes, a couple 200 milligrams of caffeine straight to the veins.
Yeah, it's out. It's sitting out there in front of the office. Ooh. I got it, Rips. I got it. I'm gonna go get it. I'll go get it.
How nice.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, is there gonna be an MVP trophy, Michael? MVP is gonna be MVP trophy, Michael. Or MVP
we're looking to do that. So we'll be adding that one. Mitchell. And it's not. Somebody said, "Hey, U.S. participants only." I don't know. That I got to get that answer too. You'll keep finding out as we iterate towards the best structure for this league. We're getting like the foundation put together. These are kind of like what do they call it? Like not outliers. When you start to dial it in, I don't know what it's called.
Dial it in. No one dials it in like Michael.
No, what's cool is that we got trophies. I know we used to do that for fantasy baseball, and you'd keep it there. But June 14th, mark it on your calendar.
Let the games begin.
Yes.
Crazy. Such a cool idea. All right, we're starting to see some movement here to the upside, Michael. Let's see what. NASDAQ 79% long. 79% long. Probably the heaviest tilt we've seen all day. NASDAQ. It was a continuing rip higher. Someone woke up the equities. Here we go. Did something pop? What do we got here? Starting to move.
Yeah, something's moving here.
We got big size on the bids in the S&P. 1,000 lot. 50, 85 half. We got 1,000 lot sitting on the bid right now in the S&Ps. We'll see if that gets they downtick those suckers. And we got some liquidity in this market, and the buyers want to take this sucker higher.
Now, Andre, you seeing that as you asked me in gold? Is
trades filled
sort of?
Sorry,
filled, huh?
Filled 1,000 times. Filled 1,000 times.
All right.
Yeah, I leaned on it.
Just what I was saying.
I leaned on it. I leaned on it. I just got stopped out. Boom, stepped out. It was a good trade.
How'd you get?
It would have been.
You leaned on it? You got in front of it? Yeah. No. Usually those paper fills. What was that price? What was that price? I'm gonna write it down for later.
85 half.
85 half. Thank you. Let's see if that's a good fill. Look, it already is. 2 ticks in the money, or 2 handles in the money. Yeah, 85 half. 85 half.
It's
1,000 times. Sorry, Eddie, you were saying about gold.
Now, how you asked me earlier if there is size, do we sort of generate to it? Obviously, that 1,000 lot you said got filled.
Yeah, 1,000 times.
That's huge.
Yeah, it is. You don't see that. I mean, it's a hell of a trade. And then we just kind of stall out here. Michael, you leaned on it. So what does that mean by you leaned on it? You got in front of that order with like one lot, and that was going to be your lean?
Yeah,
or that was you're going
to. No, not a one lot. It was a 4 lot. I'm not leaning on a 1 lot. A lean because it's like 1,000 lot on the bid. So if you're a tick higher than that 1,000 lot, I don't know. Like give it in my what I like to do is put a 5 lot on there, and then put a 5 lot right below it. And you're really risking like 200 or whatever 2 ticks are. You can do the math and whatever you do. Because you get it right before, you get a better bid right above it, tick above it, and you put a stop tick below the 1,000 lot. Now you got to be on the cancel all button just in case they pull it. You want to pull it just as quickly, but sometimes it touches that, fills a little, and then pops the direction that big order's trying to get filled. So
it got filled there, Christian Rodriguez. It got filled 1,000 times. Saw it in time of sales. I filtered out my time of sales to 25 lots here in the ES to filter out, and it sure said 937. One big block order trade, 937 times. Some serious size been slaying in the S&Ps.
I honestly don't think, Todd. I honestly don't think you can spoof the market in the S&P with 1,000 lot because it tends to go towards liquidity. But when you're doing spreads. And there's like 3,000 on the bid, 4,000 on the offer, and then you go in there and you're in the back of the line.
Oh, eagle!
But then you go in there.
Yes.
Yeah, you're in the back of the line when you put an order in.
I would do that.
Spreads, guys, they trade bid and offer, and then it clicks up and bid goes offer. So people would put 2,000
for partials. Yep. Yep. Yeah. You need like 100. You need to get off like 100 on the ask, and you put like 1,000 in there and just pick up 4 lots and 8 lots and 10 lots. Hopefully you don't get run over with that 1,000 lot. And you try to get partials and move your way up into the queue for the fills. Yeah, there's definitely spoofing in the spreads, Michael. You're right there. All right, case for pirate tag. All right, D. Any trade ideas in crude? Are we still being patient
It's
as
failed the
always?
auction, and it left some excess to the downside. So now we're effectively waiting and seeing what happens with the failed auction. So like I said, it never reached value high. Usually we want to see a gap fill early on. So yeah, for now I'm just holding and waiting, see what happens.
Sorry.
Well, 940 here in chat.
On the offer. It was on the bid there, Hayden. It was on the bid. It was on the bid. It was on the bid that got filled. And it was on the offer. No, someone hit the bid 945 times. And that bid got filled. And here we are higher.
Amazing.
It is amazing. It really is, dude. Coming from Euro dollars, you saw big orders like that, the market would run away from it because you think that that was the demand, right? The market would be, someone who wants to buy the market 1,000 times, you think they'd have to chase it. But no, not in the ES. ES, they can just sit there and wait for the locals and who not to fill them. It's just different. I had to learn the hard way there. John helped me with that one. New highs, S&Ps. S&Ps targeting new highs.
Just as it was on the trading floor. We had those,
Yes.
as John mentioned. So, Deutsche Bank and RBC would, ask me to do those. Those are fun, honestly. I don't know if much for John, but just throwing those in the pit or sort of breaking them up. You'd give them to a few different brokers,
I got short 55s, just a one lot 55s. It pulled off hard off value area low yesterday, 17.968. It pulled off that level pretty hard. And then I got short the 55s. I mean, that's a 10 handles off of that. That was a high. So it'd be nice. And then the S&P just made new highs. So if this S&P wants to cool off right around here, then we're okay on 10, 15, 20.
Yeah, and then you'll have
handles.
the failed auction downside.
Yeah.
Sorry, the failed auction upside fails. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you can see my brackets in here, or my to make and stuff like that. We're looking at a better way to do these too, because it might be distracting for some people, but we want to keep them in here. So if you guys have any ideas, I mean, moving them left and right is what we're thinking about for some people, so you don't have to have them all stacked right here. I'll show you on my chart. So then you have them here. But yeah, we're figuring that out.
You still short?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're breaking this guy. This guy.
No, don't.
We got six.
Not cheerleading.
I'm not cheerleading anything. I'm looking at the S&Ps, dude. We're seeing some liquidity. Finally good to see some size. It took an hour and a half to finally see some size come in. 600 lot on 5088s on the offer. 5088s offered 600 times. Good to see some size coming in these markets. Not cheerleading, Michael. I'm just saying, of course, you get short and we sell off.
I'm out.
Fed speaking. We got Fed speakers?
They're speaking right now?
I got them starting in an hour. Yeah. So if I'm missing something, please in the chat, ready? Watch my 6, as they say.
I got your 6.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We were talking about fighter jets earlier.
Collins Williams. 11 o'clock hour, folks. Central Time is going to be the party.
Oh, baby. Okay, nothing's showing here until 66% long gold, 70% short crude. Oh, we're starting to see a sell-off here in crude, Deeyana.
Yeah, I know. I just got stopped out.
It's a tricky market. That market is tricky. I know Deeyana will be very happy to see February in the rearview mirror. Unfortunately, it is a leap year. It's a leap year, so one more day of February. This damn month just won't go away, Deeyana.
It's all right. Yeah. Just taking it slow. We're at value high now, so again, this is the high probability level. But I'm gonna wait a little while because of the stop out. So yeah.
What's this for price? Yeah, not the greatest price action there. Monet. Not the greatest price action. We are going to be patient here, but 22 minutes left in this fast markets. It has gone by quick. Thought we're going to see some more action in the markets. The equities took off here and just kind of stalled out. We did see 79% long in the NASDAQ, and we saw it kind of hold. So I'm not sure how Michael's seeing that, how Michael played that exactly. Isaac Rivera joining us on Leap Day for Power Players. Very cool. Very cool, Isaac. Looking forward to having you there. Shout out to Isaac. You've been trading very well, seeing your name on the leaderboard there. It's been great to see.
Hey, Isaac, what levels do you have? What levels do you have around here?
I love that question. I love that question.
Didn't even walk in yet. Yo, get him out in the parking lot. Hey, what levels you got, dude?
Knocking on his window right when he pulls in the park.
Hey, Michael, question. Eddie's Bong has a question. Will we need to buy tickets to watch the TTL in Vegas?
No, we're probably going to give there's a couple of ideas, and this is a meeting yesterday, because again, we have a lot of foundational stuff kind of put together. So don't like hold me to any of this, because these are ideas that we already, so 50 or so people that would be able to get invited there that don't have to pay for a trading combine, don't have to pay for an activation fee. And if they make money the first day, we would take them live. And it's kind of our way of saying, hey, or take them funded. It's our way of saying, hey, if you join us for the event, if some criteria you have to meet to be one of these selected people, you have to go and all this kind of stuff. And then there'll be the spectators, of course, that probably will be giving discounts to. This thing's it's like 50 grand. So we're going to lock in that for all day from 6:30 in the morning, all day. There'll be food and drinks, and you can come and go as you please. Or if you're a person that gets selected to be one of the people that are on the floor that get to trade for just being scratched for the day or profitable for the day, we'll figure out what level, so they don't just go, well, I put one trade on and I'm up a nickel. So, I don't know.
Hey, Stacking Bananas. Good to see you. I'm in. Good to see you, Stacking Bananas. It's been a minute. Chuggles, yes. It's at noon Eastern time, correct. 11 o'clock Central time, starting with, like Eddie said, the party gets started at 11 Central, starting with Bostic. 15 minutes later, we got Collins. A half hour after that, we got Williams. Like we said, Bostic is not afraid to move markets with his words. So please tune in and be on high alert when he starts talking, because definitely gives insight into what the Fed is thinking. He is in the room. I believe he's a voting member too. Rips, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe he's a voter, and he is not afraid to move the market. So please be on high alert when Bostic starts talking.
So at the very top of your screen in chat, you can suggest a team name.
Yeah.
If we do pick your team name, the team names will be owned by Topstep. It'll be our league. So thanks for sharing. We're going to be able to get a combine and a free Topstep X combine and a free reset as well. So your help is greatly needed, and it's kind of help us understand what direction you guys are thinking. If you guys are thinking like Chicago Bears, like something like that, or if you're thinking like, I know there's some names that I won't say, but like funky names that are like, I don't know. We have quite a few people that have said
creative.
Names. Yeah, be creative. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Jack had some good ones in the meeting yesterday. He's got some really good names. Guys, he's a clever guy. Jack. Hey, quick question here from Danny. What is the difference between a voter and non-voter from the Feds? It's a very good question. A voter actually has influence on what the monetary rate, what the monetary policy is going to be. They vote if they're going to hike rates or lower rates. The non-voters are in the room. They do have input, but they do not have indirect input on what monetary policy is. A voter has voters' words carry more weight. Bostic is a voter. So when Bostic talks, the markets listen. Whereas a non-voter speaks, they do the speaking circuits. When they speak, the markets don't necessarily pay that close attention, but they are in the room. So they are in the room where the decisions are being made. But when a voter speaks, the markets listen. So like Raphael Bostic, I believe he's out of Atlanta. When he speaks, the markets listen. Yes. So when he speaks, markets listen. Therefore, we need to listen.
I did not know that. I didn't know. I knew there was voters, non-voters, but I didn't know because I saw Powell be interviewed in 60 Minutes, and they showed a picture of the big table that they all sit around. And people that sit at the table, I assume, are voters, and people that sit behind it are behind them. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very smart smart minds in there.
Yeah, they got a lot of influence. They got a lot of power in that room.
Yeah.
Well, if you'd like, here's a link to our Federal Reserve, the committee members, and then the alternate members. And those alternates are like Collins, Goolsbee, O'Neill, Schmidt, and you'll get a good idea. So there's a link. Bookmark it.
I'm gonna click on that right now. Very good stuff. Yeah. So Williams, you said Collins is a non-voter. Collins is speaking. Yep, Collins is a non-voter, and the count starts at 11:15, 12:15 Eastern time. So you'll see the difference. When Bostic starts speaking, the markets are going to pay much more closer attention. And when Collins starts speaking, not so much. But then we got Williams following up after that, and they're going to listen to Williams. So yes, you're going to see the different modes in how the market trades. Thank you for that, Eddie. That's very helpful.
Certainly.
I remember those guys. All right, we're coming up to 10:15 Central here. Nothing crazy here. What's that?
I wish we would have known that sooner, Whit. We would have had your wife put a little spy cam in there, help us out, give us a little edge here on TopstepTV. His wife helped renovate. Yeah, his wife helped renovate the Federal Reserve headquarters.
Yeah, we could bug that room. That'd be really cool.
That fly's been sitting there for a week.
Yeah, it hasn't moved.
Hasn't moved.
Hasn't moved.
Oh, good. Decomfort. Sorry, guys. I was typing over there, JD. We got everyone's favorite leaderboard coming up here shortly. Just making sure we're good to go for that. All right, we got 650 sit at the 85 3/4 offer here, and while we see that sucker trade out, JD, I was just talking about our favorite leaderboard. JD, can you please present that leaderboard?
Here we go, guys. And full disclosure, Topstep is not bugging the Fed. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Here's our yesterday's best list for the XFA accounts. We got Ruben with $8,000, Cole with 8,800, Quinn with 10,000, Alexander with 12,000. And look at Justin M. Justin M has been on our list. This is his second day in a row on our list and has a 2-day running total of $25,500 yesterday and today. He was also the top trader at the funded level yesterday with 14.3K. Nice job, Justin. All right. Now that top 10 list. Let's start from the bottom up. 6 through 10, Victor held on to 6th place for another day. Firuz moved up to 7th. David moved up to 8th. We have 2 newcomers to the list, Weston S. and Cameron E. Weston jumped into 9th after spreading about 9K across 3 XFA accounts, and Cameron moved into 10th place with an $850 winner in the live account yesterday. We lost our buddy, Mr. Anonymous, yesterday with right around a 9K loss yesterday, but he's still pretty close to the top 10, making his way back in. We'll see what happens today.
Anonymous, what are you doing with a 9K loss limit? It seems like a lot.
Trading across 3 XFA accounts. Yeah.
6-9, got it.
All right, now everyone's favorite. It's the same top 5 as yesterday. The names just moved around a little bit. You think it's a coincidence? We always see the same 7 or 8 names every single day in this top 10 list. All right, Dakota remains in 5th place after a small winner yesterday. Isaac put up 3,500. Still dropped down to 4th place. He was in 3rd yesterday. Ronald did not trade, sitting in 3rd place. Nicholas T jumped to 2nd after a stellar $19,000 winner spread across 3 XFAs and a live account yesterday. Big trading out of Nicholas. And Michael remains in 1st place after picking up about $1,000. There is your top 10. Michael has been in 1st place ever since that huge day last week.
Yep.
Put up, I think, was it like 48,000 across 3 XFAs last week? That's helped him stay in the top spot for a while now.
It's ludicrous.
JD, is there a way to put on here where they came from as far as rank? Like some people could have been 40th or 100th or 1,000th, to get to the top 10. I think it'd be kind of cool for us to see that. Maybe, I don't know,
to track their journey all the way to the top.
They do that in golf.
Well, I mean, just when we see these, where were they last? Like yesterday. I know you say it, but I can't follow. Like, I know these guys have been here on the top 5, but the ones that just popped up, Cameron, I think was one of them, or somebody with a C. Mm-hmm. Like, where were they prior to this?
I think
because that's pretty interesting. It's no different than golf. We're like, hey, they were 120th ranked, and now they're up to 8th. You're like, whoa, what? That's a big jump. What have they done? And then there's a story around that. What have they done? Could be
sure.
Interesting.
I think we could dig up that kind of information. Let me move a few things around and see what we can do. I'll get back to you.
I know, guys, we're looking to create a leaderboard that we will be able to drop the link in here. You'll see the top 100. I believe that's what we're looking to. We're just trying to figure out how to get it all, the data, and then all the kind of, and so it updates end of day at least.
Yeah, see the previous day, see the change, right? You moved up 9 spots, or you moved down 10 spots from the previous day. Yeah.
There you go. Like up. There you go, Evan. Or even bid 50. Even bid 50, Andre. Even bid 50.
Even bid 50. Remember how to arbit? You remember how to arbit? Even bid 50.
Even bid 50. Even bid 50.
Even on 50. Even on 50.
Even on 50.
50 to the head, 5 to the chin.
There you go.
5 50.
All right, seen crew.
And remember, if your hand's this way, you're buying. You want it. If it's this way, get it away from me. I'm selling.
And if your hands are on your ass, that means you're not trading.
That's true. That's the news.
Yeah, trying one last long here. We have some 4-hour demand area here, so 78.53 long. If this one doesn't work, I will end the day. I do have a stop just at 78.39, so it's not a full 30 lots. It's just price sort of staggered a little bit there. So if I don't get a move up, it's just going to be a small loss. And if that doesn't work, then I might wait for a couple of hours before I see whether there's another opportunity. If there isn't one, I'm not going to trade for the rest of the day. So we do have a value acceptance, but we're running into a but we're running into a 4-hour demand area here on the 4 hours. So sometimes those areas can be really good bounces.
I know while I've been talking to you guys, I've been wanting to get short, and I haven't, because we've had these conversations about leaderboard. So this right there, that distracting moment enough, has probably saved me, because it's trading 64s. We started talking when JD came on here. I was trading 46s or something like that, or 50s. So far, just in the last, 5-10 minutes, this has helped me not trade, which is good, because I got $780 some odd. I don't want that to go back into where I got to work hard again, because it's back down to scratch, and I want to put up. So this is technically, in my opinion, a good day. I mean, anything above 500, I want to take that day home. I want to take that. Because, after a week, you're up 2,000. Yeah. And that's 100,000 a year if you want to extrapolate that.
Trader math, baby. Nothing better. Yeah, it's $100,000.
I've always done the trader math.
It's the best.
And I'm not on a rant. The trader math, I'm not on a rant, but that's where the 20 account bugs the hell out of me, because it sells the trader math on the upside. People are going to make $100 is what I know. This influencer was just talking on here. We used to work with him, and I'm just like, you made $200 on per account, so you just said you're up 4,000. You're not. I mean, you are, but you're not. Why don't you tell people that you're down 200 and you're now down 4,000? I mean, they extrapolate and combine it all together, and to me, that's just really not. It didn't get perks everybody's interest. Holy shit, so and so made $8,000. Well, no, they made it small. So I don't think people see the downside extrapolation that you should be calculating. So technically, if you're not consistently profitable, I don't think you should have any business doing 20 accounts. Now, Topstep, we're looking at, hey, you get 3 accounts when you're funded, but if you have built up those accounts to a certain level, you may be able to unlock more accounts to trade at the funded level. So that's like increasing your buying power. So rewarding somebody as they're doing well with increased size and more opportunities is, to me, much more setting them up for success, then saying, here's 20 accounts. And oh, by the way, each account is $350 activation fee. There's $6,000. No, 6. There's $6,000 you just gave. Is that right? 20 times, let's just say 20 times 300 is $6,000. You just gave that company $6,000 and you haven't, all you did was pass in one day. That's where I get scared for folks that spend that. I mean, I don't know. That's why we limit you. I didn't even want to do 3 lots. I've always wanted to do just 1, but there's so much pressure out there, competitive pressure, not even competitive pressure because you don't follow the competition, just follow them. But like feedback from people like, I want this, and giving them the candy all the time is not good. So it's not really helping people. So we went to 3, and 3, if you think about it, we only have a 150 flat activation. So technically the activation is 450. And if you bomb that, thank God it's not $6,000 because I guarantee you, I can't guarantee anything, but high probability wise in the history of mine is all those people are bombing after they pay activation, bombing, majority. And that's the sad part about it because I want people to slow down. So it's not complaining. People last week were like, hey, you're complaining. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to say, is that really the best way to start and go into something? I'd rather go into something and be scaled up than go into something and have the whole world given to me when I'm really not proven anything except just passing. Some of these people have like 1 day pass. I mean, we have 2, so it's like, what the hell is the difference? But I don't know. That's just kind of a little thought about think about your own risk management when you enter a funding company, just because the barrier to entry is low and they feed you a bunch of, that's the only part about this business that I think would be nice, not complaining, would be nice to help people start and then scale up rather than that. But again, to each his own.
Michael, that was the most.
All right.
Yes, Deeyana, please.
Yeah, I'm out. So I closed that early. So it's not really turning around. So I'm down 990 on the day, and that's probably going to be me for today.
Yeah.
Done.
Full transparency.
And 20 accounts sells a perception that you're getting more, but then the funding company, I don't want to take your 20 account activation fee. I don't. All I'm basically doing is knowing the fact you're going to go up there because you're kind of already have a gambler mentality. You're going to go up there, you're going to get funded, and you're going to blow it out. And I don't really want, if it's some regulator's kid and they're borrowing their mom's credit card and they're doing that kind of stuff, I don't want to defend my company and say, hey, you know what? We're actually trying to help people when I'm giving you all this candy and cookies and bad, habit forming stuff. That's kind of where I come from. In that nature, but again, to each its own. I just think you got to prove to yourself on one account, and then after months, and look, you can pay a low monthly fee. Then after months, you're like, hey, I got good control, and I like trading 1 lots. Okay, I'm going to add account to copy it, and that added account is going to trade a 1 lot too. And then, so when I'm going into this trade, I'm always thinking I know I can manage my risk with a 1 lot, with a 10 tick stop, and I'm going to keep that game going rather than putting whatever extrapolation on your thing and saying I'm long a 10 lot right now. Ooh, I get clammed up and I get nervous because I've never done a 10 lot. So I get that, but you need to get yourself in that real honest position of looking that trader in the mirror yourself and saying, can I even do it with 1 account? That's risk management in and of itself. You should never spend that out of the gate to get funded. I'm going on a rant right now, but
I love it, dude.
To pay for all these evaluations, that in and of itself is you being smart and saying, I don't need to do this. I can slow down and get myself in a better position, trading 1 lot and 1 account and getting consistent. So I don't know.
You ran out of steam there.
I ran out of steam.
You ran out of steam.
The squirrel. All right, Michael. The squirrel stopped running.
Well, thank you. Thank you to everyone. Deeyana, thank you for joining us today. Eddie, great seeing you trade again, dude. Michael, as always, the boss, the CEO. Thank you for being on with us. We got to wrap this up and move on to shoulder tap. Before we do move on, we got shoulder tap with Hoag and Mick. JD wanted me to ask everyone. We got the group coaching form at the top of the chat here. Please fill in those questions. We have a special group coaching day today. We have Dolby with David Green for a whole group coaching hour So please get those questions in there. That is Top Quiz with Jack and Alyssa. We got Rips on today, this afternoon, recapping with Rips. And for Power Hour, Dolby, myself, and Isaac Suffren. Isaac Suffren, rising star here. Also born on Leap Day. Tomorrow is his birthday, believe it or not. I finally met someone born on Leap Day. So we'll ask him about that. Anyways, thank you for your time. Yes, you guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much. And let's move on to Shoulder Tap.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Shoulder Tap segment. I'm Hoag, and with me is Ben, one of our risk management team. Always good to see Ben. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, Hoag. I'm happy to be on with you. It seems like forever since we've last done this, so I'm excited. It's an exciting day. We've seen some good stuff in the market, so yeah, happy to be here.
Well, and we're glad to have you here. This is always such an interesting and informative segment, and I'm glad to have you with me here today. You mentioned couple of standout traders early today, and you said you have a funny story. I'm looking forward to hearing about these. Tell us about those standout traders today.
Yeah, I've got quite a few updates. To start, yesterday in the live markets, lots of our live traders put up some really big profitable days, and quite a few of our traders have had great weeks to start off. So a couple of quick shout outs there. I know that we've spoke about Nicholas F. Yesterday, made $9,500 yesterday and is already up a cool $4,900 today. So
beautiful.
That's an outstanding week. That's an outstanding month for anybody. Really impressive to be doing that in the live market. So Nicholas, if you're listening, make sure you hold on to that. That was also turning around what was a decent losing streak. So happy to see Nicholas on the right path. Venkata also $2,800 yesterday, up about $1,800 today. And Isaac, one of our natives, he's up 9,000 on the week. I believe he's down a little bit today, a couple $100, but Isaac's got a nice green week after what was a decent losing streak. So lots of positive news there. And someone I want to highlight who I've been communicating with this week is Jalen C. That's one of our live traders who we've featured a number of times, but Jalen had quite a big day yesterday, and that was in the aftermath of a conversation that we had on Monday. Jalen reached out to us. I spoke to him on the phone about he wanted to expand his daily loss limit. He's in a 50K live account with us. Was asking after 5 days of hitting that daily loss limit in a row, hitting that $1,000 daily loss limit in a row, was asking about expanding the daily loss limit for that live account. Now, I'm always cautious when I get a request like that from someone, especially given the losing streak that he was on. I want to dig into why that is. He was pretty quick to share that he had just opened up a 150K trading combine, trying to build out that portfolio of accounts with us. And I think got very quickly accustomed to trading up with that size and wanted to do that with his live account. So I shared some specifics, some wisdom with him about, ultimately, as you know, Hoag, expanding your daily loss limit is not the path to success in trading. It really has nothing to do with it. As a matter of fact, I think it's the quickest way to account destruction is when you start doing that, especially if you are on a losing streak. So we had a good conversation. Long story short, he knew that he was going to keep his live account and needed to post some profits. So after 5 days of hitting that daily loss limit in a row, he posted a $13,600 winner yesterday. So really fantastic turnaround. Trading is the psychological side of trading continues to excite me and puzzle me and mystify me. His trajectory over the last week into the beginning of this week, the conversation we had, and then what he did yesterday is truly interesting. I don't know another way of putting it. He turned it right around and put up a monster day. So I think he's down a little bit at the moment. Last I checked. So Jalen, if you're watching, just keep that under wraps. Make sure you take that net $7,000 or $8,000 of profit that you're up for this live account and keep chugging away. We're happy to see that and excited to continue seeing a lot of green on the boards against today. So.
Very good, Ben. One question I want to ask you is did you let him expand his daily loss limit?
No,
maybe I missed it.
No, we did not. Yeah, so we are always willing to work with our live traders, and depending on certain metrics, kind of where they're at psychologically and the like, we can adjust a large number of risk parameters, whether that's max position sizing or daily loss limit, all those types of things. So we're willing to work with you, but we want to make sure from a, protecting the company, managing the company's risk standpoint, we've got to make sure that you're in the right space and have proven yourself in that live account before we're willing to do some of those things. So,
I think you protected Jalen as well. I agree with you. I wouldn't have expanded that daily loss limit after 5 straight losses to it. You just expand the potential losses. You guys did a great job. And congratulations, Jalen, for pulling it out in big fashion the way you did yesterday. Make sure you keep those profits. Sorry, Ben, Go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. We are always quick to shrink that daily loss limit when our live traders request it, because that's approaching it with a healthy mentality. I'm not trading well. I need to size down. And that's an excellent risk tool to just absolutely pull you out of the markets if you hit a certain loss limit. So we're always willing to shrink that for our live traders, very quick to do that, and also very skeptical and reluctant to expand it. Giving those caveats that oftentimes, and Jalen is a textbook example, it is not linked to profitability. You can post excellent profits with the loss limit and margin size that you have in that 50K account. So just food for thought for all of our traders. Let's dive into some of our trading cards that we have today. First up, we've got David. David are trading with us out of New York, who is pretty much a brand spanking new trader, at least at Topstep with us. Started trading with us in January of 2024, trading the NASDAQ. I had to triple take when I was looking at this trade report, and actually roped Brett in as well, because I almost couldn't believe it. People have posted some really astounding winning streaks, hot streaks over periods of time, but this one's relatively exceptional. David has been a 100% winning day trader so far and has 97% winning trades on 10 trading days, which isn't a tiny sample size. That's quite the win streak, posting an average daily P&L of $1,300. I was fascinated and dug in really deep as far as, what David is looking at, how he's actually executing these trades intraday, and he's a scalper. He's averaging 2 trades a day. The hold times on winners and losers are almost identical and are very consistent throughout the day. That was really what struck me about this trading card, was the consistency. There is, David going into the markets each day. The depiction I came up with was like a panther sitting in the tree. He's only sitting there all day long waiting for those, 3 or 4 minute hold times that he's got on his trades, posting 2 trades a day, trading for a total of, 10 minutes out of the trading day. But going in, consistently capturing profits, using the same size, using the same strategy, using the same product, just really putting out consistent trading results. Pretty impressively so for those hold times and the fact that he's scalping the NASDAQ. Also noteworthy is the P&L curve, very steady P&L curve, meaning the difference between his best winning day and his worst winning day was only about 3x. A lot of times, I've started to recognize this as a predictor of, maybe account destruction or a significant losing streak coming in when I see someone post, a $300 winning day and then a $10,000 winning day and then a $2,000 winning day and then max loss limit. There's inconsistency with that. I think it really messes with your head psychologically. So David's being very disciplined about going into the market, knowing what setup he's looking for, and knowing what profit he's expecting to extract out of that, and being comfortable with that. That's something that we all need to work on. That greed monster is sitting on all of our shoulders, saying, take 5 more points, 10 more points, 1 more trade. You could break your record if you just do X, Y, or Z. Those sorts of things those thoughts are something that our traders are fighting constantly throughout the day. And David does a fantastic job of really being disciplined from the mental side of things, because, man, 100% winning days when you're on a 10-day winning streak can definitely, start to creep in and tickle that ego a little bit. So that's the only point that I would highlight. I don't want to tell David he needs to do this or that. Frankly, he's trading very outstandingly, one of our best traders over the last 2 weeks, without a doubt. So, just accept those losers when they come. It's impossible to sustain this level of trading with this type of win percentage for, additional months and even years, right? Eventually, you're going to hit that cold streak. Things are going to happen. So just be willing to accept those losers. That's the biggest thing for David, is not letting, a few bad days ruin what has been such a fantastic streak of trading so far.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've dealt with in my career is, after a long winning streak, you start to feel like, you know what to do, and maybe you let your guard down and you get hit with a right cross. And then there's that consistent winning. It would start to make me nervous after a little while. I feel the pressure to keep the win streak going, and that has created some sometimes disastrous results in my own trading. So, David, you're doing so well. I wouldn't change anything. But when you start to feel a little bit of that humility creeping away, if you start to get a little bit nervous about keeping this win streak going, what I used to do is I would break the win streak myself. I would take a day off. They would break the win streak, pressure off, able to get back to trading and focusing on looking for these good opportunities. I think this guy's great. It looks like he's working for 5 minutes a day, but I'm sure he's spending a lot of screen time waiting for that low hanging fruit that he is able to find so well. This is a great trade report. Good trading, David. Where have you been?
Yeah, it's something special for sure. And the faster and further you go up that mountain, the scarier it can be. Coming down. I hear you on that, Hoag. And psychologically speaking, there's a lot of ways to deal with that. You mentioned take the day off, take a payout and take a vacation. Do whatever you got to do, but you can cut your trading size in half, trade the micros. There's a lot of options. But David, we're cheering for you. Obviously, we called you up to live in that 150K account for a reason. So now you've got all of the risk team resources as well at your disposal. So we'll work with you any way we can to help maintain the streak and keep getting while the getting's good. So I think we're good there. Let's move on to Sandre. Sandre is our next trading card up. And Sandre actually had two 50K XFAs get called up to live yesterday, along with David. And Sandre's trading out of Oslo, Norway, which is fantastic. Always love seeing countries that don't appear as frequently on our features, and our Norwegian traders are fantastic. We love it. I'm glad that we don't have his last name up there because I got to tell you, I was born and raised in Texas, and I would absolutely butcher that last name if I was going to try to say it out loud. So glad we don't have to go there, but. Sandre's posting $833 a day on average. Also trading the NQ. We all know that's our most popular product at Topstep. Been trading with us since July of last year and putting up really good statistics, 73% winning days, 65% winning trades. That's all great, but really what stands out to me is that reward to risk ratio of 2.7 to 1 with a 65% win rate. That is some serious moolah. You are not seeing a whole lot of drawdown, or when you do, it's quickly recovered with that type of a reward to risk ratio. So really amazing from that perspective. Also not taking a ton of trades per day, similar to David, really only knocking out 3 trades per day, averaging 3 contracts per trade. So keeping the size relatively small and not going for anything crazy. Sandre's taken $3,400 in payouts prior to being transferred, which of course we love seeing. And the other part of it is the hold times on those winners being 3 times as long as the losers. So everybody's heard this from our risk team over and over again, cutting those losers quickly and letting the winners run. Sandre's doing a great job of that, making sure, once you're on the right side of the market, milk it for all it's worth and be honest about when the trade's over, take those profits and move on. So really a fantastic job from that perspective. And one thing I'd say, minor area for improvement is to recognize those losing days a little bit earlier. Hoag, I don't know if you had caught that necessarily. To me, it stood out relatively bright on the trade report, but the contract volume is significantly higher on those losing days. It can be double or triple, the winning days. So that means, find yourself in a bit of a hole, and then you end up, chasing that, trying to recover those profits. That's what the daily loss limit is for. That's why we have that in place. It's important for all accounts, I believe, whether you have a personal loss limit or something programmed into the account. That daily loss limit really helps protect your account. But that's one area for improvement. And otherwise, really excellent trading is, study what you're doing on those losing days and try and trim that stuff up. But overall, getting a $9,100 balance transferred into the live account is excellent. That gives you lots of room with that 50K XFA to be trading in a live account. We're looking forward to seeing what Sandre can do. And outside of that, was there anything that stood out to you on this trade report or that you noticed?
Sure, Ben. I love the fact that this is a 50K account, and Sandre has been able to keep the average winning day greater than the average losing day, and part of that is probably because it's that 50K account, that $1,000 loss limit. It's also been able to put up $2,700 in one day, and that's almost 3 times that even possible losing day. So I agree. We don't want to hit the daily loss limit. If you can recognize that you're out of tune earlier in the session, just lose a little bit less. Absolutely. One thing, the average winning trade, average losing trade is almost 3-1. Take a look at the trade duration as well. It's 3-1, 3-1 average winning trade over losing trade, 3-1 average winning trade duration over average after losing trade duration. Even better than that. I mean, we're 18 minutes in wins, 5 minutes in losses. That's not falling in love with your losses. I completely concur that Sandre should be pulled up to a funded account, and looking forward to continued success for this trader. This is really good stuff. I'm almost envious of the reward over risk ratio. That is something that to me is so important. And this trader would still be profitable even if they were right 4 out of 10 trades, and they're right 6.5 times out of 10 in trades. This is a trader that is going places. Just keep it up, Sandre. We're looking forward again to your continued success.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you highlighted that best winning day versus worst winning day ratio. That's another important element, something that the risk team considers, and something that you should be looking at in your own trading as well. What do your best days look like compared to your worst days? That's one of the reasons I love the 50K size trading account. Is it has that $1,000 maximum loss limit. Now, with the leverage that is afforded in that account size, just like Jalen did, trader that we talked about at the beginning of the segment, it's possible to put up, $10,000, $13,000 in a 50K account in a single day, right? If you're pressing the winners and cutting those losses quickly. Jalen yesterday had a 13-1, reward to risk ratio from the day's perspective, right? What the actual risk was with that daily loss limit. The 50K trading combine is our most popular product. It's the most popular in the industry for that matter. So if you are someone that's maybe new to Topstep, considering where you should go from one risk manager to a new trader, definitely consider that 50K to start. That's the best place, and you really are protected with a lot of upside potential, just like we're seeing from Sandre. So
nice,
good stuff there.
Good points. Yeah.
Let's move on to Ariel, our trading card for Ariel, please.
Ariel,
also trading in a 50K account size, which is great. And they're actually in the XFA. This is someone that our risk team is watching very closely and carefully. I know Brett yesterday made a point to highlight our traders who maybe don't get quite the notoriety with the the big swings, the $10,000, $15,000 days, but they're just out grinding it out, putting up $100, $200, $300 a day, and taking that home and being happy with it. Ariel is one of those. Has been really a model for consistency. Another trader with 100% winning days. Really fantastic. Ariel has been trading 13 days in this account. So again, not the small sample size. That's a decent body of work for 100% winning days. 62% winning trades, also taking very few trades per day. So that's really been the theme for all of our trading cards today. Very few trades, being very selective, really picking our shots, taking the profits if they come, and going home. Ariel's doing that fantastically. And the P&Ls, Hoag, I'm sure that stood out to you as well. When you're looking at it, it's identical. I mean, it's about as close as it can get day after day. There's very little fluctuation in those P&Ls. We're seeing about $300 a day in profits from Ariel. That's the average. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. But even when Ariel, goes negative for the day, has a negative P&L. I saw a couple instances, down $400 or $500, able to recover that, recovers from those deficits really well, brings it back up to a $200 winner, or heck, even a $50 winner for the day, somewhere above zero. and walks away. That's being very disciplined, very patient, very comfortable with who they are as a trader. And ultimately hitting base hits over and over again like that is going to win you the championship. That's how you end up taking home considerable profits, supplementing your income, heck, even replacing your income somewhere down the line if you can really build upon that, continue to grow, continue to get better. Because from my perspective and what I saw in this trade report, really the only thing that I could advise going forward would be studying your trades, studying the decisions that you're making intraday, and identifying, starting to cluster and categorize those trades as A, B, and C setups, right? What is your A+ setup? What works out for you the best? What are you the most comfortable with? And start to slowly and incrementally increase size on those trades. That's what the best traders in the world do. They are very comfortable with who they are, what they're looking for. And when those set of criteria, it's not something that you should really be seeing on, every other trade, right? But identifying when those stars align and then adding some size to that trade, that's how you can really make up for some losing trades, some losing days, and come out with a fantastic P&L on the month or on the year, those A+ trades. So I think that's the next big step up for Ariel, is to just study that trading data for themselves and identifying those great trades and slowly, not putting yourself in a position where you're uncomfortable, because clearly Ariel's comfortable with the current size, comfortable posting these P&L days. And anytime I'm talking to someone about increasing their size or increasing their trading profits, it's got to be in an incremental way, right? Whether that's, going down to minis and increasing the size by 1.5, something like that. There's a lot of ways to do that where you don't really get vertigo because all of a sudden you've got a $1,500 winning day and you've never seen that before, right? That could be counterproductive for sure. But from an X's and O's, from actual executions of these trades, it's going very, very well. And, with a 1.8 reward to risk ratio and that type of winning percentage, similar to Sandre, that's a recipe for success. So continue to do that. We are very closely watching Ariel, and will likely be calling them up to a live account sometime here in the near future, and certainly if this level of trading persists. So that is what I'm seeing from Ariel, and we're happy to highlight some of the unsung heroes who are just out here posting those $200 days over and over again. So Ariel, we see you, we appreciate you, and ultimately the sky's the limit when you're trading like this. Any thoughts on this one, Hoag?
Yeah, all I can see when I'm looking at all three of these trade reports is I can hear Mick saying, I love this. Not over trading, taking A setups, good reward over risk ratio, nice even equity curves like you mentioned, just really, really good trading. And like you said, kind of some of the unsung heroes, but the consistency that we're seeing in these traders, I have really high hopes for all three of them today. That was a fantastic session today, Ben. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Hoag. And I've got to be honest, and credit to our production team, yourself, our personalities on TopstepTV. I think a lot of the education, hand-holding, if you want to call it that, but just being there for our traders, educating and walking them through trades, I think that's really starting to pay dividends. And we're seeing a lot of really exceptional trading. And lots of these folks that we're talking to, calling up to these live accounts, they're saying they're watching TopstepTV. They're adamant about, engaging with you guys, trying to better themselves. And, that makes my heart swell. I can't be more proud of the work that you guys are doing on TopstepTV, and ultimately how that's paying dividends in our funded traders and how they're able to impact their own lives by trading profitably. So, another great day. I agree with you, a killer session, and we'll continue to look for the best traders and call them up.
Awesome, Ben. Thank you for that. And don't forget, you are a big part of that as well. So we're just doing everything here to benefit our traders. We really appreciate you being here with us. Stick around, folks. We got the Power Players segment coming up here. We've got Eddie, myself, and Jack on Power Players, and then Jack and Alyssa right after that for Top Quiz. So, Ben, thank you again so much for being here. Thanks for your wisdom and thoughts. And we'll see you again soon. Stick around, folks.
It's time for Power Players.
Yes, it is. Power Players. And look who we have here today. We've got Jack and Mr. Hoag with us today. And we're going to do something just a wee bit different. I'm going to be watching the wire for any of the Fed's comments. And Jack has got something special for us today. And hello, Jack. How are you? And what do you got for us today?
Hi there, guys. Glad to join. You know, sometimes someone might drop out of Power Players, and we need a Power Player from behind the desk to emerge pretty much. I'm happy to be here. So I think today, this hour, we got 3 Fed speakers. We got Bostic right now coming up, Collins, and then Williams, plus some analysis from Hoag. And also, I kind of wanted to go through what the experience is of working at an electronic prop shop and how you might pursue a path in that nowadays. So we'll take some questions on that. But first, is anything cooking with Bostic so far?
Nothing yet. Got the wire here. Just waiting for him to spew some verbs, and we'll find out what's happening. As soon as he hits it, I will let us know.
Right on.
Awesome.
Well, Hoag,
Awesome.
you were out today for fast markets. What have you seen in the market so far today?
Okay, let's take a look. I actually want to start with the Nasdaq because the Nasdaq offered I think a pretty decent opportunity off those lows that came in after the regular trading hour open. So let me put the profile on here. Right now on Topstep X, you can use a market profile fixed range, so you can put it on and you'll have to continue to populate it throughout the day. But just to point out that this is the regular trading hour session. So the market, we talked about the idea that the S&P and the Nasdaq are kind of setting up bull flags. Well, we took a look below the lower trend line of the bull flag today, had a rejected or a failed auction down there, and the market has continued to return to rotational trade. And when this happens, when there's a failure below a level, usually, especially in a range bound trade, the target for that trade is the other extreme. The market certainly seeming to look like that here so far this morning. We are seeing a little bit of a delta divergence in the S&Ps right now. Take a look at the S&Ps. The market, took a look down towards yesterday's low here in the regular trading hours. Let me put that indicator on here again, just so we know what is regular trading hours. There, we've got it. So, the market opened. It did not leave the opening range at the high or the low. I did not trade it. I was not in fast markets this morning, so I was doing some other things. We did not get a test of the lower trend line in the S&P. Sometimes what doesn't happen is as important as what does. The market, took a look, tested to yesterday's low, relatively close to it. No test of the overnight low in the S&Ps. While we did that in the Nasdaq, now the S&Ps are at risk of potential breakout continuation above the upper trend line here. Now it's 1, 2, 3 iffy points of contact there. The market certainly seems to be holding up above this trend line, trying to hold above this trend line, and both the S&P and the Nasdaq have double distribution trend days started. Am I looking for a huge breakout above this level today? No. I think everybody is going to be waiting to see what happens with the PCE tomorrow. If I'm looking for longs, it would be in this area here where we have the single TPOs. Some would call that a fair value gap for an opportunity for a potential long. Not really using this trend line for anything today because of the fact that we have PCE tomorrow and ACH. Anything can happen. Eddie, gold today, man. Gold was, and we kind of called that on the opening call. Like, what do we do with this? Remember, Eddie? We were like, it's
Yes.
so range bound. We're gonna. I was like, I don't even want to think about what to do with this thing today. Here's the 30-minute chart. So, the market had some overnight inventory, began adjusting prior to the open, on the open, or prior to the open. Any overnight inventory was already adjusted. The market just took us back into range from yesterday. And if that's the case, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to look at the high of the range from yesterday or the low of the range for yesterday for any opportunities that I might be thinking about taking. And that's really what the market did. I mean, it traded up to the close to the high of yesterday's regular trading hour range, turned around, traded to the low of yesterday's regular trading hour range. This market is basically telling us, I need new information before anything is going to change, before anything is going to change. It would have been a hard trade to take, especially after coming off that bottom as quickly as we did to take that short, but it does allow you to limit risk. Would have been probably a hard trade to take on this low as well, but it does give you the opportunity to limit risk. Crude oil has been a pill this morning on the longer time frame. Everybody, I think, has been anticipating, looking for some sort of break from this area of balance that we've been in, well, at least for a couple of weeks recently. And we had a really good shot at it today. I think that 4.2 million barrel increase in inventories was enough to knock us back into range. Very, very difficult trading day in crude oil. If you ask me, I mean, it looked one time framing higher. It took out the weekly kickoff high. It took out the last week's high. It took out the trend line that we've got across that level. Everything looked rosy for continuation to the upside, and then it just all fell flat after that 9:30 EIA number. So very, very difficult trade day today, I think, in crude oil. But is there an easy trading day? I don't know of one.
I was going to say they're all tough,
stuff.
Hoag, that's for sure.
Yep. Yeah. So that's just a few thoughts off the cuff here for what we're looking at here in these markets today.
Well, thank you for that, Hoag. Well, allow me to introduce myself as well for those who don't know who I am. I'm Jack. Usually you probably see me either hosting the quiz, but I am the producer of TopstepTV. I've been at Topstep for close to 5 years now. But in a previous career, I spent out of college, I was at for about 7 years. I was at a large prop trading shop in Chicago that was acquired by an even larger prop trading shop, during which I was trading the treasury bond basis. So trading futures against the cash treasury bonds in what I know some of you in here have worked at some of these places, an auto spreader group. And it's an interesting, I'm adjusting to sort of this outright trading, but the type of trading that goes on in those places, it goes on now, feels like it's very different from what we see every day in the market. Here, what we're looking at when we're trading outright ES or NQ. So, and yes, I was the cat in the hat. I look like Seth MacFarlane. Those are all on my resume as well. So I think as we wait for these Fed speakers and open to taking some trades here and things like that, if there's any questions anyone has in the chat about sort of the almost necessary path now that if you're trying to work at one of these places that you might want to look into, I'm happy to answer those, or kind of what we did back then. But kind of open all around. I don't know if you have anything off the top, John.
Well, I mean, you were, as far as prop shops are concerned, you were in the office, right?
Oh, yes. So to describe sort of like my path through that is I got that job straight out of college. And for the treasury markets, as you know, with the futures are open 23 hours a day or whatever else. So you need coverage because at a lot of these places, you almost always have a trade on or the possibility of having a trade on. There's never a time when the books aren't trading, right? So I spent the first year there working overnight, managing other traders' positions who were there during the day. And it sucked. That was probably the one of the worst years of my life, because you get to work at 5:30 p.m. on a Sunday, and then you don't leave until 7 in the morning, rinse and repeat. But your reward, if you were doing that, is that you eventually, after a year of, it's almost like an old-timey labor agreement or something, but you would get your own account, and then you could torment the guys who were there at night. So that's kind of how I started with that.
Jack, let me ask you, right out of college, how does one sort of find a job like this?
So I'm going to be realistic if people want it. If you're coming right out of college and trying to apply one of these places, you probably need a degree relevant to something. Like nowadays is they want people with STEM degrees. I majored in economics. I've always been a math guy too. If you don't have much to show as far as your track record of trading, some of the best traders there were cooks in a previous career or something like that. And a ton of the most common path besides a college degree was being very successful at poker, professional poker, online or otherwise, because that's something you could show that's like a track record. So if it's just coming into it, they want STEM degrees from schools to show that you have that, your mind works that way. The other ways to get into it are to have a track record, i.e., usually from what I saw, either in poker or in trading. If you've been trading now and you can show the receipts that you've done well, that you have a strategy, things like that, then I think you will find places that will be interested in you.
Okay.
Yeah, that was something that on the trading floor, if you were going to get hired by a prop firm, not only was they like to hire like collegiate athletes. Really big people were often hired by prop firms in the euro dollars, or you had to know somebody, or if you had a real track record, you could probably get somebody to back you in that way. But it's a different world now.
And well, some of that's still true on the screens, because everything, the firm that I was at, everything was either on screens in an auto spreader. And for those who aren't familiar with the concept, an auto spreader is, I mean, you can work them through things off the shelf, but most prop shops are going to have proprietary software that does the trades for you. So like in an auto spreader group, it's basically a program that, filling certain parameters, it will hedge you in something else. So that if you get hit on, say, your short treasury futures, it will buy the cash to get you hedged, right? Because we actively avoided trying to take outright risk. Like the idea of being short or long naked exposure in, say, treasury futures was something that we tried to avoid, because that wasn't the strategy. That wasn't what you were trying to do. You were trying to make money off the spreads converging, usually. What was the original question? I kind of blacked out there for a second, thinking about back in the day. Oh, athletes. Sorry, Hoag. You mentioned athletes. Right. There's still a lot of, if you don't have the track record, the reason the degree and stuff become important, it's the same thing. You'll see it if you're in law, is notorious for this, but iBanking, things like that. Not to be pessimistic on it, but for the people that are coming in as clerks and stuff, they kind of want people they can abuse.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you guys, but like me as a 22-year-old coming out of college, especially because I graduated college in 2009, which, notoriously not a great time to find jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'll put up with almost anything. If you fast forward to when I was 30, I had it's like I have a 2-year-old now, and now he has opinions, right?
Of course.
22-year-olds have no work opinions, so you can just kind of tell them to do something and they'll do it. And athletes were there too. It didn't matter how big you were, but there's discipline. Like if you played a Division I sport, I know that you're a disciplined person because you went to class and you had practice however many 3-4 hours a day on top of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. Hey, real quick here, Jack. Fed Collins, actually, Bostic has not hit the wire yet. Collins is saying, I need to see more evidence in the disinflationary process. Will continue before starting to carefully normalize policy. And that's one of the highlights. Collins has speaking here and eyes on the wire here. Jack, we got a question here for you. This is coming from Chris Cope. Jack, can you touch on how you have been trained, how you would have been trained? Was it a mentor? Did they have an onboarding process? Was it trial by fire?
Yeah. You want to hear something wild is everything that like I say now will be based on my own experience because the whole prop trading industry is super opaque. They don't want we weren't allowed they didn't even want us we weren't allowed to go to conferences or things like that. They didn't want us talking at all to people at different shops or things like that because your edge is so important in those things. I can say from my experience what happened was I had no trading experience. The interview process for these prop shops, it was like a lot of tests and things like that. And then if you got hired, we did essentially have mentors because you were hired by a group with the main traders there. And in my experience, I went to work with them for 1 week during the day where they gave me the book. I wish I had it in front of me, the Treasury bond basis, showed me some basic things. And then I started on nights that Sunday night. So basically, I was really completely trained by the person there overnight who had started 6 months before me. So there was a lot of mentorship along the way, specifically within the people in the group. We were all on each other's P&L monitors. You could see their positions. Most of them were open to answering your questions. But the training was really just a ton of doing it, right? I was getting 13 hours of screen time a night, really. And that, and also just the pressure, and it was tough screen time because there's pressure. You were trading other people's money and you would hear it in the morning if you missed a trade or you did something stupid. And we all do something stupid occasionally.
So I mean, a lot of the execution of these trades were, as you mentioned, somewhat automated.
Yes,
but you still had to be there in case something went haywire. And that, what kind of trades could you mess up and be in trouble for the following morning?
Well, I did not do this.
Talk about stress.
The trades are automated. So let me hit on a giant point because I think this is kind of interesting, is that a lot of people there. So we were exclusively trading treasuries and treasury futures, tons of them. We were a huge portion of the overnight volume. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for saying this, but I feel like there were people there who knew bonds very well, but most did not because it was not important to making money in what we were doing. If anything, and once again, one person's opinion, the job was almost like being a professional video gamer and becoming incredibly good at, in this metaphor, the video game is the proprietary software. is trial and error, setting the right parameters, and getting the results you wanted out of the software was really what the job kind of boiled down to. Now, what mistakes could you make? Yeah, it's automated, but you could still make whatever trade you want on there. I saw one of my other night guys who was with me lost a trader $28,000 in like a minute, just literally flipping the ticket in the auto spreader, just buying instead of selling. And that was a
ouch.
You know, he had to call that person, and that person has since mellowed out quite a bit, but was notorious for, I wish I still had the email I got, you know, that had like 40 different F-bombs in it. And that wasn't
now,
even
Jack,
about
let me
that.
ask you, did they give him a box and tell him to pack his stuff and show him to the door on something like that?
No. He actually turned out to be a really good trader, like far better than me. But like the things that would get you canned were more, while you were a night guy, were usually general apathy and just not doing what you're told, or just some people just aren't able to do it. It takes a certain like risk mindset in those things, because you got to get used to it, because there's a lot of stress, because you can lose a lot of money for someone, like far more than that if you're not doing that. So
okay.
So it was
Jack,
pretty
I got
intense.
A couple things.
Go ahead, Eddie.
It was intense. I got a couple things here. Hey, don't forget, if you got questions for David Green, Nick Dolby Time has pinned that link to the top. Also, Slip Kid's got a question here. This is a good question. Is there any reason for a good trader to work at a prop shop when you could trade with guys with minimal risk, price of evaluation, activation, and take 90% of the profits? What's a good reason somebody to work for a prop shop?
I wrote some notes for this in advance because I thought this might come up. If you're trading at a big prop shop, I can't emphasize enough, it's just like a very different type of trading, and it's not right or wrong to do what you're doing, but it's just like the way it is. So it's a completely different structure. I think I've said before, you know, I'm long past any sort of NDAs I have on this and stuff like that, is that like the profit split is wildly different. You know, you're talking 90% on outrights. We were paying like 10, 12K a month in desk fees and took between 30 up to maybe 40 or 45% of the profits. So what do you get in return for that? Well, this is what a good prop shop would provide. Let me see my notes here. Is the biggest are just general resources, right? You get to trade positions that you could not possibly trade yourself, nor would you want to. So there's that part of it. But the bigger thing is they provide you the technology and tools needed to execute certain strategies. The place I was at probably had the smaller one before we were acquired. There were probably 350 people at the firm, and fewer than 150 were traders. It was probably a 1-to-1. Probably 150 were developers, because they were so like a 1-to-1 ratio there, where a lot of the resources were on developers who could improve the software, or if you wanted to execute some sort of black box strategy, make that in the most efficient way possible. The other thing is, for what we were doing, huge fixed costs involved. So when you're asking, you know, you look at your Comcast bill or something, I don't know if I can say this number, but if you saw what we had a direct line between New York and Chicago because the futures were in Chicago and New York is where the cash was getting traded. And we were doing all those trades instantaneously, or as you wanted to be as close to instantaneously as possible. And probably a large portion of those fees that we're paying are going towards that connection. And whatever you think it is, it's more. So,
right.
So
yeah, that's
just
where
to pay
that
for that
was.
latency, I'm sure it was expensive.
It's like the Ricky Bobby thing. Like if you're not first, you're last.
Yeah.
Depending on what your strategy is, there's certain strategies, and that latency kept on getting less and less, which is why there's been a huge amount of consolidation in those sorts of trades. Where, remember, I haven't worked at a prop shop in what 7 years now, and I'm sure things have changed immensely since then. So I can't speak for that, but there's always going to be huge fixed cost in servers and internet and all that stuff.
Okay. Hey, real quick here, some things over the wire. Finally, we got a Bostic comment. Bostic saying that there is still work to do on inflation, and they have not declared victory. Well, it's once again kicking the can down the road. Also, Apple will be breaking a new ground with some AI this year. I tell you, this AI is just the thing to have. And coming from U.S. Senate Republican leader McConnell will be stepping down as Senate GOP in November. So that's some of the importance that are hitting the wire. But Jack, just coming over here to Topstep and, having such good experience in markets and trading at a different level than, John and myself had. It was, you had that where you can sit down and somebody sort of telling you. Basically, what they did with us was they lit the fire and threw us in. And if we couldn't perform, there was somebody standing there ready to jump in on that spot that we were. So, I mean, that was sort of the pressure that we had is, perform or die, basically. But, how did you sort of catch success in what you were doing over there? How did you know that, hey, you know what? I'm seeing things clearly. I know what I'm doing now, and I'm moving forward.
I'm going to be completely honest. I was kind of in the right place at the right time. I happened to be at a firm at the time that had a clear edge in the markets. And if I have any regrets, it's really, I have some notes here about kind of what I noticed about the people that were most successful in that industry is kind of complacency is the death of trading, or of like being a good trader in that sort of industry, where in my first couple of years there, once I got my own account, it was like anyone, I could grab anyone out of the chat and who like knows a little bit about trading, give me a week with them and they'd be able to make a bunch of money because there was just an edge, right? You had the faster connection, the things worked. It wasn't that hard. The people that were really good, I think you need to recognize that all moments are fleeting and nothing, especially in trading, is going to last. And so the people that were the best kind of went into overdrive during the good times because they recognized that wasn't going to last, and they made a killing just working around the clock versus someone where Hoag, you say you're not the best trader in the world. I'm worse than you. And I think when I was younger too, the other mindset is like, oh, I can make a real decent amount of money right now, and I don't have to drive myself into the ground and burn out doing it. Or the classic one is, my first month with my own book, I did trader math. Like like Michael's talking about earlier, we're like, wow, I made this much in a month. That's this much in a year. This is all going to be the same for 20 years. It's going to be effing awesome.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
That's completely wrong. Right?
Yeah.
You have to be really committed to seeing what's next, being sort of the innovator on these things to stand a chance of surviving. And there's not many people, like I said, the firm that I was at was acquired. It went from sort of the top of what it was doing to for various reasons, the trades we were doing got squeezed out because of a combination of the expense of the speed race, but also just the compression and bond yields, that everything got locked up. Like nothing was moving. And then when it did move, it would move violently. And, and then was just like acquired by somewhere else. And there's not a ton of, there's not a ton of people that I came up with through that are still professionally trading at prop firms. And the ones, the few that are incredibly successful, but like you got to be the top of the top of the top to do that.
Right. Hey, let me ask you something else here, Jack. But real quick here, Bostic comments are starting to hit the wire here. He says he's comfortable being patient on the policy. Good. Well, I wish he'd ask a lot of us if we were patient. He said there's still work to do on this inflation. And he says he expects inflation to continue on the trajectory towards 2%. So these are some of the comments coming out here. Let me ask you something, Jack. Now, when open outcry dried up and blew away, John and myself, we were sort of inclined to learn electronic trading. And, we had to. It was adapt or die, right?
Yeah.
And it took a little time and a little hard work. And, like you said, some of the people that you have traded with, they're not in the business anymore. There's a lot of people that were on the trading floor that just couldn't get their hands and arms wrapped around electronic trading. Now, let me ask you something. If it was something that you needed to do, coming off a desk at a prop firm, would you be able, if there was still open outcry, would you be able to get into the pit and be successful?
Me personally, or
yes? Well, you as a prop trader, basically, it's just the reverse. We are on the floor, open outcry, coming to a desk. You being on a desk, going to the open outcry.
As you know, so like the firm I was at was started, and they all were at that time by someone who was a very, very, very successful 30-year trader on the floor there. I don't know. I think I've mentioned who it is before, John, but like I know you weren't in that pit. But I think there's some of it, like it takes away. Here's what I'd say is the difference is that some of the things are the same. Like, unless you're a quant doing something, a lot of what you need to do it is just to be very quick with numbers. And it's just like multiplication and stuff like that. We just basically, you had to be able to put on a bunch of positions and then keep track of like, well, if I have, because we were spread across the whole yield curve, it would be like, okay, I put all these positions on, like everything got filled. So like, what is my curve exposure right now? How many outrights am I off? Which we would measure in terms of ZN, like 10-year equivalents. I think that's the sort of thing that would be helpful on the floor, because I know they did similar trades down there where you'd kind of do half and half. You'd be trying to hedge. And if you're trying to hedge a bunch of things, it's helpful. I think what the screens allowed is so I can't say if I would be good on the floor. I can say there were a lot of people at our firm that were extremely good traders that would have been terrible on the floor because, there's a lot of people in there who, if you work with these prop shops, there's going to be a lot of people in there who are on the spectrum, literally, right? So that are just process things differently and don't have. I could not imagine them, yelling over someone to get something in the pit, but they're incredibly smart in other ways. It can absolutely do the job when it is through not face to face, right? So that's kind of where I would feel on that.
I never thought about that. I mean, it did take a I guess a particular kind of person to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder and chest to back in a pit full of people screaming and hollering. I guess of course not everybody can do it, and there were a lot of people that got hired as prop traders on the trading floor, and but it was different. It was mostly outright trading. They just put a badge on you and say, all right, kid, go in there and buy the bid and sell the offer. That's all you got to do. Buy the bid and sell the offer. Just get used to the transaction. And then, you get used to hearing your own voice. I would imagine that, a lot of folks would have a big difficulty doing that. I had never thought about that, Jack. That's very interesting.
And there still is. Go ahead, Eddie.
I just wanted to add to that. One of the things here, when I was in school, I remember a nun telling me, in your job career, you should avoid numbers at all possible cost. It wasn't too good in math or algebra, and she was giving me a good tip. But all of a sudden, I get a job on the trading floor, and you couldn't avoid seeing a number if you closed your eyes. And I think one of the things too, if you said that, I mean, at times when I was a clerk in the pit, you would need to add numbers up, odd numbers, cards filled. Make sure we got 300 here. Make sure we've got 50. Did I do and somebody coming off a desk like that, you'd have the advantage over me. You'd be able to have that tally. You'd know how to multiply. You know how to add real quick. So basically what I'm saying is I hate numbers, but I'm still here and I'm still loving it.
Yeah. The emotional intelligence is still important though, because I saw someone mention emotional intelligence there is, I saw firsthand we've talked about it before. They've done studies and stuff that women tend to be better traders. And I definitely, like everything in trading, the traders at our firm were, let's call it charitably, 90% dudes, maybe a little bit higher. The women traders that were there were definitely of a higher caliber as a whole. Like the women traders are there. I don't know one woman trader that was there that wasn't in the top quartile, top 20% of traders there. I don't think there was ever a female trader that was let go or didn't perform. And I think part of it is you have to try. I mean, to go into something like that where you're going to be working with 90% dudes, you got to want it. Like you must be really driven towards that sort of career. Yeah.
Yeah, John, I tell you, there were some women on the trading floor that were like brilliant. They were geniuses. They were profitable. And it was like, you knew who these women were. And they had tunnel vision. They did what they needed to do. They really weren't, too much conversational. They were strictly business. And then, of course, there were some, that would come once in a while and see what they can sort of scalp out of the market and so forth. But I tell you, some of these others, they were down to business. And it's like, get out of her way. She's working something. And they were very, the volume was, they were very vocal. If you did something wrong, if you're trying to put an order in or something, they would let you know.
Oh yes, and one of the biggest brokers, well, actually one of the biggest spread traders in the Eurodollars, was a woman that just seemed to, she was kind of a savant. She's working all these different, I mean, we're talking 40 different contract months over 10 years and working spreads against each of them and some very thin, far away contracts. I don't know how she did it. I could never figure out how she did it. One of the biggest brokers in the Euros was also a woman, but kind of like at Jack's trading firm, we're 90% dudes, like you said, on the trading floor, most of it. But the women that were there were very, very good, very sharp.
Yeah, we got the NASDAQ selling off here.
Take a look here.
The most tempted waiting all this time.
We're also seeing the spoos, yeah.
Yeah. Still some pretty small ranges, though. Kind of still expecting not a lot to really come from all of this as far as directional activity because of tomorrow's PCE numbers. But it's going to be interesting rest of the day.
Are you looking at this as sort of fading the range?
Pardon me?
Are you looking at this as sort of like a fade the range day?
I mean, that would probably be my thing to do, but I mean, we've only got a 19 handle range in the S&P, so it's not going to take a lot of energy to extend it. But just thinking about, it is an inside day inside yesterday's range. So the market is seeking new information. Again, that would probably be a fade the extreme kind of a situation for me because it just, allows us to limit risk. And that's what the market's been doing. It's just been kind of rotating inside yesterday's regular trading hour range.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Jack, thank you very much for sharing that sort of behind the scenes, something that not all of us really do know about. And I hope you can come back here. We could talk about this again. And of course, Johnny, thank you very much for being with us here. Jack's going to stick around because we've got TopQuiz coming up next. So don't go away. Once again, thank you, Jack. Thank you, Hoag. And TopQuiz running up next. Be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. I'm back, and I have my quiz hat on now. Alyssa, how you doing?
Hey, Jack. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Where are you sitting right now?
I had to change rooms, so a little bit of a different
Okay,
background.
sorry.
I am
Thought
not
you were
in
in
a
a black
dungeon.
box theater or something like that. Anyway, Top Quiz. You can sign up with that link at the top of the chat. Once you do, you will get 4 multiple choice questions. Answer 3 or 4 of them right and qualify for 1 of 40 free resets. The top 5 will get them. What else? You know the drill. Answer them on your device when they pop up because that's where they will pop up. We're in a 6-second delay, so we're just here for window dressing, Alyssa. But, Alyssa, you know that we have... I don't know if I want to pooch this. James, are you there? Have you told Alyssa about what we have?
Yes, I have. She knows.
Okay, yes. We do physically have a Pitbull bobblehead on ice, ready for if there's a perfect score at some point. Oh, yes, there it is. Mr. Worldwide himself. Wouldn't that look good on your mantle? So, the questions today are fair as usual. We have one question submitted by Eddie Horn, will be the 4th one. So we'll see about that there. Looks like we got the room filled up. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready, Jack.
All right. With that, let's go ahead and Kahoot. One more day of February. Here we go. Question number 1, Alyssa, is which of these CME metals has the highest price per ounce? Copper, silver, gold, or platinum? One of these costs the most per ounce.
I feel like gold has to cost the most, but I feel like that's a trick question and that it's like platinum or something.
No, Alyssa.
No.
Don't trust. It is gold.
Okay.
Yes, gold
I feel like
has the
that still
highest
counts.
price per ounce. All right, let's see my gold bugs. Futures Forever, Boba Builder, Dusty Bottoms, Loincloth Too Small. That's great, guys. That's great. Okay. All right, you ready for question 2?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. An event in Glasgow based on this film left attendees irate after it looked nothing like the AI-generated marketing. We covered it on the news earlier. Was it Dune-themed, Avatar-themed, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, or Barbie? You didn't see this story? I thought you were online, Alyssa.
I am online, but I have been slightly not online. Is it Willy Wonka?
It is indeed Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, which was really like one lady in a wig and a poster. That's wild. AI, guys. AI. Think of the future. Catch a break. MB Trades. Pearlfield 9. Rob 2 and LMD. Okay. We're buzzing through these right now. I want to do it so we can get your questions in for group coaching. Actually, the quiz has already started, so if somebody could replace that with the group coaching spreadsheet pin, then people can submit their questions for David Green. It's going to be a great session. All right. Question number 3. Not for David, but for you, Alyssa.
Okay.
Here we go. In what month is the Topstep Trading League facing off in Las Vegas this year? Is it in April, May, June, July? Does Alyssa read her slacks? We will find out now.
It would also be, does Alyssa pay attention to meetings? Which I do, and it is June.
You are 100% correct on that one, which means you're also 3 for 3.
Ooh.
here's the thing. It's now out of my control because, okay, Dusty Bottom's back in the top 5. This last question is from Eddie Horn. So all my friends in there who say terrible question, email Eddie. Don't. I am the bearer of questions. Okay, let's do this. Question number 4. What line of business did Al Capone's business card say he was in? Was it a used furniture dealer, a pet store owner, an insurance salesman, or a florist? What was on Scarface's business card?
Oh my God. Was it a used furniture dealer?
Yes! It
oh
was.
Oh my God, yay.
That is 4 for 4 for Alyssa. James, put that Pitbull bobblehead back up.
This is the best day ever.
Yes, we will need a photo of it on your mantle. 4 for 4. Who was in the top 5 here? We got Market Sniper. We got Lebelly. And the winner today was ZBD. Does ZBD know Lebelly? TN and Market probably Voodoo got cut off there. All right, everybody. Thanks for playing today. Please stick around. We got group coaching with David Green and Dolby. Dolby time is here with the group coaching coming up next. Then we got RIPS joining us. And for Power Hour, I think we got RIPS and Danny's Trades. So that's going to be rocking. Stick around. Maybe one day you'll get your own Pitbull bobblehead. See you in a few.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Group Coaching. We got a special guest today. We got David Green from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. David, how long have you been trading? 35-something years and counting?
Oh, do I have to tell everybody?
You don't have
I started
to. You
in
can round.
1985, so 15 and 24, 39 years. Yowz.
Wow, that is incredible. What are you going to do for your 40th? You celebrating?
Absolutely not. I'll be here trading with my group and you guys.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That is awesome. So we do have a form pinned at the very top of chat if you want to submit your questions. If not, you can just drop them in chat and I'll scoop them up on the way. However, we're going to start with the questions that I got right now. So let's get this started from, I believe his name's Hebrew. How should he analyze the market? So I guess what's your kind of overall approach and what's your approach?
That's a great question. Mike, the short answer to that, Nick, is really I don't. I'm a day trader, right? I think most of the people who are trading futures with Topstep, we're day traders. So very rarely do I look what's going on in the overall market. I mean, I'll look at particular things that I think are getting stretched out up or down. If I'm a brand new investor in this market, and again, I don't give financial advice to anybody, this is probably not the spot where I'm starting to buy stocks. If you're younger, there's never a bad time to start buying stocks. But as far as, looking at the overall market, I come in every morning. I put up my NQs on my ESs. I start looking through my charts, finding spots where I'm just looking to make trades during the day. So we're short-term traders.
Yeah. So do you like a top-down approach? Like you do like the daily, then the 4-hour, then the 1 hour, and try to find big levels and go from there?
Absolutely. Yeah. You can see my chart right now. I'm hoping everybody can see it.
They just switched to it right now. Yeah, so it should be up.
All right.
And he's on the Thinkorswim platform, chat, just before chat starts asking. This is the TOS platform. We are going to get David on Topstep X, I think, next week. Next week.
100%.
Yeah, so that's going to be great. Yeah, it's going to be great.
I can't wait. Yeah. So I'm always starting on a 5-minute time frame. And I have a lot of different technicals that I use for support and resistance. And everything that we do, ladies and gentlemen, is just based on support and resistance. When NQs are going down, I'm looking for a spot to buy it. When NQs are going up, I'm looking for a spot to short it. And we use several different indicators to help us find the levels to buy and sell stocks. If we're in a day where things are moving drastically, right? On my 5-minute chart right here, I can tell you that I have plenty of technical analysis if we make a big enough move for here where I'll get involved in a trade. Trade that set up for us a couple of minutes ago, Nick, I always like to look. To me, when I'm trading NQs, when I see a 35 or 40 point move to the downside, that starts to pique my interest. And I know a lot of people, if you see these 3 bars that we had down here, that was like a 45 point move, right? So where is the right spot to try and get involved in this? Mm-hmm. If you start anywhere where I don't feel you should technically, very easy to blow up a trading account in just that 140 point move, right? If you're getting in your max contracts or whatever it is, a 40 point move is going to blow you out of the water. So where do you look to start buying this thing? And one of the techniques that we use is I'm usually looking between a 35 and 45 point move before I even look to start getting involved. I also look at my relative strength. So if we look at our relative strength down here, when I see the NQs get to a relative strength between 30 and 20, which does not happen very often, you can see the relative strength line down here, guys and girls. So we got exactly to a 30 RSI. If I go a little back earlier in the day, check this out. We got to about a 30 RSI, and what happened in the NQs? We got a really nice bounce out of it. So one of the things I look for, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah. Are you using like different systems for different types of days? Or are you always using the RSI? Or do you try to like pre-identify what the day is, and then you might be like, okay, the RSI might be a little bit more accurate today versus vice versa?
Perfect question, Nick. And the RSI is only one type of trade that I look for. So I have a few different types of trades that I look for. We have what we call a regular moving average trade. I'll show you one of them. We have a momentum trade. I can show you one of them that happened today.
Okay,
and
so you have like a toolbox. Right, you have like a
toolbox.
Of like a toolbox of setups that you're looking for.
Correct. Exactly.
Got it.
And if any one of those set up during the day, that's the trade I'm going to make based on what is setting up for us technically.
Yeah, and we have a question from Colin here as well. This is kind of an inside joke of a question, but we'll make something of it. If all roads lead to VWAP, wouldn't deviation bands be a better asset than any EMA?
I don't think all roads lead to. In my personal opinion, I don't think. Yeah, if you're trading just based on your VWAP, you're probably going to get blown out of the water trading futures. I can tell you that right now. What VWAP is a volume weighted average price. And depending on what your chart you have up, here's my VWAP, my purple dotted line right here.
Yeah.
So depending on what chart you have up, it's just the average price for the last, I think, 14 5 candlesticks. Very rarely will I use that unless it sets up with one of my other technicals. But if you're looking at VWAP here, and you wanted to short the NQs here, you got blown out of the water. If you're looking at VWAP here and you're looking to buy the NQs, you got blown out of the water. So very rarely will I use that unless it's giving me confirmation on one of my other trading setups.
So okay, so is it a part of your toolbox of setups? Do you have it somewhere or not so much?
Yeah, this pink dotted line right here I have is the VWAP. I keep it in there. And at times, if we're moving very far to hit that, I will get involved in a trade. But very rarely am I trading. Yeah, very rarely am I trading off that.
Yeah, some traders, they rotate through their indicators, so I'm not sure which one is still like on your bench, which one's out in the garage or in the attic, or which one's still getting cycled through.
My indicators, I can share it with everybody. I use 4 exponential moving averages, a 9, a 15, a 30, a 65, and 200. Then I use pivot points. And these are all available to put in on Thinkorswim.
Oh, okay.
But this was one of my favorite setups, Nick.
Okay.
This is one of my favorite setups, and I'll show you guys how I execute it, right? So when the relative strength gets down, like I said, between 30 and 20, this is the only time I will switch to a 1-minute chart. And what I'm looking for on a 1-minute chart is what I call a changing of the guard. After being down 40 points, rather than having to average into this and blow up my trading account, I will go to this time. I think it was exactly, let me just see exactly what time it was, 9:40. So check this out. I'll go to my 1-minute chart. And if I go to my 1-minute chart at 9:40, let's go there early this morning. Here it is. Perfect. I go to my 1-minute chart. Oh, I don't even have the right stock up. Why is this showing it?
We got the
here it
NQ up right now, yeah.
This is it right here. I go to my 1-minute chart, okay? After we have this gigantic RSI down, and the first green bar that I see will give me the entry into the trade. The first green bar that I see. Once I get into the trade, and I'll have my stop. This is very important. I'll get in on the first green bar. My stop will go at the low sale. If we break through that again, I'm just out of the trade. So it's not a big risk here. I think we were risking like 5 points here. And if it goes back down, the trade's not working. Once I get in the trade, to help me get out of it now, I'll go to my 5-minute chart and check this out. Well, we're coming up to a trade I'm going to do right now. Hold on one second. I'll show you what I'm going to do right now.
If we get the chat was, they wanted to know what your EMAs are again. You said 9. I'm going to type it in chat. So it's 9, 15,
30, 65, and 200.
200. All right. I'm going to put that in chat right now. All right.
Perfect.
Cool.
So I got in this trade right here at 9:45, right? So I got in for a technical reason. It was oversold. We had the RSI that was down quite a bit. Now I go back to my 5-minute chart to tell me where to get out of the trade. Because I want to get the most out of every winning trade that I'm in, right? I want to lose the least. I want to get the most. So if I get in this trade at like 88, here is where I'm getting out of the whole trade. This is my little resistance. And I don't care that it went higher after that. That's going to happen. This is one trade, right? So I got in at 88, and I got out of the bulk of it at 17,913. That's a 25-point profit. And I'm taking profits as it goes up, because you can see we wiggled around here a little bit. When I'm trading the futures, any trade I get in, if I'm trading the NQs, I take some for a 5-point profit. I take some for a 10-point profit. I always want to put money in the bank on every single trade that I do. And we're going to have losing trades, guys and girls. Anyone who tells you don't have losing trades, it's full of shit. Pardon my language. You're going to have some that don't work, okay? But it's very important for us as traders to lose the least when we're wrong and make the most when we're right. So if I'm using my technicals to get in a trade, I'm going to use my technicals before I get fully out of that trade. And that's very important in every single trade that you do. So I'm looking right now. Okay, check it out. We just made a low down here of, what is it, 17,894. I have my 65 EMA. Now, when we're looking at this, any moving averages I have above where it's trading could be resistance levels. Okay, so we're coming up on a 40-point move, and I have some resistance at 17,933. Do I like that trade? I would have liked it a hell of a lot better if we would have just spiked up from here up to that trade, because now we're kind of just sitting in the middle of everything. You could see the first time we went up and hit the 30 EMA, we immediately had a 10-point pullback. So that's a trade I kind of missed. So am I crazy about doing this trade now? Kind of would have liked to go faster to get up there. The faster something moves to one of your technical levels, always the better the trade's going to be. And the better odds of that trade working is going to be.
So can you explain that?
Speed is mega important.
Yeah, could you explain that a little bit deeper?
Yeah, I will. I'm going to put an order in real quick just to sell one of these at 17,933.
And then what account are you trading here, just so the audience can follow along? Like a personal account?
Yeah.
Sim account, personal? Okay.
It's a one of those other accounts, Nick.
Oh, got it.
I'm not going to put it up here.
And,
but I will be doing the trade. And again, it just got up to 31 now. All right? So I don't like it anymore. I want it to go fast. It doesn't mean this trade still won't work, but I want it to go fast. So what I mean by that is the further something moves and the faster it hits one of our technical levels, the better the odds of that trade working are going to be. And by using technical analysis, okay, and that doesn't mean this trade still won't work. It still might. Let's see if it gets up there, if it works.
I got a question from Michael Stanton. Is this a long or a short you're looking through? You're looking
short.
Looking for a short. Okay. There you go, Michael.
So when the stock is going down, I'm looking for places to buy it. When the stock is going up, I'm looking for places to short it. Okay, so you can just see it hit our 33 level. All right. I'd still be in the trade. If I can get 5 points out of it down to 28, I'd take a little bit off. And now I would keep a very tight stop because it took a little while to get there. But you can see it just gave us 3 points. It just gave us 4 points down to 209. It just gave us 5 points. Okay, so there's the trade, right? I would have taken half of this trade off for 5 points. Now my stop is break even. And if it gets to my break even trade, I'll look for my next level of resistance, which I really like, because when I'm looking at my moving averages, guys, they go in order of strength. The 9 is the weakest, 15 a little stronger, 30 a little stronger, 65 a little stronger, and the 200 I call the Great Wall of China. So if I was a little bit aggressive here, I'm going to be a lot aggressive here. So if normally I'm doing, 5 contracts here and trying to get 5 points, I'll do 10 contracts here, and I'll give it, a 7 or 8 point stop. Or what I'll do, even better, guys and girls, throw a couple of contracts on, okay? If you see you can't get above it, then you size up. The reason I like this one a lot is because we have a lot of room if we hit this to come all the way back down, right? Now hitting this, we have some support levels right below it. It's not going to be as good. What we are trying to do is put the odds in our favor of every single trade that we do. That's the best that we can do. And that's why when people say that we're gambling doing this, I laugh at them, Nick. You're gambling if you're throwing darts on the board. You're gambling. If you're looking at the NQ make this giant move down and you just buy it because you don't think it could go any lower, that's gambling. So I will not make a trade ever unless my charts tell me to make a trade. Sometimes we'll have an order in and miss it by a penny, right? So you can see how this just got above, right? We're starting to get above it a little bit. So I would have made my 5 points and got stopped out break even. But I'm definitely putting order in. And the beauty about what we do is it tells us where to make our trades. This is telling me if it gets to 17,951, that's my 200 EMA. The odds will be very good and again, speed. I always want speed. If we sit in between these two levels and go slow and slow and slow, your technicals are not going to be as effective. So I'll definitely I'll throw 2 contracts out on here, but then I will watch it very carefully. And if I see a little red bar, I'll go to my full amount, 10 contracts, because I know now I have 15, 20 points in between here and here.
Yeah, so that was the question I think I'd asked earlier. We might have gotten off on a tangent, but it was speed up to a level. Why is speed important for you? So you're just talking about it just now.
Yeah. The faster something moves to one of our technicals, the better the odds of the trade are going to be. It's that simple. When you see something crawling and crawling and crawling up to a level, the odds just aren't going to be as good as if we spike right up there. You know, we spiked right up. We had and again, this is 15 minutes. And when I say fast, I want it within 5, 10, 15 minutes. That's good. I would have made this trade every time. And we got 5 points. That's all we could have gotten out of it. Now we see if we can stop.
Yeah. In your case, you're saying that you're looking for a reversal. So if you have a level, you want it to go to that level quickly, and then you're looking to reverse. Okay, just to clarify for chat.
I'll show you a perfect example.
Yeah.
Let me show you a perfect example on this chart. Check this one out. Look at this, Nick. Okay. So I'll go over here. We exploded above our 65 EMA to the 200 in one candle.
Right.
One candle. The top of this candle was 17,956. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to be aggressive the first time it gets to that level. And you can see 10 minutes later, this is a 20-point trade. It didn't go back and test that. So this is a 20-point trade. And again, give me 5 points, give me 10 points, give me 15 points. But you see how aggressively it came off that line because it moved up so fast?
Yeah. No, now I see it. That's a great example that you just provided right there.
Yeah, this is better than here. But let's see now. If we spike up to that level, I am 100% making that trade. The first time it hits the level, I'm making the trade. The reason I won't do it here, because the second time it hits a level, chances are it's going to break through. And the only reason I'll do it here is because we're making a gigantic move up now. You know, you're talking about now from the lows, that's a 55-point move from the lows. But I'm still only going to do this if we go fast. And now my mindset has kind of changed a little bit, and maybe we're starting an uptrend in this now. So I'll look if this thing pulls back and can hold our trend lines now as a spot to get long. Because this is so volatile today, and very rarely, guys, I mean, I see this happen once every 3 weeks, once a month, where the NQs get in a trend and stay there all day. That is very, very rare. I will try that trade if it sets up, but usually when we're trading the NQs, this is what it's going to look like.
Yeah, and David, Michael had a question in chat. You opted to not take the short, right? Okay. What was the
I opted when we were going up there not to do it because it was going too slow. But my point was, if you did it, you got a quick 5 points out of it. The trade still worked for a little bit, but no, I did not do the trade.
Okay, that's right. Because you'd have been break even off after the first 5 points that you would have had, right?
Correct. Yeah, which is a good lesson in itself, right? Think about
let's talk about that. Yeah, how do you size into a position? How do you break stuff off? What's your methodology there?
This is a great lesson, right? So when I'm trading the NQs, obviously we can do from 1 to 10, right? So if I find a level that I like, I'll usually put 5 of them on, okay? And so 5 of them is 100 points, $100 a point. And if I get 5 points, I've made $500 on that trade. I don't know about you guys, but $500 can be a good day sometimes, right? Especially if you're first starting out in this. So let's say I only covered 2 of them or 3. I covered 3 of them for 5 points because I wanted to see if it can go lower, right? So 3 of them for 5 points is $300. What's very important now is don't let that turn into a losing trade, right? Chances are the second time we press against anything, it's going to go through. So I put my $300 in the bank, and now I get out break even on my last 2 contracts. And that's mega important. There's a huge difference, guys and girls, between taking a little profit and then letting that profit get away from us. That negates the entire trade that we just did. Instead of making a little money, now we're losing a little money. So that's a huge difference. I also do that on every single trade that I do. Once I put some money in a bank, if it goes back to break even, I get out. And then if it goes down 20 points from there, I don't look back. The trade is over, okay? I'll never look back on a trade. NQs gives us 10, 15 opportunities a day. It just does. I mean, some days it might not. Look, I have had days where I sat with my private trading room for 5 hours and not made a trade. What do you think I got to do then? I got to sing. I got to tell jokes. I got to find shit to do. But I'm still not going to ever make a trade unless my charts tell me to make a trade. So check this out now, right? We got close, right? My 200 EMA was 51. We just made a high of 49.75, and look what it did. It just missed us, right? But we needed it to go up another 1.5, and it quickly would have made the same 5 and 10 point move down. That's all I was looking for. We missed it. You know what? I don't like it as much anymore. Chances are, if we go back up there and we kind of crawl in between here, maybe we break out and go higher. But if we would have just hit that, Nick, at 52, there's 10 points. Check it out. There's 5 points. There's 10 points.
Do you do market orders? You do market orders?
No, I would have a limit order sitting up here at 52.
Got it.
Well, my limit is where my chart tells it to be, 52. And then to cover it, I'll use market orders. Down 5 points, I'll cover half of it. Down 10 points, I'll cover 25%, and then see if I get a little more out of it.
Yeah. I'm going to change.
I can expect
Go ahead. You can finish it. No, I'm going to switch questions.
The most I would expect to get out of this trade now is down to these support levels now. I'm not looking to make 100 points on this. This is your resistance. This is your support. So I can hang on a little bit of this and try to get 20 points out of it. This would be 20 points just pulling back to a support level now. But I've already taken 5 and 10 points on it. What I'll do now is I'll move my stop to lock in the 5-point profit now. So if it goes back up to where it's locking in a 5-point profit about 47, I'm done. So I made 5 points, 5 points, and 10 points. And it's just a matter of these are all the things. The stuff is all in our course at Wall Street Global. It's all in there. The hardest part of what we do, and I talked about this last week, is the mental aspect of this, Nick. That's by far the hardest part of it. Managing your trade. Look, I didn't invent technical analysis. I don't have the holy grail of technical analysis, right? We use what we use because it works for our techniques. I always tell anybody, if you find something else that is working, I have no ego in trading. First of all, guys, if you have an ego in trading, you might as well not trade because we're going to be wrong on trades. And if you're going to yell and scream and get all pissed off because you have a losing trade, it's not going to work for you. The best traders in the world are not emotional at all. I mean, I'm a robot. I'm going to make my trades when it tells me to. If they work, that's great. I know my trades are going to work more often than they don't because of the technical analysis that we use. Losing trades doesn't mean you're a loser, okay? They're going to happen. But avoiding the big losses where we blow up accounts. Look, I want you to be able to open up a $50,000 Topstep eval and take that from there to as far as you can possibly take it and be one of their live traders on there.
Yeah, well, I have actually, and this is a good question too, because I actually have one from Garev here. He said he's been funded 7 times with Topstep, but every time he's lost the funded account within 3 to 4 days. I overtrade. I tried my best to control not to overtrade, but I happen to do it anyways. His account size is a 50K account. He's kind of wondering about how many accounts he should take, how many trades he should take in a day. I'm not even sure if that's the best question to be asking here. So what's your suggestion to someone who is trading?
I can answer that.
Yeah.
I'll answer that.
A lot of accounts.
Now, I'll take as many trades as sets up for me in a day based on my technicals. It could be 1, it could be 10, it could be 20, it could be none. Okay. But the important thing is that I'm not making those trades until my technicals tell me to make a trade. So here's the gig. If you're open up a Topstep account, and by the way, Topstep is the greatest for education. There's nobody that come close to that. These guys take care of you all day long. I watch all day long. They have some of the best traders I've ever seen in my life, and they're trying to help you do that. You have to have some kind of a system. If I'm putting a chart up in NQ and I'm so it's sitting in the middle here, and I say I think it's going to go higher, you're going to blow up your trading account 90% of the time. I think it's going to go lower. You can get lucky, like Peter always says. You can get lucky for 5 points, but you'll be unlucky for 50 points, and that'll be the end of your account. And quite frankly, luck has nothing to do with this, okay? It doesn't. You have to be aware of your surroundings. One very important thing, this is a good tip, Nick. One very important thing in the NQs is know what's coming out economically, okay? Go to marketwatch.com. There's a bunch of great websites that show you what's coming out economically throughout the day. Some of them are more important than others, but I've seen people get run over, even using their technicals, when those things are coming out. I think tomorrow morning we got a PCE indicator or something else. Whenever those important things are coming out, and use marketwatch.com, guys. You can even post it.
Yeah, MarketWatch, Financial Juice. There's a bunch of them. TopstepTV. We'll share most of the important stuff.
So you guys have it. You don't even need it. Talk about a one-stop shop.
Watch his partner in crime. Yeah. We got Peter talking.
But you have to be aware of your surroundings. All right?
Yeah.
You know, when you have the GDP, I think, came out this morning. I don't know what happened early in the morning. Let's go look. I don't think much happened out of it. No. I mean, it came out, I think, at 8:30 this morning. Not much happened. But when those things happen and you see a giant move, don't be surprised if there's a Fed guy speaking or whatever it is that's coming out. So I am always, the first thing I do every morning is I check to see what news is coming out. Then I'll tell my peeps, hey, guys, PMI is coming out at 9:45. No orders, no positions. GDP is coming out at 8:30. We got a Fed speak at 1 o'clock. We got a bond auction at 1 o'clock. What a lot of people don't realize about this, especially with our trying to qualify our accounts, is this is not a game. Not to me, not to anyone we teach how to do this. You know, if I'm opening an account for $50, I'm going to get the most out of the account I possibly can. A lot of people look at it as it's only $50. Well,
yes.
You try it 10 times, it's only $500. You try it 20 times, it's only $1,000, right?
Yeah.
So gather as much information as you can. Be aware of your surroundings all the time. I treat this like it's my money, period. That's how I treat the Topstep. That's how I treat if I'm trading stocks. This is my money, and I want to make as much as I can out of it. And I don't like people to set a goal per se, but in one of my accounts this morning, I made $450. I will not look at that account again today. That's my goal. I want to make between $300 and $500 every day. I'm done with that account. I don't want to look at it anymore. I don't want to see it anymore. Topstep has simulators where we can practice, Nick, correct?
Yep. Yeah, you practice accounts and you're on sim with your practice account.
Go on a simulator for the rest of the day. Okay? Going back to the well doesn't work very well. If I have a goal and I hit that goal, tomorrow's another day. I don't care. And I don't care if you start trading one contract at a time. As a matter of fact, you should. Okay? Trade one contract. Find some kind of system that works for you. When you get confident, trade two contracts. When you see that your technicals or whatever it is you're using is working for you, then you start sizing up. I think an important thing to do, and again, I'll tell you why so many people fail at doing this, Nick. Because it's hard fucking work. Pardon my language. This is hard.
You're not wrong.
Right? It's not easy. This is not an easy thing to do. And most people don't take it like it's a job, right? I journal every single trade that I do. Every trade that I do is written down in a journal. Why I got into the trade, what I got out of the trade, the reason I got into the trade, what my stop order was, what my profit target was. And then at the end of the month, I have a hit rate. I'm sure some of you guys have talked about this stuff, right? I need to know what my hit rate is. Is my hit rate 70% on my trades? Is my hit rate 60% on my trades? I'm going to tell you right now, I need a hit rate of about 55% to make money. I don't need it to be 80% or 90%.
Right.
Because I'm making more on my winning trades and losing less on my losing trade.
Yeah, I got a question here about that too.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. This is, let me see who it's from. Actually, there's no name, but it is relevant. So your thoughts on trading a negative risk reward? This person said they've been finding success with scalping it twice a day in the morning. What's your opinion on the inverse? So risk 100 to make 50. Something like that.
I don't have a problem with that. I can tell you that a lot of what we do during the day is scalping. I know my hit rate's about 78%. It has been for a long time. So I am fine having a one-to-one relationship or even a negative, a small negative relationship. The bottom line is when I'm trading the futures, the NQs, my profit target, depending on the trade I get in, it's between 5 5 to 20 points, depending on what trade I get in. I'm always going to take profits immediately. But if you know what your hit rate is, you can have a 1-to-1 ratio. I want to make 5 points, I'll lose a maximum of 5 points. Because think about it. If I make 5 points 8 times, I made 40 points. And if I lose it twice, I lost 10 points. So I'm up 30 points net, right? So that's okay with me. So if we look at the chart right now, right, you can see we hit the 200 EMA. I didn't do it because we're kind of just sitting right here. I don't like it. We kind of crawled up there. Could this trade work for 20 points? Maybe. But the odds aren't as great now.
Yeah. And then speaking of stops, we have another question here from Panks. He's wondering, like, how do you move stops to break even? No, actually, they want to know, how do they stop moving stops to break even? So the real question is, how do you avoid going to break even too early than having that move run in your favor?
Yeah. All right. That's a great question. I get it all the time. If you're actively trading, I don't mind having a break-even trade. So what that means is, if I make 5 points, rather than bring your stop to break even, bring it down so that you lose 5 points, and at least you're breaking even on a trade. But I wouldn't do more than that. Because I hear what you're saying. A lot of times, we'll make a good trade, I'll get 5 points out of it, and in 5 seconds, it goes down 5 points, and then I'm out of the trade. Right?
Exactly.
We see that happen all the time. So I'm okay with taking 5 and then losing 5 and breaking even on a trade. So you have a 10-point cushion in there.
But you're still accepting risk overall on the trade.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to let that. I'm not going to let that lose money now. Worst case, you break even if you want to give it a little more room. That's fine. Again, a break-even trade is fine if your hit rate is good. So that's okay. But I understand that question. I get that question a lot. Look, it's personal preference. I'm okay if I only make 5 points and I get out break even. I'm on to the next trade. So it's personal preference. If you find that it's happening a lot, and that if you held it for that extra 5 points, it would have turned into a profitable trade, then fine, do that. But you got to journal how many times that's happened. And you say,
actually, I have a question for you, because you did talk about journaling here, and I feel like we all know journaling is really important. What is something that you learned specifically from journaling that helped you to your trading? What was like your I have one, but what was your revelation where it's like, I would not have known this if I did not journal?
I got a good one. When I was mostly trading stocks, okay, and now we're mostly trading futures, but we do trade some stocks also. At the end of the month, I would look at my journal, and I started to notice that this month I had 26 trades in NVIDIA, and I lost on 18 of them. So at the end of the month, I said to myself, why am I trading NVIDIA anymore? It's not working for me. So that was one revelation that I got when I started journaling, to stay away from stocks that I don't do well in, right? And just eliminate that from my even sight. Don't even look at it anymore. What was it for you, Nick?
That I was not nearly as bad of a trader as I thought I was. It was like really only like one thing that I had to fix. And I think it was really just like managing a personal daily loss limit. Was that like that was it? And like, had I just done that, I would have been a profitable trader because my losses would have been under control, and like my winners would have taken over.
Yeah,
but like
if you important.
Yeah, if you don't journal that stuff, you never know.
You would never know that unless you were keeping track of these things.
Right. I mean, you just think that, I'm a trash trader, but it's like, no, actually, you're a lot closer to break even and profitable than you think you are. You just have to change like one little detail, and that's it. And then a great question in chat from Himachali here. How do you journal when you scalp? If you're doing a lot of trades, it's going to take a long time to journal. Do you have a recommendation to scalpers, or maybe taking 20, 30 trades a day?
Even when I'm scalping, guys and girls, there's a technical reason why I'm scalping. There's a technical reason. So let's just say here, I made this trade, okay? Whatever time it is, I shorted the NQ on my 200 EMA at 1952. I'm still looking to get between 5 and 10 points on, but there's a reason I'm doing it. I'm buying it here. It's a far from moving average trade. The RSI was overextended. That's why I'm buying it. How did the trade work out? So it's not like I'm running in and scalping NQ every time it makes a 5-point move. I'm scalping it when I get in to take my profits, But, am I going to trade this anywhere in between here? No. So even though I'm scalping NQ, it's still got to be a technical setup for me to do it. And I don't have 50 trades a day, guys and girls. I don't. If I have 5 or 6 trades a day, that's a good day for me. So it's not that hard to keep track of.
Yeah.
It's really not.
Some people are
check it
saying
out.
just
look what's happening off
record
that
it.
200 EMA.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice one right there.
Got a little bit above it. 52 is the entry. You're up 7 points. Okay. Just walk through the trade. I did 5 contracts there. I took one off for 5 points. I took one off for 7 points. Here's my support, which is down around 38, which would give a 14-point profit. We go back up. I get out of the trade. But just to show an example, the technicals work, right? It worked. It worked for a nice little trade already. Would I have known if I didn't have a 200 EMA in my chart to do that trade? Absolutely not.
No. Well, I think it goes back to you having like a toolbox of setups. I don't think that's something we really talk about too much on TopstepTV is like, typically each trader has like one setup that they're looking at. Like I'm looking at range setups all day, all time frames, and that's it. But someone like yourself, you have different setups for different scenarios, and you probably have done them repeatedly to the point that you can do it without thinking, and you're just executing off of probably muscle memory at this point. But I think that's very interesting, just developing the toolbox.
That's a great point. I have 5 different trading setups that I look at that we teach.
Yeah.
I can put up a chart and tell you in 10 seconds if any of those are setting up. Any of them.
Right.
Any of those are setting up. I can look at NQ right now and tell you in 5 seconds what I'm looking for based on one of my techniques. They are very simply. I mean, they're not very simple, but I'll tell you what they are, right? We look for trend trades. I'll show you a good another trade that we looked at today. I'm trying to see if it was. Let me get to the NQs. I'll show you a couple of different trades that we did. Okay, here it was. All right, so I look for trend trades. Number one, if I could find a good trend trade that I can stay in all day, that's the ones we're going to make the most money on. No question about it. Then I look for the ones that I just told you are the RSIs above 20 or below 80. I call that a far from moving average trade. Then I look for what I call a regular moving average trade. If it hits my 200 EMA or my 65 EMA, if it moves far enough, I'm going to make a trade there. Then I have a momentum trade and simply a double top, double bottom. If we spike up to a double top in the NQs now, I'm going to try that trade every time. If we spike that down to a double bottom, I'm going to try that trade every time. Let me show you an example of a momentum trade, because this was a setup that we had today about 10:30. So check this out, okay? We're sitting in between these two moving averages. We test the VWAP. We test the 65 EMA. We test again right here. We test again right here. So what am I looking for now? I am looking to see if we finally break through this resistance and start heading up. And that is exactly what we did, what happened. This was another trade we did this morning. When I see something pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, and this bar gets above it right here, I'm getting long that stock. I'll have a nice tight stop if it gets to the low of this. And it yielded all of that. And not this long, right? Our final target on this long was like, I'm going to try to tell you exactly what it is. That's 28 points. Why would I get out of my entire trade until it gets to a resistance level? I'm getting in this trade based on momentum. I'm going to hold some of that till it gets there. Not only did we get out of the trade there, that's where we got short, and we got another little trade on the buy side. So this is
does that happen frequently? That's always something I want to do, is be able to get out and then hit the exit and hit reverse and then take it the other side. Is that frequent, or is that just sort of like a little bonus? Oh, that's a nice one. 200
it happens from time to time.
Yeah,
I like doing momentum trades in the NQs, especially at certain times, okay? You need volume. Check this out. Look at the biggest volume bar we had all morning was when this broke out.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, guys, look at the 200 EMA now.
Yeah, the 200 worked well. Yeah, that looked good.
Check it out.
What?
Right? 52, our first support, real support was 37. So I would have got out at 37, 15 points on the last little part of my trade. And look, I don't want everybody out there to think, ooh, it hit a line on a chart, it worked. This time it did. I can tell you that by using these, it works a lot more often than it doesn't. Right? If I didn't have this on my chart, I would have never made that trade. Why would I? I'm guessing whether it's going to go up or down from here. But when I have a 200 EMA, which is the strongest of our moving averages, let's just talk about the odds. The odds are that that trade's going to work. And it just gave you 5, 10, and 15 points.
Right. And you're scalping profits along the way just in case it doesn't. Just in case it doesn't.
Exactly right. Yeah. But I want everyone to hold on to that last little bit. If I'm selling at resistance, let's get out of the whole trade at support. Right? So we sold up here. Now here's our support. This is where I'm done with the trade. Would I think about buying it here now? Maybe. If I got down to 32 real quick. But then I'm thinking to myself, we're probably just stuck in this little range here. And I already made this really good trade. Why? Why am I going to jump back in here?
Why go back to the well, right?
Why do it? Yeah, exactly right. It might work. It might not work. But I knew the odds of this trade working were very, very good.
Yeah. Do you recommend that new traders try to create a couple setups? Or should they just stick to one? Or should they make a couple because the market states are always changing?
That's a great question. That is a great question. I'm in the middle of my live boot camp this week, and I have 40 new traders, some of which have never traded before. And Dave, what do I look for? My head's going all over the place. I don't know what to look for. Should I just look for one trading setup? If I can, and I tell everybody, and this is the hardest thing to do in the futures, I love a good trend trade because a trend trade is something you can get in and you stay in it until it's not in a trend anymore. But it's very rare for that to happen in the futures. So I like the regular moving average trades outside of that. All you got to do is have your moving averages in. Make sure it moves enough to get to one of those moving averages before you make a trade. Those are kind of the two that I like everybody to concentrate on at the beginning. Look, it just takes time, right?
Yeah.
I tell everybody who's starting to do this, without lying to them, that it's a 3 to 6 month learning process. I just think that it is. I mean, the beauty about Topstep is there's no hurry. You don't have to do something by a certain amount of time, right?
You shouldn't.
No one's saying if it takes you 15 days to do this, it's no good, or 20 days or 30 days, right? You can take as long as you want. So that's the beauty of it. So just take your time to learn. And again, I don't have the holy grail, guys and girls. Nobody does. But, just in the last hour that we were here with you, we showed you a couple of them that just perfectly worked off the technical analysis. Just, being patient and being disciplined. So you learn. That's it. The reason I love Topstep so much is because you have guys on there all day that are helping people out, which is a beautiful thing. I like to hold people's hands, and people love to have their hands held. I mean, that's the bottom line. Especially, look how scary this can be, right? I'm in a boot camp with people who have never traded before, and they were dizzy after being in there for a half hour. What is that? What is this? What is it? Some people don't know what a chart is, right? So it's impossible to play a game that you don't know the rules for, right? If you do,
right,
you might as well just donate your money to a good cause because you're going to give it away. So what we teach in the course is all these techniques. I spend hours talking about psychology, patience, discipline. We talk about bracket orders to save yourself from getting blown out of trades, Fibonacci's. There isn't anything we don't cover. Our course is 10 hours long. It's got 200 hours of archives. We have lifetime mentorship, Nick, and not doing a shameless plug, but we have a lifetime mentorship for anybody who joins with us. They stay with us forever. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, that's awesome. What do you think?
Any other questions we want to get to before we have to blow out, Nick?
No, we got a couple minutes before they turn the lights on us here. Someone said they watched all the videos in your class. One thing they struggle with is where to place stop losses sometimes. I know we don't have your charts up in general, but maybe we can just give you like a breakdown of in general why and what's your philosophy for doing stops.
Yep. It's a great question. Now it depends on whether we're trading futures or we're trading
This is for
stocks.
futures.
So we're going to concentrate on futures.
Yeah, they specified for futures in the question.
Perfect. Beautiful. All right. So I want to show you guys something. On the top of my chart, right here. And by the way, we show you how to set up all your charts and everything. Everybody see this ATR? See that right there, Nick? Pink. The ATR in NQ is 14 points right now. That means the average of the last 14 5-minute candles in this is 14 points. I like to use ATR for my stops, okay? So, and if we go to ES, for example, it's going to be much less. 3 points, okay? 3 points in ES, it's much less volatile. So, and just an aside, Nick, I suggest for people who are trading futures to start with the ES or the MES. I wouldn't run right into the NQs. Yeah. But let me show you a beautiful trade that's set up in the ES today. Check out our pivot point. We went all the way down here, hit our pivot point, and gave a quick 5 points in there. So generally speaking, when I'm talking about stop orders, I don't like to give the NQs more than 10 points. If I'm going for 10 points, okay, and I have one contract, that's $200, chances are it's going to keep going against me. So the AT average true range is what you really should be looking at. $13 is the average range of these last 5-minute candlesticks. So technically, that should be your stop order. Technically, I just personally don't give it more than 10 points when I'm trading. But any stock or anything that you're trading at, you got to look at the average true range. And this is going to change drastically if we just start going sideways here for a little bit. You'll see it'll start coming down. It's just that we've had such volatility in the last hour that it's that high. Normally, this is between 5 and 6 points. So I give it 10 points.
Well, David Green,
than that is just make sure you have a stop order on every trade that you do.
That is the most important thing. David Green, they are starting to flash the lights on us. So thank you so much for coming by. You're going to be here not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after that. So twice a month, David Green on Wednesdays. But we do have your better half, Peter Tuchman, on Mondays and Fridays. He's He's your co-sponsor there of Wall Street Global Trading Academy, which I will put a link in chat. So if you want to check them out, please do. I have actually checked out the course myself. It is very, very high quality. It's really nice stuff. And you will start seeing some Topstep stuff in there as well. I know you and I, David, are going to work together on a little video there for some of your courses. So that's going to be fantastic. I know I'm looking forward to it. And I think the people here really appreciate your expertise as well as Peter Tuchman's as well. Really, really enjoy having you guys on. And do you have any final last words here for our traders?
First of all, thank you for having me and Peter on, Nick. This, in case you guys haven't noticed, this is what I love to do. I love to teach. I've been doing it for 35 years. I love to trade. I've never done anything else in my entire life. I don't know how to do anything else. I barely got out of high school. I didn't go to college. And me and Peter are just trying to help as many people as we can. So
That's
just
awesome.
be patient, be disciplined, follow some of the rules that we talked about, and we'll see you guys in a couple of weeks.
That's perfect. And then coming up next, Hoag, Andre, and Rips. And then after that is going to be Power Hour with myself, Andre, and Rips, and maybe even Danny's Trades might be coming on by. So stick around, and we will see you in a couple minutes for recapping with Rips. See ya.
All right, welcome to Recapping with RIPS. The man, the myth, the legend. RIPS is with us. Andre, I also here. I'm Hoag. How are things going today, gentlemen? Kind of a quiet, range-bound day we've got going. Not a lot of opportunity, a lot of expectations for the PCE numbers tomorrow. GDP didn't really provide any volatility for us today. And, Rips, how are you doing? How are you feeling today? Things going all right?
Today is a crazy day. It's one of those days that if you are on the money, you can make a lot of money in the market. But if you're off the money, you can get smacked apart and just completely torn apart. And I'm of the camp right now. I've been wrong on a couple trades, on a couple different areas. I was longing above. Let me bring up my charts here. I was longing above this area up here. I was looking for continuation. Since we had this big sweep of liquidity here to the downside that was kind of gathering. I don't know why the quality is so poor, but hey, let's run with it. But anyway, yeah, I was expecting that we'd get a run up from this level over here. And then I was pretty confident that once we flush these 918s, we were going to get continuation to the downside. I was targeting 873 here to the downside. Are my charts coming in okay? Folks in chat, if you can let me know if they're coming in blurry or not, I'd appreciate it.
Coming in
the
blurry
feedback.
on our end, but for some reason.
They're coming in blurry?
I'm not sure. It's coming in at 720 on my settings, but that's not 720.
Yeah, that's a little bit kooky. I could try to reconnect here if that would be helpful.
Yeah, let's give that a shot. We'll get it up and
Let
running.
me try reconnecting here. Sorry, everybody. Just bear with us here. Just a little bit of that technical difficulty. There we go. Got it going again. Maybe that'll work.
The gremlins are always around.
Oh, are they ever?
Still blurry. Ah, well, what a shame. Well, just pretend that you can see it. Or better yet, just pretend you're on like 8 vodka Red Bulls and you're looking at a chart right now. Just bear with us here. And
let's do it, baby.
I tried to long up here at this area and then it faded. I tried to short down here and then it looked like it was going to work. And I thought I was going to get continuation down this area that we can kind of see down here. But then the market ripped up in my face. And so now I have a short on a combine in from up here, and I'm seeing if this is going to play out or not. But we'll see. This market's been very, very tricky here, and it's been very, very dubious to try to catch things around. We're talking in the green room. I was kind of bemoaning here to Hoag about how difficult days like today can be when you're out of the pocket. And today is one of those days where I'm definitely out of the pocket. So there we go. A little bit of a flush there. I'm actually looking. Let's see if we can... I do have a position on short here, so let's see if I can peel a little bit off here as we are kind of dumping into this area. I do actually want to see this auction down towards the VWAP here. If we have a pull down to 931, which is the VWAP, that would be ideal for a cover for me since we have sort of what looks like a failed auction. Will you agree with me, John, that we have kind of a failed auction up here? There we go. There's that nice push to the downside.
There you go.
Covering a little bit here. Covering a little bit more. So here, this is where's my screen? I need to get this up over here. There we go. There's my screen. I don't know why that's not showing you up. There's my position and about to get filled right there. I have a fill at 30 and a quarter, and the VWAP right now is at 31. So we bounced right there. What was a low tick of that one? That was a low tick of 30 and a half. So I'm at 30 and a quarter for my fill here for the final 4 lots. So trying to get a fill here on a Topstep combine on my short that I had on that was kind of going my way. So let's see if we can get a fill down here at 30 and a quarter. Any trades for you, John? Any trades for you, Mr. Andre?
No trades. No trades. I was driving this morning. No trades on this side. I'm looking to get. I do see an order here in the S&Ps at 84 3/4. We got 7 hard lots sitting there. We are seeing some sellers. So I'm not sure how this is going to play out with the size on the offer up here, but it does look like we're breaking. We are going to maybe target VWAP in the S&Ps, which I have at 57.
I'm just covering right there. I just went ahead and covered. I mean, why not? This market, I'm so out of tune with this market, but that was a, I mean, what is that up to? That combine's up $3,000 on the day. I'm up $2,000 on another combine and then max loss on 2 other ones. So like I said, not my best performance today, but it's just one of those days where I'm just out of the pocket. So I'm happy to be out of trades. I just don't want to be trading for the rest of this day.
Fair enough.
Understood. Understood. Yeah. I mean, you're a NASDAQ trader. NASDAQ, I mean, we do have an overlapping to lower range from yesterday. If you just want to kind of look here, if you want, the the bear flag that has been kind of forming now. A bear flag, I would call this in the NASDAQ as well. It's kind of a falling triangle. When we broke out below that, man, I would have been probably looking for some continuation to fill this gap that remains well below here. But boy, it just really kind of I crapped out down there. And then of course we put in the high, and then now we've got a full rotation to the low and then back to the high of value. This is one of those days that if you recognize it's probably going to remain range bound, you can cash in. And it's much more clear, I think, in the S&Ps, because the S&Ps, we have an inside day from yesterday. This is yesterday's regular trading hour range is up here, 50.91 approximately, 50.91.75, I think was the high. We got the low here, 50.67 even, and the entire range for today is inside yesterday's range in the S&Ps. That same bull flag has really not been providing a lot of continuation to the upside, which probably would have been a trick or a trap for longs trying to buy the highs here if you were looking at this. But remembering what we've got tomorrow, the PCE number, not, the GDP didn't really bring any volatility. So now it just seems like these markets are just sitting waiting for the PCE tomorrow. I'm not looking for any big continuations. So if I were actively trading today, I would probably be looking to fade the extremes if I hadn't already beat up my account. And, today I've been busy.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Johnny.
So, right. This is it's a hard thing to do, Rips,
Hey, they never said that trading was easy. I think this is on page number 71 of the trading manual. It says trading is not easy. We're up to page 71, by the way, if you're keeping track at home, if you're playing the home.
Dolby. I hope you're taking notes, Dolby.
What is interesting, and I do want to touch on, sorry, Andre, but I just want to touch on what Hoag was saying over here. The PCE, big number tomorrow. We are going to get the PCE readout tomorrow. We did get a little taste of color on that. And I don't know if you talked about that already, but we got a little taster from Mr. Fed Williams, who is a voter, by the way. And he did say that he sees the 2024 PCE inflation at 2 to 2.25. Will that be the read tomorrow? Of course not. He's talking about towards the end of the year. He looks at 2025, the PCE inflation at 2% flat, which is the Fed target. So they're thinking about that they're going to get this soft landing, and they're targeting 2025. Now, is he being truthful with that statement? I don't know. But I think that commentary is what gave the market the legs to pump off of this double bottom. And when I'm talking about the double bottom, it was that tuck below 900 that we saw in those NQs. We saw that very slight little tuck below there. We saw that big old bounce. And I think that was caused pretty much by Mr. Williams' commentary. When you have some Fed speakers, he's a voter, of course. He's one of the voting members. Susan Collins was the only one speaking today who wasn't a voter, mind you. We had Bostic, we had Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams saying that does have a big effect on the market, given that he is a voter.
Heads up.
Yeah, we are coming down super fast now. This is This is coming down super, super fast.
Yeah, what was that? Everyone stops. He rips. Sorry. Yeah, can you give it? If you're not going to get in a trade, update or recap of what the Fed speakers did say?
So again, Fed Williams, I have a couple different notes on him. He did say that the economy and job markets are strong, imbalances are waning, inflation mandates moving into better balance, the risks to inflation forecasts are two-sided, the current 3.7% unemployment rate around long-term levels, it's good. The growth at 1.5% this year is also good. The risk to outlook exists on the up and downsides. And then he did have some interesting Q&A here. He did say that the debate over rate cuts is a sign of progress on lowering inflation. He said that did say that the Fed is likely to cut rates this year, but later this year. And I think what's interesting is that I was short when he was doing this talk, and I was during the Q&A. We kept on pumping and pumping and pumping, so it was very strange for me to see that. But it's now clear as day that was obviously a liquidity grab back up towards those 960s up at the top side. But yeah, it was not very bullish. It was very hawkish. The commentary that was coming out seemed very much lagging, very much indicating that the Fed is not looking to cut, still looking like the July cuts are where we're going to head towards. It didn't really give me any kind of other tone outside of hawkish. So I was actually shocked to see the market grinding and grinding and grinding higher. And that's, of course, when I was short. So yeah, just I didn't expect to see that. And it was one of those things where the right hand wasn't talking to the left. And now we're starting to see the real effects, I think, of that Q&A commentary coming to light here.
Interesting.
So sort of a sell the rumor, buy the news type of situation.
Right, exactly. And, I do expect that the market could see some potential lows here into power hour. But like I said, I'm completely out of the pocket today. I have no business making calls on the market at this point. You got to recognize as a trader, when you're out of the pocket that day, you're out of the pocket. It's best to just take a seat back. We're going to have days where we don't have a good read on the market. Those are the days where you want to limit your exposure as a trader. And if you want to try to, make it in this game of trading, you really have to find the strength to be honest with yourself, keeping your ego checked at the door, recognizing when you're out of the pocket, and just saying, hey, let's be honest with ourselves. We're not reading it correctly today. Let's be hands off.
Great thoughts there. It's if you give up that humility, if you give that humbleness, and you can do that just by saying you're humble, you lose your humility. And being grateful for every opportunity that you have is certainly something that traders should kind of hold on to. Is just to remember, you can't bring your ego in. The market is the market. The market doesn't know you, doesn't like you, doesn't dislike you. It just does what it does. So when we're in its environment, we have to respect the fact that we have no control. Our ego does nothing for us. And if you're out of step, the best thing to do is step away. Because I know, Andre, Rips, that we can easily just cannonball into some big position and have a big win to get that whole day back. But does that do anything for us as traders? It does not. It just encourages bad behavior the next time you're in that situation.
100%. Very, very well said. Yeah, and it's just one of those days where that the sooner that you can recognize when you don't have a good read on the market, a lot of, as humans, I think a lot of the reason that why people fail in the markets from a psychological standpoint is that us as humans, we like to fix things. And we live in a society right now where we are here and now and we want it yesterday. So we live in a society where we have Amazon Prime, we have overnight shipping, we have same day delivery. We want to fix things here and now. And if you don't have a good read on the market, I promise you, grab a shovel, sweetheart, because all you're going to do is start digging a bigger hole. The best thing that you can do is recognize the moment that you're out of the pocket, limit your exposure in the market. Now, that might mean different things for everybody. For me, it means limiting my exposure with my live account, limiting my exposure with my XFA accounts, and maybe trading in a combine to see if I can catch a couple trades and be a little bit in balance, at least to see if I can read a couple things, or just not trading at all. And that's okay. Just because the market is open doesn't mean that you need to trade it. That's one of the worst things that you can do, and it's a great way to spend mental capital very quickly.
And one of the things that our tip of the week is, trade in a practice account. Use a practice account, especially when you're out of step with the markets. Maybe the trading in that practice account will help you kind of recognize that you're being emotional, that your strategy isn't working in that trading day. Maybe you've taken some losses already, but go to the practice account and try and learn something, at least during that period of time when you're recognizing that you're out of step, out of tune. How do I get back in step? How do I get back in tune? And mostly, how do I get back to center? Because all of us as traders can be really triggered. We can be really angry. We can be really arrogant on the other side of that too. So, when you find yourself that way, using a practice account, is something that can kind of help you bring you back to center. But the important part of that is you have to trade a practice account, as if it is actual trading. It's difficult to do. It's difficult to put yourself in that mindset. But if you do the things that you would be doing if real money was involved, you can learn a lot about yourself just trading in that practice account. And I think it's a good idea, especially when we know that we're, as Rip says, out of the pocket. Trade in that practice account, see what's going on, see if you can figure things out, and then get back in once you're back in the pocket.
Yeah, and very,
Rips,
very
you seen
well
some of these
said.
headlines? Rips, you seen some of these headlines out from Williams? If you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. So, he just said that the data will drive when the Fed will cut rates, and it's not calendar based. He did say that there's 3 interest rate cuts in 2024 that are scheduled that could be reasonable amongst their talks right now. And the central bank officials are continuing to debate whether or not they could do more than 3 rate cuts. So a lot of commentary coming out of Williams right now. And we have, again, we came back down towards that 900 level. So this could be, again, where the market pumps and surges on this, even though that the right hand, again, is not talking to the left. This is just, it's the very, very difficult market to trade in these types of conditions.
This is tough. This is very tough right now. 500 on 75 and quarters here in the S&Ps. See if that paper gets filled. Yeah, Jay Cook. Thank you, Coach Jay Cook, in the chat there. Another first 500 got filled. No problem. Guy trader put in another 500 lot here. See if they get filled. Probably be a good fill by the end of the. Well, we'll see. But yeah, Williams starting to talk. Did look like it was setting us lower, but now we just turned around. Rips, like you said, these markets are tough. This is a brutal market. I don't think you can marry any position or stay in any position for that long in this type of market state. Maybe you can. Where's Slack?
Huge amount of liquidity swiping there, and now we're just ripping to the top side. Like I said, it's just insane. This market is so hard to predict because anytime you go short, it's going to flip against you. You start to go long, it's going to flip back down. This is just not a market to be trading right now.
Son of a yeah.
You can hear it.
Sorry, yeah.
Look at the profiles. Look at the profiles. This is the NASDAQ, market profile here. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Where'd we go? There we go. So, where did this drive actually go to? Value low, TPO value low within 4 or 5 points of it. And then we saw that rip to the upside. Where did it trade on the upside in the last hour? Value high, value low, value high. Range bound trades just kind of meander back and forth between value high and value low and back and forth. That move to the downside would have scared the heck out of anybody trying to buy value low in that.
Yep.
But it turns out to be, at least for now, the right thing to do. We didn't get to value low, and your risk is kind of large if you're going to take that trade, but you don't have to take all that risk. If it comes down here and holds, you get a rotation back to value high. These were we call them cash register days. Because you just buy against the low, sell against the high, and if you get 3-4 full rotations throughout the day, you're printing money. It's not that easy. You have to recognize that the current market state is allowing that. And nice thing about it is most of the time you're able to limit risk relatively severely at times. But this is just a really rotational market that is just sitting here waiting for new information, and at 7:30 tomorrow, it's going to get it.
Yeah, well said. Hey, my man Jose in the chat here is wondering the same thing. I'm wondering if I can get a delta reading from you, gentlemen, would be great. Maybe we get a setup trade for a power hour. But whatever that price action was in the last 15 minutes has me shook. I ain't going to make a trade if it starts looking like that. I don't know if it's because of Williams or what, but like John said, stepping in front is, getting long right there while that market's falling off like that. Easier said than done. You are getting in front of a train, but that trade did work. So at the end of the day, that was the right trade. But yeah, guys, if you can give me a delta reading, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a good thing you asked, Andre, because this is one thing that could be impactful towards the end of the day. Delta is negative 7,700 in the S&Ps in a 19-point range that has been unsuccessfully trying to push to the downside. So later on during power hour, there may be an opportunity in the S&Ps, not so much in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's trading right basically in the middle of the range right now. Negative 650 is the regular trading hour delta that I'm seeing right now. So no real divergence there. It's right in the middle of the range, relatively close to even as far as delta is concerned. But yeah, you might have an interesting opportunity late in the day. If there's a lot of short time frame shorts in here, and by that delta, you might think that would be possible, that if they don't get what they're looking for, and that's a move to the downside, that they could pop the top off at the end of the day here with all that negative delta. So it was a really good thought. I'm just glad you brought that up because
shout out to Jose. Shout out to Jose in the chat. He's the one.
Thanks, Jose.
Asked for in all caps, so we couldn't use it. Jose Mendoza Martinez, delta reading, please. Well, Jose, we got your delta reading. Question: why is the number always predominantly negative? Why is it always shorts? Why are they always in the bid?
It usually isn't. I mean, it's only when you have. Yeah, if you have a market that's heavily to the short side, it's usually not negative. I mean, when we have rally days, when we were in here, we had like a 30,000 positive delta one day when it was just going crazy and it was rallying to the top side. It really is contingent upon whether the market's moving and grooving or not. And right now it's just this mixed bucket of yuck with a side of bleh. So, God. It's a difficult market to read. I would much rather wait for a more favorable session to trade.
Absolutely. Yeah, and John, when you said the delta, it's since we're in such a tight range, why is that affect, or what does that lead to you in terms of like your thought process? You said it's a narrow range with a building delta here of negative 7,700 ES with a tight range. How should I be viewing that? What should I be thinking when you tell me something like that?
Well, typically
follow through?
when there's a delta divergence, and I would call this somewhat of a delta divergence. I mean, the S&Ps are holding right in the middle of the range. Let me put the profile up here for everybody. And I know not everybody is familiar with this, but this is the range for the day, right? The initial balance was really, really small. So it really didn't take a lot of energy to extend above that. This is yesterday's range. Volume value high and yesterday's range low. So it's an inside day. Well, the market hasn't moved. Value hasn't moved, but we're seeing negative delta, which is indicating that the more aggressive, weaker hands, market orders, sellers have been more aggressive than the weaker hands, market order buyers. So it gives the implication that if the short time frame market order sellers aren't able to push price lower, they may accumulate an overly short position at the end of the day. As we've seen, they're going to want to flatten up, especially before PCE tomorrow. So that's why we might see that pop to the upside. And I'm calling this a divergence because the narrow range, I mean, if there is a longer time frame presence adjusting their inventories today to the long side in the S&Ps or covering shorts in the S&Ps, depending, because we know the major players are all over the markets. They're working hedges against everything out there. So if that's the case, then they haven't really had to move their bids up that much. They've been getting what they're looking for in the range today. So they're just kind of possibly, there's no guarantee of anything, possibly just kind of placing bids and letting the traders hit those bids, letting traders hit those bids, and they just keep putting them in, getting the short time frame traders shorter and shorter. And if that is the case, and there's no guarantees in any way, but if we let's say in the next half hour we start to see delta decreasing in value or increasing in negativity, that's telling us that these short time frame market order sellers aren't being very successful at trying to push this market lower. And if there's a big community of them that are holding shorts into the last hour of the day, that's when we might see a nice pop to the upside. And of course, all of this is probability. It's hypothesis. There's no guarantee ever of anything. The opposite could happen if Elvis leaves the building. In other words, if the buyers that are kind of scooping up all these shorts that are coming in, and he finishes what he's doing that day, then the opposite could happen. The short sellers could barrel into this and see if they can't push this market lower. So a lot of it, depends on the time of day. Typically, Andre, that when we see a short squeeze based off delta, it usually happens in the last hour, and particularly the last half hour of the day. So, and again, just to kind of to cap off your question, just because the range is so small and we've got some negative delta here, that leads me to believe that there may actually be the presence of kind of a longer time frame buyer, be it new longs or short covering.
Sweet. Good stuff, John. Yeah, the chat was really loving that. They say it's like hiring $1,000 an hour analyst for free every day. Freaking amazing. Base 5 in NYC. Yeah, man, you're getting the real deal here on TopstepTV. That's 40 years of market experience right there from one dude, and it's in his family. It's in his bones, man. Trading's in his bones. His old man did it too. So this guy's the real deal.
Yeah. No, I'm not the real deal. I'm just a guy that wants to help, and we're all those guys. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to see everybody and to talk to everybody and to help everybody and to hang out with Rips and Andre and everybody here on TopstepTV and all of the people watching. It is so important to all of us to do everything that we can to improve your experience, your performance, and your knowledge in trading. And we know how hard this is, and I'm just so every day I wake up excited to come to work, excited to sit down, excited to see what the market's, and excited to see what we're going to be talking about today, what's going to happen in the markets today, what you guys are going to be looking for. And it just I have chills just thinking about how much I enjoy doing this. And I know Rips, Andre, Michael,
For sure.
everybody, Dolby, everybody, Jack, everybody involved in Topstep TV is extremely passionate about it and passionate about our traders. And
hell yeah.
Love, man, love y'all. We would it would be so wonderful to have everybody be successful at this, and I believe everybody can. It's so much based on your abilities, your mental state, your ability to understand yourself. You know, markets are markets. Technical indicators, all of that is what it is. It's your ability to read it and to respond to it, and that's the hard part. We can learn as much as we want about technical analysis and all of that stuff, but until we are able to understand how we tick, that's the hard part about it. And I was lucky enough early in my years and later on to have the opportunity to work with a couple of trading psychologists at a couple of different points in my career. And it's so helpful to have somebody to talk to like that. And that, I think, is part of what we're doing here on Topstep TV. I mean, I'm not a psychologist. All I can do is relate the experience that I had with trading psychologists, and I try and do that as much as I can. And I try and be very clear. I mean, I've practically cried sometimes during group coaching because I get so deep into some of the barriers that I had as a trader and still have. I am not the best trader in the world, not a chance. I know this, but I've been able to survive, for a long time, and I'm gonna shut up now because I'm gonna start crying.
You're a treasure, Hoag. Anybody listening knows that, and we all appreciate every single day the knowledge and the wisdom that you bring to all of us here on Topstep TV. So thank you from all of us. I think I speak for all of us. Thank you so much for doing what you do.
Hey, thanks to all of you guys. I mean, thanks to you. Thanks to everybody in chat. I mean, it seems to be a group effort here to try and get everybody headed in the right direction as a trader. It just tickles me so much. I'm so lucky to be here, and I'm grateful for it. That's for sure.
Hell yeah, man. We did see oil pop there. Now we're seeing the equity sell off. I'm not sure if there was a headline or anything. I don't know how you trade these equities.
Something about Bitcoin ETF is what I'm hearing. Something Bitcoin ETF. I'm waiting for it to hit the wires here.
Come on, man. Dude. I don't know how you trade this.
Also, a headline out from Walmart right now. There's a computer glitch that is halting all sales and returns at all physical Walmarts right now. Good times.
What is going on today, man?
Same glitch that hit up Rhythmic this morning. My Rhythmic could not put on a trade this morning. Bookmap Rhythmic, every single little piece of Rhythmic for me was just garbage today. It was wild stuff. Look at that. And my screens are still blurry. We got the drunk vision on Rip's screen right now.
What time did it straighten itself out, Rips?
Sorry, what was that? I missed that.
What time did it straighten itself out on the Rhythmic stuff?
Oh, Rhythmic. Oh, by golly, I would say maybe like 10 a.m., 10:30, sometime around that time, I would say, and it still wasn't all that straight. It was still kind of wonky, Yeah, it was still big time wonkiness.
Do you think that maybe had something to do with kind of your pocket?
No, I think it was the Goldman interns were watching my stream and they were trying to sabotage me specifically. I mean, that was the technical analysis I came away with. No, I don't think it added to anything. In fact, I was actually feeling really relaxed when Rhythmic was down because I didn't have the pressure to trade, which was nice. Some days you wake up and you see the market and you go, I could leave that. And then, of course, Rhythmic comes back on and you trade the market like a knucklehead and you say, wait, I was supposed to be leaving the market alone. And then you get your face kicked in, your teeth kicked in. But yeah, I should have been trading on Topstep X. That's the thing. I mean, that's my fault right there. If I was trading on Topstep X, all would have been well.
All good.
All good. Yeah. I mean, how do you trade this sucker, man? How do you trade this?
Jersh Sanders, he says in chat here, he says, Rips, do you actually think you say by golly when you're not in here? No, I say, motherfucker. I can't believe this. This is bullshit. That's exactly what I say when I'm not here on stream.
Well done, Rips. Well done. It's because hey, Rips, while you're at it, I'm scared to ask.
Give me a
Rips, can we get
bleeper.
Yeah, we need Mag 7. Can we get a Mag 7 update? Is it is it as messy as these charts are, the Mag 7?
It is, and we're not getting a lot of follow through to any side here. We're not getting any kind of follow through. In fact, Apple has been the one I've been watching for Confluence. I've been looking for that to actually fade these 180s. That's where I was originally short. I was looking for this to knock on the door of those 180s in Apple. And unfortunately, we just didn't get it. So I was sitting there and I was waiting. And then, we had that big bounce from Apple. Right now, I'm looking for these a fill here at 901. What am I at? 901 and 3/4. If I can get a knock on the door there, I can get out of this position. And then I'm literally swearing off trading for the rest of the day here. Speaking of swearing, I almost got filled, but I'm just I got a couple more lots here trying to get filled. But it's been a wild day. It's been very, very difficult. Magnificent 7 is not showing us any confluence to either side. We have a mixed print on everything. Google's the only one that showed us confluence to the downside. S&Ps have been rinsing around. Everything's just not been very it's been very difficult to trade, to say the least. I will say that. Been very, very difficult to trade, at least for my style of trading. It's been very, very difficult. Andre, did you put any trades on today? I think I saw you getting your fingers dirty a little bit.
Not yet. I'm looking to. I'll be trading this afternoon. I was not trading this morning. This afternoon, it's just me and the markets and TopstepTV. So I'll be looking to. We're selling off here. We've hit this in the S&Ps. Look at the 5-minute 1-2. This is the third time we've hit this level right here around 74 in the orders. There was a bid. There guys stacking bids at 84.75, 84 3/4. It's been bought about 1,000 times. The level has held, but I don't know how you get in front of this right now. I don't. I'm very confused. Look at the chart. I have zero read. What do you got, John? I got nothing. I see nothing right now.
S&Ps at value low. Value low right now.
It's worked a couple times. 1, 2, 3. I know 1, 2, 3 times it's been down here, and we've bounced off of it.
And we're looking at negative 9,600 in Delta in the S&Ps.
Ooh.
The Delta is continuing to push lower, but if these sellers that are creating that negative Delta aren't successful, that might be an opportunity late in the session. Now, value low in the NASDAQ, I'm seeing at 17,900. And that's pretty much rips where you're looking to get out of that, right?
Yeah, 901 and 3/4. And it's just, I've been tapped a couple of times, and Topstep simulates great order flow. They simulate, there we go. I got filled.
Oh, you got it.
Hey, Rippy. All right, Rips.
All right.
Oh, more sellers.
Sack lunch. There you go.
I'll take it at this point. It's just one of those days, any trade helps, just a little taster. That helps me just a little bit there. So happy about that trade.
Absolutely. I am, Michael Stan. I am. I will be on that power. Yes, start to see some more sellers here in the S&P. So that level now is not held. I don't know, John. I'm confused. I'm not seeing it well. I know some of my other trading friends I've spoken to today are in the red as well. It kind of has me hands off right now, but always looking for taking a trade if something presents itself. But I'm just not seeing anything right now.
No reason to
do the chat here was in the same exact position I was in. They were getting heated too. So hey, I'd love to see it if we could run a poll. If you're there, if we could run a poll, or whoever's watching the kettle over there, if you could throw a poll in chat, I'd like to see. Are you red today? Are you green today? Are you no trades today? I'm curious to get a temperature on the chat because, like I said earlier, I'm not having a good day at all. I'm out of the pocket myself. So curious to see. Robert's got it. There we go.
All right, Robert. Thank you. Oh, here we go. More selling. Boom.
Big flush. Looking to see if we have any kind of headlines that are bringing that flushacito in there. But you know what? Just to echo what John was saying earlier, when the trading's bad, I look forward to hanging out with my buddies here on TopstepTV. I look forward to hanging out with Andre Dolby and, of course, the legendary Hoag here. So,
yeah,
there is silver lining to my day when I get to spend time with you fine people.
Yeah, this is how it was.
Click my vote here, red. I am red on the day.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Everyone says they're green today. Oh, come on.
Come
on. I don't know. 70%. Come on now.
It's just
what do
me.
We know?
I'm the only knucklehead who can't read the markets today.
70%. Yeah, these are the days when it's a tough, sloppy market like it is, and having your trading buddies to hang out with. John is like hanging out on the floor. Although I don't know, was it camaraderie? I feel like it was more competition in the pits. I know they're your friends. go to the kids' christenings and Christmas stuff. But when you're in the pits, I mean, is there a lot of chit chat like BS? Or you guys are watching? I know when it's slow, you guys do the chit chat and stuff, but when markets are moving like this, it's eat what you kill time, isn't it?
Yeah, there were no friends during market hours.
Right.
If
a lot of elbows,
it was slow,
right?
if it was slow, you could sit around and kind of joke, and there were people that you might socialize with after work and all that. But here's a story. Is it the Mid-Am, the Mid-America Commodity Exchange, which
Mid-Am,
is
my God,
it's like mini grains. 1,000 bushels of grain was the contract, so it was a good kind of training ground. So I bought a seat there and I went over there and I'm trading, and I'm stuck long one contract of soybeans. And a friend of mine, I know, he's like, I've been watching. I'm thinking he's like short 10 or 15. And I'm like, dude, I'm stuck. Why don't you buy one for me and let me out? And he's like, fuck. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, Johnny. Yeah, Johnny.
He says, F no, why would I do that? I said, well, because we're friends. I know you're in the right direction. He goes, yeah, between 9 and 1:15, we ain't friends.
We ain't friends. It's true. It's 100% true.
So, it's
bounce right there.
When it comes down to it. See, there we got it. Oh, geez, man, look at that. Okay, so
what, 72?
Here's
Get along in front of that.
Look at the
all right, show it to
NASDAQ.
me, man, because I'm not seeing it, John.
So here, 17,887 is below value. If we were to look for a long around here, we're going to risk maybe 10, 15 points on this. But if this thing rolls around and rotates back higher, there's pretty substantial possibility for profit. Now we'll watch and see what happens. I mean, look at the S&Ps. This low here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points, 6 ticks from the bottom. We start extending the range to the downside, you're going to lose what, 8 ticks. But if we do rotate higher, which has happened 1, 2, 3, 4 times, we do rotate higher, you're going to have a lot bigger profit target possible than the risk you have to take. Now, does this always work? Hell no, nothing ever works. Nothing works all the time. But in a range-bound day, this is what you look for. You look for price to get cheap enough where the risk is small and the profit is worth at least twice that. Now, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
This is a I was
a bugger. You were going to say. I agree.
It's a bugger.
It is, man. It is. This is a bugger.
It's a real buggeroo today. What's interesting is that you can have the right trade idea, but simply have the wrong timing today. And that's what can really irk you as a trader. I was short this area earlier. What was that? 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. And if we had the same price action we had now, I'd be green on the day, at least where it mattered. But, wrong time of trade. And then news coming out where I think we should fade. Market's ripping against me. And then we start to fall the moment that I'm getting stopped out of trades. It's just one of those days where it feels like that. And like John says, if you're not identifying this properly, if you don't have it dead to rights and you're not picking good trade location, it doesn't matter if you're right eventually. You have to have that good trade location. You have to have that good trade timing. That's what days like today are all about. And you can look at the chart and drive yourself batty because it's just like, wow, we were just down here. We had buyers last time we were down here. Now we're selling through this. This is insane. And, you got to be real with yourself on days like today.
Exactly what I'm thinking there, Rips. We're just down here and buyers came in. So how am I going to get short into this when the buyers come in? Now here we are extending the range to the downside. I am perplexed, to say the least.
Kind of feels like you're playing chicken. You don't want to put in that order.
Right?
You put it in, and the moment you put it in, the market reverses on you.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So maybe we'll see if there's a little bit more downside range extension here in the S&Ps. Maybe take a long if it exhausts itself. Maybe around 50, 70. We can get down to 50, 70s.
Okay. So this is the thing. Initial balance, we traded above. If we trade below the initial balance, the probability is that it will come back into range because we traded above initial balance and below initial balance. So a range extension could feasibly be an opportunity for another long. Unless something happens, if something comes out, if you got to check the momentum, you might want to wait for it to come up to leave down here, come back in balance before looking for an opportunity, because that's the only way you're going to be able to limit your risk. I'm not suggesting that if this thing starts barreling to the downside to try and pick the bottom. So you want to let like a range extension finish. Let it come back up, and that'll give you kind of a way to limit risk. The thing I like about longs here is it limits risk, but it may not be the right, as Risk said, timing. Timing is everything, right? So, and we haven't extended the range in either yet. Then here's the profile on the NASDAQ. This green is the current time frame, the current time we're at. So we've still got space down below to even extend the range to the downside at all.
I mean, I got day trader
days
Rick,
where
and
the chart makes an M, like what we see in the S&Ps today, or a W. Those are some of the hardest charts to trade because it's just flipping back and forth. And right now, I think on both the NQ and the S&Ps, we have this big M chart that's going on right now where we rally, we dump, we rally, and now we're back to dumping. And then the question becomes, do you take a long here like John has suggested? I think that, here, to echo on John's point, it is very low risk because you can risk, depending on how wide your risk is, if you're trading micros or minis, you can have a decent amount of risk here to the downside. You could risk, in the NQ here, you could probably risk, 10, 15 handles for a potential upside bounce of maybe 50 or 60 handles. Shorting into this, when you're looking for continuation is where you can get messed up on days like today. But that's not to say that we don't just fade from here for the rest of the entire session. It can easily happen, but trying to nail that trade and trying to be right on that trade is the hard part of days like today.
And think about it now. We've got negative 11,000 in delta in the S&Ps.
Whoa.
So far, we've been unable to extend the range.
Yeah, that's good. I'm buying one.
The great Alexander in chat asks, when will Topstep TV have after hours or overnight chats? So tune in to Coach Dakota's session. It is 9 p.m. Eastern time, 8 p.m. Central time, every single night, Monday through Thursday. You don't want to miss it. He puts that on. It's amazing. You can catch that tonight there. That was the great Alexander. So make sure you're checking out Coach Dakota and Slow Markets.
Coach Dakota is unbelievable. He's trading so well. It's so fun to watch.
I got hooked in.
Asks, do you know why TradingView has a different price action or candles than my Topstep X? I would think that you probably have the lagging data in TradingView. You want to subscribe to the data. I believe it's about $7 a month for real-time futures data on TradingView. That's probably what the issue is there.
Dr. Dakota, we're starting to see these sellers. I'm looking to get long. Maybe we can, if we can get a pullback down to 50, 70.
Just be patient. Just be patient.
Be patient.
I wish I had John saying that in the beginning of my trading journey. Was always like, oh, come on, just be patient, Rips. That'd be so nice.
Just be patient.
Slow down, relax.
I don't want to tell you one way or another, Andre, because nobody knows. I don't know. This could be this could be the spot right here. We don't know, but just according to risk and probabilities, there's little risk here. The market has rejected here before. Probabilities are that it might again, and that's all I'm saying.
No, we're going to squeeze the hell out of these shorts here in Power Hour, John. That's the plan. That's what we're lining up to do. We're going to squeeze these shorts and make new highs on the day. When we get long, when these shorts get overextended to the downside, they get stuck in the hole. Maybe this is happening right now, and I'm not in this trade. That might be happening right now as I jibber jabber about
that. We did that at 1 p.m. when we double bottomed towards 900 in the NQ, and then we just rallied 60 points out of nowhere. I literally was sitting there watching, just saying like, what's actually going on here? I was shocked, and it was such a good squeeze. And of course I wasn't on the right side of it, but I was just sitting there. I was shocked, and the market will humble you from days like this where you're just looking at the price action, kind of just blown away by it.
Yeah,
most Command 86. Eventually, Command 86. Eventually, not high in the priority list. Eventually, we will. Maybe the shorts got squeezed right there. We'll see. Like Rips was saying, that 60-point rally that came out of nowhere. It's like, what the hell is that? Sophie's setting up for a nice Power Hour trade here. Sorry, Rips had a couple winners today in this recapping with Rips session, which was good.
Very rare.
Nice.
Very rare for me today.
Look at that. Look at this guy. Self-depreciating too. I like it, man.
Man.
I recognize when you're not in it. You got to recognize.
You gotta Yep.
And that's the thing. You really have to come to terms with that in this job that you're doing as a trader, and you're showing up every day to do this. If you have the blessing to be able to do this every day, think about how grateful you should be just for that blessing alone. If you can do this every single day and trade for most of, maybe it's not every single day, even 3 days a week, 4 days a week, whatever the case, maybe it's even 1 day a week, you're blessed. You should be grateful for that opportunity. But some days you're going to have losing days, and how you react at a mental level is everything. I used to get extremely angry. I had a problem with tilt early on in my career, and I let that eat at me, and it created this really nasty environment for just myself to live in. You have to form this level of trust with yourself, and you do have to just shrug off losing days like I am today. You do just have to let it go and take it one day at a time and recognize that you are going to have losing days. If you dwell on these losing days, like tomorrow, if I wake up tomorrow and I start thinking about, well, I'm going to carry all this baggage from today. I was so out of the pocket today. Oh, I can't trade and this and that. Well, then you're going to bring that kind of mindset into your trading the next day. And that's not what you should be doing. It's easier said than done, of course, but you want to try to condition yourself that you can trust yourself and say, well, I'm not going to bring in yesterday's luggage. I'm not a baggage handler at the airport. I'm not going to bring in yesterday's luggage and continue along this self-depreciating, this whole self-loathing thing. Just get past it. Understand it's one losing day. You're going to get past it. You're going to have losing days in your career. Move on. You'll get through it. Simple as that.
Amen, brother.
Very well put. Very well put. I mean, if you carry that venom from day to day, it's going to eat you alive. You just can't do it. Learn to let it go.
Yeah, honestly, if I didn't have trading buddies like you, I would definitely be get stuck in my own head, and you don't want to get pissed. It's just a downward spiral. Just at least more bad trading, less sleep, more bad trading. Start trading the overnights, less sleep, more bad trading. So this helps break This helps break the cycle, man. This really helps break the cycle. We can laugh at each other. We got great people in the chat, great resources like Rips and Johnny, Patak, Eddie, everyone, the whole team, man. Like, this helps a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not trying to pat ourselves on the back here, but this is as close as I've ever felt to when I was trading at the firm, trading in a trading gallery with 40 other traders around you. BS in here, but always watching the markets, always talking business, economics. This is the closest it's ever been to replicating something like that, because when you're getting beat up in these markets and you're all by yourself, it's not cool, man. It's not fun. But having this community definitely helps you get out of the slumps. Like, look at Patak. He couldn't find a winner if it looked him straight in the face in January. And come February, man, he's starting to trade much better. He had help of the
now he's doing better.
Chat. Yeah, he's doing better because the chat got him up. He's like, yo, where'd your post-it notes go? Yes, exactly, D. Where'd your post-it notes go? Where'd your reminders go? Things like that. He's like, shit, you're right. I got a little too lazy, starting kicking the year off, and now here I am. I got back in order and back in form, back in shape, and now he's training well because he got the reminders. Maybe it'll kick in the butt too, so it helps.
And trying to be the eternal optimist in your trading is also very, very helpful. One of the things I always like to remind myself is that your record career trade could be right around the corner. I would always tell myself that. You never know when that record career day is going to come. It could be right around the corner, and it could be waiting for you. You don't know if it's going to come tomorrow, next week, 3 weeks from now, 3 months from now, 3 years from now. But that day will come, and as long as you are honest with yourself, you're not lying to yourself about your journey, you're getting through this day by day, and you're believing in yourself, you're going to get there. It will come. You just have to manifest it. You just have to believe in yourself, and then just don't knock yourself out early. Have enough mental capital to survive that far. And by using a company like Topstep here, you're going to be able to get accounts that are relatively inexpensive and be able to use those to stay in the market here. That's how you should be facing things. Don't be self-deprecating. Don't be looking at yourself and beating yourself up.
Flushacito here.
I like that term there, Andre. Flushacito.
Well, Michael Martin in the chat alerted me to the fact there is a flushacito going on. Maybe we're going to pull back to 50-70 here. I will buy a one live dip and toe in the water, play chicken with this market in front of this moving trade, baby. Let's do it.
We haven't even extended the range yet. We're at negative 12,500 in Delta right now.
God, NQ, I'm seeing negative 2,700. You're probably a little bit hotter on that, right?
Minus 2,400 in the NASDAQ.
Okay, cool.
Pumping shorts in here.
Mm-hmm.
Baby, come to me. Come to daddy. By 70.
You know,
some
people ask what a
commentary
cheap
right now out
trade
of the
is.
White House. I don't know if that's giving us anything.
oh.
There.
Oh, no.
Bless it. Just shut
Oh,
up. We're
geez.
trying to trade here. We're trying to. We don't need it.
We're trying to trade here. Just pipe down.
Yeah, quit handling national business right now. We're trying to trade and make some money here. You're gonna.
Okay, so that is U.S. President Biden is signing an order today to protect U.S. data. That was the only headline. So I thought it was something different, but there's the
You
headline.
never know though. You never know what's gonna come out.
Well, I guess that's a good thing, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless you're on
Come to
TikTok.
Yeah, right.
And did you go long there, Andre? Because we are getting a little
I did
bounce.
not. I want to buy 70s. I wanted to buy 70s. I was getting greedy on price. I want to see come little pullback. Uh-oh, Lacey. Which way was
Was
that?
that the Baja men at your house? Who let the dogs out?
Hey. Hey. Rips crack me up, man. Puff, next week, you're going to be Vegas out in June, correct?
June 14th, I believe, is the tentative
Hell
date.
yeah,
I think we're 80% locked in on that date.
Sweet. That'll be a lot of fun.
I'm stoked. I can't wait to see you folks. And I can't wait to meet everybody here in chat. And if you are looking to hang out with the Top Step crew, June 14th is 80% sure the date. We're not 100% sure, but 80% sure, right?
I think Lacey made some other dogs bark out there in the chat. Sorry. Yeah, but 8%. I think it's June 14th. Yeah, it'll be really cool to see each other, hang out. People from the chat want to come watch. Even get in there, talk a little junk, talk a little trash. That'd be a lot of fun. Let's have some fun out there. There you go.
They can also be talking good things, Andre. It's not all going to be trash talking.
I mean, dude, you see how this chat gets sometimes, dude.
Maybe if they bring a keyboard with them, it'll,
they'll throw tomatoes at us. They'll throw tomatoes at us on stage. like the old Roman days or whatever they did back then. Yeah. I kid. For the most part, the chat's fantastic, man. They're watching our backs at all times. Dolby time. What up, Dolby time?
We got Coach Dakota here in chat, dominating that leaderboard, I believe, hanging on to that 5th place spot right now, just crushing it, still taking names.
Hey, John, what do we got here on 72 3/4? Will you see that?
Ooh, yeah, 735 on the bid. 735 on the bid. I think that's Lacey. Lacey just put that order.
Lacey said, screw it. I'll take 700 of them. But we're seeing some good liquidity in there today. It took about an hour and a half for the paper to show up, but finally did about 10 o'clock Central Time. We started seeing some paper come in, inject. We saw a couple thousand lots go off, get filled. Oh, whoa, they just came up.
Yeah, this
filled.
Getting speedy here to the top side. My goodness.
Wow, another 700 lot stepped in front of that 700 lot. Am I reading this right?
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing too.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sure did. Wow. Okay, cool.
This is pretty wild here.
Damn it. John, that was the level.
Yep. Well, for now. You know,
these are all short-term trades, anyways.
Yeah, and we're still negative 12,000 in Delta. So, Andre, have fun in Power Hour today, you guys.
Is it about that time?
This could be a fun one.
I think so too. I'm gonna try to trade my
2,000 Delta.
I'm debating on whether or not I'm even going to trade it.
The only way you ain't trading the rips is if you physically will remove yourself from your trading machine, dude. You know when you're sitting down there.
My mouse.
You can unplug your mouse, dude. Yes, but you need to step away. We're all like that. I don't think we're ever truly done trading until you either close the computer, close the laptop, or get the hell out of the office. If you're sitting in front of the screens looking at the charts, you're technically trading, right? You're not executing trades, but you're still watching the market, so you're in the market. The only way, for me at least, I have to truly physically walk away. Here come the buyers. Son of a.
You should have done it, Andre. You knew it. You had the feeling. You felt those tingles and jingles. Your spidey sense was going off there. I could tell.
Yeah, we'll take this into Power Hour then. See if we can catch these shorts snapping here.
You maybe would have added about 2 points of risk to that long if you would have gotten right at those lows. If you were a little bit more aggressive on that, but
and you folks that are tuned in here, John called out that exact play, called out that exact risk. So if you were preaching enough to take John's play there, you are up. By golly, you're up about 20 handles right now. My goodness gracious! At least in the NQ, not in the S&Ps. 20 handles, the S&Ps, different story.
Right.
No chance.
You're up maybe 2 or 3 right now, but all right.
Look at like 5. Look at like 5, John.
5 now. Yeah.
Oh, are you making fun of the S&Ps there, Rips? Are you goofing on my market?
No way. That's why they pay you more to trade it. Come on, the NQ is small, $20 a point.
Good stuff.
All right. Well, guys, we're getting run out of time here. There's flashing the lights on us. It's closing times. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Looking forward to Power Hour today, guys. We got Andre Dolby and, of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Rips, and Danny Trades, rumor has it, will be stopping by as well.
Really?
Tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I hear. Tomorrow for Fast Markets, we've got me, Andre, Michael, and Anne Marie. Anne Marie is going to be with us. Always good.
That's going to be a good one.
You'll see Rips again tomorrow for recapping with Rips at 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. Power Hour again tomorrow. Rips, Andre, everybody in chat, nothing but love for y'all. Have a great trading session, and I'll see you in the morning, but stick around. We got Power Hour. You never know what's going to happen.
Thank you, John.
Trade well.
Welcome back to Power Hour. We got the original three, the three amigos. We got Rips in the middle. We got Dolby Time next to him. You see me to the side of Rips as well, man. Let's have some fun today, boys. It is Power Hour. Everyone's been on TV today. Dolby did a great job with Green today. Rips, that was a lot of fun last previous session. Yeah, man. Tell us, Rips, I know you put on a couple winners in the previous segment. We are talking about perhaps a short squeeze. We're seeing that delta kind of grow. Like they did taper, peel it back a little bit. Minus 10,000 here in the ES. So we will see. Dolby Time, are you going to be trading that NQ that you love so much now?
Yeah, I already got all my charts drawn up and everything. So, yeah, I don't have to go over it. Everything's all drawn up. Got my 4-hour resistance bands. Got my CFM squared levels. We're ready to go for this session. We're ready to go.
Rips, why are you laughing already? What the hell were you chuckling about already?
I mean, I'm just thinking about, you said I had some good trades last session. I'm ready to negate that and have bad trades only this session, especially. I mean, this market is insane. You were talking about getting that long to the top side there, and the market just ripped straight away to the top side. We were about 785s in the NQ. We went all the way up to VWAP at basically 930, and now we are flushing down. I'm going to take a short, whatever. I'm taking a short in this market here. I'm short from 907, one lot. I mean,
he just said whatever.
I can get my face ripped off on this one, but yeah, I'm short right now. 907s in the NQ on a Topstep combine.
Okay. Am I in the right account? I am in the right account. Good job.
Okay, man.
I don't know.
Too long, boys.
Yeah. So the levels I have up on my charts up. Oh, not yet. I'll give it a minute. Let me switch it over. Because I have some new verbiage. So I got my CFM. I know we're just, we're learning. We're learning here. So 4 hour, that's my range low, CFM squared. So that's previous daily range low, and then 4 hour range high. So I just got to have my larger time frames on my charts here, so I'm not always flipping between everything. But I'm actually interested in longs if we can, below 17,875, possibly.
Below, might be there. We got gold. Gold's seeing a pop here, boys. I'm not sure it's after hours for gold. So gold's seeing a pop here. It's done pretty unusual. While S&Ps and NASDAQ are breaking, oil staying flat. I'm not seeing any headlines. I'll keep an eye out. I think the speakers are done for the day, but
speakers are done. We are testing these 900s right now. This is where I want to see this flushacito to the downside. So can we actually get through 900s without a bounce from the tippy top? Who's long here, by the way? Did you take a long, Dolby? Did you fade me?
Dolby time.
I'm not.
Dolby, you faded me?
I'm not in a trade yet, so hold up.
Oh, okay. Somebody in the chat said that you were already fading me. Come on, Dolby. We're on the same team here. Come on.
There are rules. If you're not in a position yet, you haven't faded somebody.
That's true. Thank you, John.
You might be out of the trade by the time I get filled. I'm not fading you.
Hey, if both sides make money,
I have fade anxiety right now. Clearly.
Oh, there's a little a chink in your armor now, so your ego's a little bit weak. So maybe I should be fading you.
I'm short from 907s here, so I mean, come after me, buddy. We're short from 907s. We're looking for a flushacito of that 900 level. If you want to come tussle with me, come and get some.
No way.
Oh boy.
No way. You're like 6'2" or something. No way. I'm not doing
it. How tall you are, Rips?
6'1", but who's counting?
He's actually 6 foot at the combine, but he reports at 6.
Yeah. He puts the shoes on. Like, what's that quarterback from last year? It was just dying to be above 5 foot time, whatever his name was.
I don't know.
I got I stand on my tippy toes. That's what I do.
Yeah, no, Rips is totally like 6'3", 250. Runs like 4'5".
Just yoked, dude. SoCal, bro. Yo. I got Dolby's back. That's right, amateur genius. Yeah. I got Dolby's back.
All right, we are testing. We're knocking on the door of those 900s again. Knock, knock. Who's home? It's Rips. Come on, let's bust through like the Kool-Aid man. I want to see 900s give out here. We're short. We're looking for a fade down here. Come on down. It's okay. The water's warm, I swear.
Jump on
in. Do you have a stop limit buy in there or something? You trying to?
I'm looking to cover at below 890s here. That's what I'm looking for a nice little cover.
Okay. You should be fine.
All right.
You should be fine.
Okay.
So don't use my chart. It is extra blurry here. I don't know why we're getting the blurry chart here. We're trying to match my face camera.
One of those days.
It is.
I think you should get your 890s.
These Sevens. Can we get a little bit more? Can we get a little bit more spice, Andre? I ordered the spicy. Can we get that?
Oh, dude, it's push, man. Come on. One time for Rips. One time.
Technical Trader asks, Rips, are you cool with eating dead animals? I prefer those. I don't like to eat live animals. That's the one thing I am against. I don't eat live animals. Dead animals, okay. But live animals, not so much.
Not so much. That's a little aggressive.
Somebody's long from 99s. Good luck to you, M4U. Long from 99s. One of us is going to win this. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. The Thunderdome.
That is true. Probably also Vegas. Let's be honest. Some of us might not come back from Vegas in June.
We did.
That's my mission to totally incapacitate you while we're there, Dolby.
It's not going to be hard. Give me like 3 drinks. I'm like down.
We got the warning. We got the warning to we're not to embarrass ourselves in TopstepTV out in Vegas this time. We were not the ones, but yes, no one is. Not this time, you know what I mean? I guess someone had a couple too many pops last time. One of the gatherings, and Topstep, we are going to be the example. Topstep will be the example.
You mean like
lead by example? Count me out.
Okay. Our department
I think, we're a good time though. But yeah, we keep it together.
I think it's the financial team. I think they're the troublemakers.
Keep an eye on them. God, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
Coinbase getting a squawk out from Coinbase here that the balances should be restored. So everybody who's got Coinbase, you should be seeing your balances back restored. You don't have a zero balance anymore. So check your Coinbase balances if that's working again here. Testing those 900s again, by the way. Can we send it a little bit lower here? Looking for those 900s to give out. Let's see. We might just run into the same exact thing we did last time that I was shorting this area, which was I was wanting the 900s to fail, and then we had a 60-point bounce from these 900s. So very good chance that we could see those 900s not really give out here, but let's see.
Yeah, we will see. I still want this to go lower. I want to see these 883 evens and then 875 evens. And I want to just buy the lows of this 4-hour range and see if we can get down there. So I actually am cheering you on, even though I want to get long, Rips. We're on
anybody else short? I mean, is there anybody who sees the market short and fading this level alongside me? I feel like I'm just alone in this trade here.
You're on an island, Rips.
I'm on an island. It's so lonely.
Oh my gosh.
Average short is 11 and a half.
We got some echoes coming
in. What a day. What a day.
I think is there somebody down the driveway down there? I see somebody down the driveway.
Oh wait.
Uh-oh. Yo.
You guys see that on the security cameras?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up right now.
One day's in Colorado. Where is he now?
I don't know. Let's see.
Come in.
You can get him in here.
Who's there? Who's there? Yeah.
Eventually, it's JD has to do stuff.
JD has to do.
Colby, how did you know?
Answer the door, buddy.
I got him.
JD has to do stuff, Toby.
We're working on it. We're working on it. He's coming. He's coming.
The door's closed. Somebody open the dang door. Do the opposite of what Jerome Powell said. Open the door.
What's going on?
Climb through a window.
Hey,
Window's open.
he's almost here. We hear him.
Voice
hear him.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear. Hold on. We want
kick the door.
We want the people to see you. We want the people to see you there. Mystery voice. We want the people to see you.
I'm losing hope in these 900s, by the way, as we are waiting for our special guest to kick down the door. I'm losing hope that the fact that we're going to break these 900s, it's not looking too pretty.
Got a 1 minute range on the NASDAQ right there, right at your entry.
Good golly, this thing does not want to fade. What a precarious predicament we're in here.
Yep.
Yeah, pick a direction. Gold's still rallying here after hours. Interesting. I don't know what's going on over there. Typically it's sideways for the last hour, but now just these uptick train 42.80 gold drifting higher. But yes, 17,900 seems to be a level that they're defending their rips. Same with 75s here in the S&Ps. Anytime they take those off, the buyers do come in for the time being. We are seeing a delta.
Right there he is.
Whoa,
he's here.
Hey, we got him.
Where are you? Where are you now?
Right here. Yo.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. You are where your feet are, Danny. That's what I like to hear. You are where your feet are.
I'm in Texas.
Oh, you're in
okay.
Texas.
Well, yesterday you were in Colorado.
That's awesome.
Very
I was
good.
in Colorado.
You were right
Now I'm
yesterday.
in Texas right now.
Man on the move, man. We like to. Well,
You guys
welcome,
already
welcome,
know-
welcome.
You already know what we're about to do. We're about to hit some bangers.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
You know.
Look forward to seeing you call
Danny, do you
something.
like the failure of the 900s here in the Nasdaq, or do you like this long? What are you fixing to get in here?
Nothing right now, honestly.
Okay.
I think it's gonna break through, but
okay, I'm keeping my position on
All
then.
right.
Let's get some good vibes in here.
Wait.
All right, I'm selling one. Hold on, I'm selling one. Then.
Everybody's piling in now. Now the
Yeah,
trade
yeah.
had a good. Now it's good.
I'm not
Danny
going
said it.
in
It's
yet,
good. When Rip
but-
says it, no good.
It's the new guest, Rips. It's the new. You told me not to. You know, told me not to coattail your trades today. So don't listen to me today. I'm like, all right, I won't listen to you. But you're usually right. You're right a lot, Rips. Don't listen to me today.
Let's not go that far.
Let's make this a good power hour. How's that?
I'm all for it, Danny.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some action down here in the lower end of this 4-hour range. And I'm cheering on you guys for your shorts. That's what I'm cheering on.
Yeah, well, if we have to, we'll call Pelosi. Yeah, I mean, we'll do it. We'll do what it takes to get this market going right.
If Pelosi's for the pump, who do we call for the dump?
That's true. That's true. That's true. Danny.
We call
Michael. Hey, Danny, do you text Michael? Danny, do you text Michael a lot just to talk trash and stuff or tell him to get on here? Do you text him a lot?
I do tell him to get on here, but he always tells me he's snowboarding. So
yeah.
Something about being in Aspen.
I love that you got his number. I love that you have his number. That's so great.
You have to go up there and hang out with him in Snowmass.
So great, dude.
You know, I'll go one day sometime.
For sure.
Yeah, it's nice.
Oh, we lost you.
And we lost him. He'll be back.
He'll be
All right,
back.
yeah.
Well, markets are walking up here, so the longs are definitely in charge here. We're back at the 907 entry area. And yeah, the longs are definitely kind of holding this market up. We still cannot flush those 900, so I'm probably going to get stopped out on this trade if we continue this trajectory back up to the upside here. We are 2 points above my entry right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Bogdanov twins. That's right. That's who we call for the market dump. Forgot about them.
They the dudes. I'll think of the Winklevoss.
I mean, they're from the Dump It meme.
Oh, we gotcha.
So we had a little perk up there towards the 11s, but yeah, I mean, nobody can hold this market down. This is like infinite bids in this market here. This is crazy.
Minus 11.5. Thank you, John. 11.5K on your ES Delta. Waiting. It's gonna be my one trade of the day. Hopefully we squeeze these shorts.
Yeah, you got in here.
Where's he back? Not yet. Waiting for
not yet.
Not yet.
The quality on this chart, by the way, is just phenomenal. I mean, I can almost make out a single bar there.
What is going on there?
What?
A fantastic question, Dolby.
It's like looks like a projection almost. It's like a 480.
I'm closing out of this position. I'm coming out of it right there at the 11s. Yeah, it's not working. We were up 7 points as we were knocking on the door for 900s, but yeah, it's not working. It's not going to happen.
That's good though. You knew it. Oh, we got him back.
Is he back?
I'm not gonna share my screen. It always just cuts out when I'm on.
Where are you now?
He's in Texas.
Oh, you're Texas. Okay, cool. I'm right here. What's up?
Good old
Danny?
Tejas.
Yeah, that's right.
Good old Texas. Good old
Market Soccer D says lovely vintage resolution there. Yeah, we're running this in 240 pixels here.
Standard def today.
Looks like the longs have it. There was somebody who was long from 99s. Very, very nice. Whoever caught that in chat. Great trading there.
So, all right, let's get this popping. Are you guys ready?
Do it, man. I love where your head's at.
Time to eat. Time to eat.
Time to eat is right. Let's do
Have
it.
you been trading earlier today?
Yes,
Danny?
and I got smoke in the morning. Let's go.
I like where your head's at, man.
One of those days.
Guess what?
All right, Danny trades. I got a question for you, Danny trades. When you do take your lumps from the markets, how do you handle it, man? You seem like a pretty upbeat guy, good energy, positive guy. How do you handle it when you're down? When you do have a down day or down morning, so to speak?
The talk kind of just how do I handle losses? I mean,
yeah. What do you do?
The way you should, move on. At the end of the day, when you know that your wins are much bigger than your losses, You're not really worried about anything, you know. So, like for me, I got stopped out 3 times this morning, back to back to back, and I was like, "Freak, man, what's going on?" But I just stopped. I just stopped trading. I was like, you know what? That's enough. You know, like I gotta move on, and we'll just wait for power hour. Okay, so I had a first trade was a 30 tick stop. First trade was break even. Second trade was a 30 tick stop loss. Third trade was about a 55 tick, and then a 57 tick. So it was pretty tight. I keep my positions. My stop loss is very tight. But again, the market conditions weren't in my favor, you know. So it was yeah. I mean,
I got you.
So
you're moving on. Yeah, you move on. You got the afternoon session. You do this long enough, you kind of get, I don't want to say numb to it, but you calluses build, and calluses build on you. Yeah, loss is just ordinary and necessary, as Michael once told me. Losses are ordinary, necessary part of this game. So yeah, I agree. All right, boys, are we all flat? Anyone long while this market?
I'm flat, but I'm thinking about like now I want to get long, and it's one of those things. The moment I click that long button, it's just gonna reverse on me. So I'm happy to be flat.
No. It's
Hold on.
time, guys. It's time.
It's time now.
It's time.
That's it. I'm
It's
buying
time.
one.
If we close above here, if we close above here, I will go long.
What candle close are you looking for? What time frame?
Right here.
15 minute, 5 minute, 1 minute, 2 minute. What are we looking at?
We are at a
20s?
5 minute right now, so
5 minute. Gotcha.
yeah, we gotta close strong.
That's good.
Wow, this thing is pumping and jumping here.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Only one,
top
Danny.
Of the 15-minute range is like 930s. Just kind of real close to that VWAP, so that's what I'm looking at. Ooh, not that screen though. There we go.
Nice 11,000. They're starting to feel some heat here.
Let me see if I have some.
Wow. Hey, we got 2,700 people watching right now. If you guys be so kind, smash that like button. We don't get 800 likes. Come on, let's get that over 1,000. If you guys can help us get over 1,000. Also, smash that subscribe button. We broke 70,000 subscribers. We got Danny Trader. Danny Trades, what do we want to trade? What are we doing?
I'm in the long.
He's long. Okay.
From what price and what account?
17,921.
How many times?
Topstep.
Thank you. How many times are you long?
3.
Thank you, sir.
3 contracts. Nice. Oh man, I do want to try short though.
Oh wait,
Dolby.
Dolby.
Are you always trying to fade the guests on here?
Dolby
I have to do it. I have to do it.
What are you doing? 3 times short?
Yeah, we're gonna spread it out. So it'll be 3 contracts right above VWAP. So it'll be 29.5, 932, and then 933 3/4. So we're just gonna fan this out right here and see. It's gonna be low risk though, probably only like a couple $100 as far as risk goes. But to me, it seems like shorts have had a lot of success recently, so I want to kind of just get on board with that. And so we're gonna try to play the high of the 15-minute range.
Okay.
That's the idea.
Danny, I think he's seeing it. He's seeing it similar to how you're seeing it.
Yeah.
He might be out. He might be done with his trade by the time it gets there. So I'm not fading him. He might be out of the position. So everybody knows.
Yeah, well, Chaz thinks you were fading him there, Dolby.
It felt like to me like you were fading him.
That's what I was gonna say.
Well, everybody needs to chill out. Everybody needs to chill out.
Calm down.
This is a team playing show right here. Come on.
What is RIPS doing?
I'm hands off here. I got nothing on.
What is Rips doing?
I was short. 907s looking for 900s peeled off at 911. So
all right. My stop right now is a 906.75.
906?
Okay.
75. It's a decent stop. It's about 60 ticks in stop.
Yeah, 906. That's a lot of room. A lot of room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm going for a 100-tick win too. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Math works out.
Absolutely.
I kind of want to join the fun. I'm tempted.
Too.
I'm very tempted to join the fun here. I kind of want to join my buddy Danny here.
Me too.
Are you looking to the long side here, Danny? You're looking for longs?
Already in the long.
You're in the longs. What's your average?
21.
21.
Okay.
Three times. 4 times.
Once.
Maybe I could join you with like a 3 lot here in a combine.
Okay, there we go.
I'm kind of feeling it, you know?
So we do have a tilt update. NASDAQ is 72% long, with the average long being 14 and a half.
Agree,
Andre, if I get in, will you get in?
I am.
Will you jump
Just
with
read
me?
it. Just read it. We'll hold hands. We'll hold hands and jump in the water together.
We got to jump together, all right? You can't delay.
Okay.
We have to do this at the same time.
I can do it.
I'm still not in yet, by the way. I'm looking at the market. I'm just waiting for it to rip my face off. I'm still not in yet.
No, you go first. No, you go first. I want to, but we're in the middle of the range right now. We're in the middle of the range right now.
I feel like the moment I click that button, I'm going to get my face ripped off.
Oh, man.
Oh, screw it. I'm in. Buy you one. Buy you one.
Wait, which one? Are you long or short?
Long. I'm long from 78. That's the piece. One time, Robert.
Jeez, I don't know if I can pull the trigger yet.
I jumped in the water. Don't leave me hanging. I can't swim, Rips. I cannot swim.
Yeah, I don't know what to do here.
I don't either, man. I don't either. I do see, but in all seriousness, the shorts we got 11,000, minus 12,000 in the delta here. We are not breaking. We got a half hour left till the final bell, closing bell. We're going to play these shorts getting squeezed. I told you we're going to do this in previous segment.
I kind of, you know what? I want to leave it in chat's hand here. If we could run a poll, I'll do whatever chat says. I'll go long 3 contracts or short 3 contracts. Let's leave it in chat's hand. If we could run a poll.
At market?
At market? Yeah, I'm doing it at market. The moment that poll closes.
Oh, that's a losing trade no matter what.
Yeah, right. I trust in chat because I'm completely off base here. See a lot of longs here. Long.
Yeah.
All right, I'm doing it. I'm doing it at the market. Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
Better jump in. You better jump in.
I got the wrong count selected. Okay, all right. I'm going.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, I'm long.
We're going long. Danny trades.
We're
going
long. Streaking.
We're going
to the quad through the gymnasium.
The quad.
Ooh, what's your stop though?
I didn't add one. Hold on. It was one of those days. So fast, Oldie. I didn't know what to do.
One of those days.
Make sure you journal this one down.
Let's do a 75 tick stop. Why not? We're gonna live by the seat of our pants here. I did this for you, chat. This is your trade. We're doing this together.
It only took a couple episodes, but Rips is already.
Look at this. We're running hot. Let's go.
Hello.
Run hot. Squeeze the shorts.
Let's go,
squeeze the shorts.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's squeeze these silly shorts. Come on.
Yeah. Squeeze them. You know you guys got to cover. You guys got 30 minutes to cover. Come on. What do you think, Danny Trades? We're getting a little too rowdy over here, and we got to take this a little bit more serious.
Feels pretty good right now.
I'm just focused. That's it.
All right, locked in.
I mean, as long as you're in like a winning trade,
he's
going really well.
Squeeze.
I might want to add to this position. I might want to get up to 5 contracts here since we are squeezing like crazy. This is going nuts over here.
Squeeze.
I'm adding 2 more contracts.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Wow.
Okay, all right. I'll add another one.
Okay,
fine. All right, I'm going to do another one. Jeez, Louise.
Delta.
All right, we're up to 8 contracts, chat. This is getting a little wild here.
Whoa.
Ooh-wee. Please. Come on, shorts.
I mean, I got pride. We're ready to VWAP too. This is where we've rejected this area like 3 times. That was not good adding, but hey, we're going for it. We're going for that late day squeeze, I guess.
Come and get me.
Where are you, Dolby?
I got orders sitting above 29.5, so I almost got filled on one.
Oh, Dolby time.
I'm trying. It's a nice looking range. I want to get a part of it, or at least try to.
We're back at that 21 area. I feel like I should be adding at these 21s.
I think you should be adding a lot.
And through the 21s.
Okay.
Wait for it.
Confidence now. Where's your confidence?
Hold the phone
now?
here. I kind of want to add. Okay, I'm adding. I did it. I added again.
Ooh,
added 2 more contracts.
You really did jump in with me, Rips. Oh,
yeah, you know what? I felt like only 3 contracts wasn't enough for me. We had to go. Danny's on. We got to go pulled pork.
Oh, we got some news here.
Sounds like we got the MOC.
Right, we got the early MOC in balance. 476 million to the sell side. 476 million sell side.
Ooh.
I'm liking
that. All right,
that.
we've seen that number flip. John, thank you. Minus 11,000 ES Delta. These shorts have not gotten out. They got 29 minutes left to make up their mind. Danny Trades, what are we looking at for
Won't
profit
get me.
targets here?
First is a 1-to-1 risk to reward, so 36 is my first TP. We need to break that high, 29 high. So.
Cool.
36. Okay.
Did a cannonball in water. Oh my goodness.
Yes, he did.
I'm adding again here. I'm trying to get this
Oh,
up.
he's doing a belly flop. Now it's a belly
Every time I
flop.
see 21, I'm adding, so I can't help myself.
Oh, dude. All right.
This is exciting stuff here. I like this. This is fun to watch for me. Finally, I don't feel like everyone's after me. This is great.
Who's been gunning for you, Dolby? You tell me their names.
Then.
You tell me their names right now, and I'll have to deal with them.
Well, one rhymes with Schmandre, so.
Well, I don't know what I can do, but I think I can talk to him. That Schmandre guy. Where's Tilt? Tilt is 72%. Let's gold. 65%.
All right, I added full port now. I'm 15 contracts long again, looking for this perk above 21 here.
Holy moly!
Oh wow!
All right,
my average is now 23.
Wait,
I'm gonna go 100.
Whoa! Wait, this isn't a pissing contest, boys. Come on, we're straight here. Come on.
Wait, what's the average?
I don't get stopped out now.
What's the average?
Average is 23. 923.
923. Okay.
Cool.
I'm gonna put that on my chart.
Go. Squeeze them. Squeeze them.
Give me the juice.
Squeeze them. Yeah.
Are you even in this one, Trey? You just cheering them on?
I'm long from 78. Don't worry about it, Dolby. I got an ES over here. You guys trade your NASDAQ. I'll take care of the ES over here. You guys are good over there. I'm long.
This is the area where I need to see the market starting to send up. So let's start picking it up here a little bit.
Okay.
Sorry, I got your trade up on my screen.
Dolby, are you in this at all?
No, I'm looking for shorts above.
Oh, get out of here!
And you're trying to go.
You just being a wet blanket,
fine.
Dolby. Nobody wants that.
If anything, I'm cheering you on. I'm on your side. I want to get filled.
Taurus suggests keep hitting the buy button. Maybe it'll give me a few extra contracts. I don't think so. I tried that already. It didn't work.
Order rejected. Order rejected.
I like that idea.
Wait, we're in the green here, folks. We are in the green. Should we start peeling off?
No.
What do we think,
Danny?
What's our target? What's TP1?
Oh, I'm holding. I've been holding for since we started this.
Oh no, I know you're holding. What's our TP1 so I can start peeling off some orders here?
Get that money, Michelle.
36 level.
36. Okay. All right. We're perking up. Look at this. Danny Trades in the building, folks.
Woo.
If you didn't take this trade, I feel bad for you, son. We got 99 trades, and this is one of them, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that.
You ran out of steam there.
I ran out of steam just like this trade was running out of steam.
I was feeling it, too. I knew where you were going. I liked it, though. Come on, squeeze the shorts.
I kind of got to peel off 5. I was so close to peeling off 5. They were running into the VWAP again. That dastardly VWAP.
Come and get me.
Dolby, are you short yet?
No, I haven't gotten filled yet. I'm still trying to.
All right, we are perking up a little bit more here. Oh, we are getting right above that VWAP. Let's see if we can squeeze it a little bit harder in these 30s. There we go.
All right, I got
I peeled off. Hold on. Oh, come on. Just get me that fill.
Just want some juice. Just squeeze it.
Just give me the... No, it filled me a little bit there.
There we go. It's okay. Come back on. See,
it filled me ever so slightly. Just a little touch there. A little tickler.
Now we're kind of...
All right, we're running 5 contracts. We realized $1,100 worth of profit in that trade so far. I had to peel off a little bit early there, Danny. I'm sorry, I couldn't ride it all the way.
Tell him Danny Trades. He just put this hand to his ear.
Hey, thanks to you, chat. You guys out there and gals in there in chat. You folks are the ones who are responsible for this trade.
Tell him, Danny. Yes. Yes.
I'm moving my stop back down close to break even here. We have realized $1,493 in that trade. Give it up for yourselves, chat. That's all you right there. And Danny's trades, of course. Calling out the bangers in here.
That was a nice one. So I am short one at 929.5.
Oh, here comes the wet blanket, everybody.
Yeah.
What? No, guys,
nope.
We're fine. Bruh. We are totally fine. Yeah, my stop is well above Danny's take profit, so we're good.
Yeah, my stop is at 21.5 right now, so I'm right there.
I just wish I had more. Thanks.
What do you mean more what? You know how you get more, Dolby? You press more of the button. Ask DJ Khaled, how do you get? What do you put on over there, Dolby?
Another one.
Yeah.
You get more. Push the more button. Keep clicking the more button.
Keep pressing it. It says you can't add anything.
Hey, it looks like your average actually bounced, Rips. Your average entry is support.
How about that? Hey, that's when you know you're in the pocket right there.
You're getting it back. You're getting it back.
All right. God.
If I'm ever not in the pocket, I can count on our wet blanket Dolby here reminding me how bad of a trader I was today.
Dolby just hit the sell button. Now we're actually kind of like breaking. Like, what the hell? What happened there?
All roads lead to VWAP, baby.
Oh,
Someone got mad at me saying, by the way, all roads lead to VWAP. Who's saying that? Is that Andre or is that a Dolbyism?
That's a George.
I just got stopped out, by the way. So we made $1,500 there. Good job, chat. Thank you, Danny, for that beautiful, beautiful, juicy alpha on that trade there. Really appreciate it. As you know, what do we call $1,500 in here?
That's what we call a sack lunch. Yeah.
Let's get. Let's eat.
All right, I'm gonna pull my other. I'm going to break even on this guy.
Dolby, why'd you make the market break?
Dude, I didn't do anything. I'm just 15-minute ranges, bro. Ranges.
I know. I know. But we actually sold off when you got short. Oh, no.
Should
have taken the profits.
I don't know what to tell you.
All good, man.
I mean, I pretty much peeled off there at the top tick. I mean, what was my exit there? Yeah. Executions. I was out at 27 quarters, 30s flat. Yeah, 30 flat was my best exit there. That was nice.
That was a good one.
Get on TopStep.
We basically just swapped positions. That was it. I got 29s. You got 30s. It was pretty good.
What's up, George? What's up, George? I got in trouble, George, saying all roads lead to VWAP. Someone in chat called me out saying I'm making a joke out of it. So you got me in trouble, George. I was quoting you, and someone in chat said you're making fun of it. And beginners are taking you seriously. I'm like, man.
I asked you that yesterday in chat. I said, hey, Andre, do all roads lead to VWAP? And you said, yeah, and VWAP was like 60 points away.
I know. I got in trouble for it today. Someone called me out in the chat. I'm like, all right. Well, sorry.
That's funny.
I forgot who it was. But if you're watching, I appreciate it. No more joking about VWAP, even though all roads lead.
It's a serious business. Power Hour, we have to be as serious as possible. Remember that.
It's a great shirt.
Yes, it was. All right, Danny, Danny, we still long over there?
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. Well, we got about
Dolby,
21
did you
minutes
see
left.
on the back end when I actually sold my combine shares, you were purchasing them from the Topstep pipeline there. I don't know if you saw that. We handed our contracts to each other.
Yeah, we did. We just what was that the dark pool? Was that what it was? That
We were in the Topstep dark pool. That's where I want you to meet me in Vegas, by the way, in the Topstep dark pool.
I think there was a warning about that from HR. Yeah, cannot do that. No dark pools in Vegas.
I mean,
or on sim accounts. Also on sim accounts. Can't have that happening. So I am liking the 1 minute here. 1 minute range is starting to form underneath the previous 1 minute range, which is better than it forming above it. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hopefully this continues to the downside.
Minus 12,000 delta. Yes, these shorts are not getting out. Thank you, John.
Yeah, still pretty strong. Series of higher lows though on the 1 minute. So that's gonna be interesting to see how that pans out. I'm looking for this to get below like 915s, maybe even like 913s. I'd probably start feeling a little bit more confident in the short here.
Hey, question for you, Danny. I know you're in a trade, but will you be joining the Vegas crew in June? I hope to see you there.
Sure.
Yeah, I will.
Yes,
for sure. You should be there.
I'll be smoking everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
He's already ready.
That's what I'm talking about. That's
He's bringing the fighting words already. I love to see it. Danny's going to have a team. I'm going to have a team. We're going to go crazy out there.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Who's going to be there?
Oh, a lot of us are going to be there, man. A lot of us.
Most people in chat, they committed to going. They all said that they're going. So
I mean, it's supposed to be at least like 10 teams, and there's only what, like 2?
Who's gonna be the teams though?
well, we have the big
Top
six
Step
swingers.
Yeah, we got 2 teams confirmed.
Shy City,
locals.
right?
Yeah, we're trying to. I think we want to get like 4 teams or 5 teams for the inaugural would be ideal. I believe. I don't want to be
4 or 5. Nice.
Yeah. Why? What did you think it was, Dolby? I thought it was
trying to be like 10, but they might have ramped those numbers
for the
down.
first one. That'd be ambitious. I feel obviously we can grow this sucker. I think 4 or 5 would be a good start. It would be entertaining and exciting. Yeah, Danny, you talk to Michael. I know you got him on speed dial over there, so hit him up and let him know that you want to start your trade. But for sure, see if you can put together a team. Run that by Michael.
Yeah, they are trying to get more teams.
Run that by Patak. 5 is fantastic for everybody. Okay, Jack. All right, 4. Your Jack got me. Yes, 4. All right, even number.
Nice. That's
even
Eddie Horn dropping a good team name for Danny's trades would be Pelosi Pitbulls. I like that.
I like that. Thanks, Jack.
Pelosi.
Oh, bro, this market's flat, bro.
I know.
Hey, we're gonna pro right now.
It's time.
I'm still in my long.
What do we got? NASDAQ tilt has come down a little bit. So now we're 59% long with an average long price of 918. So kind of where it's hanging out. I'm still short. This is awesome. All right, cool.
Yeah, we're hanging around sort of the point of control for the day here, if I'm not mistaken. We're pretty close. 918 flat point of control, somewhere in that range.
I have
looks like 918 evens point of control today in the NAS.
Here come the sellers.
Dolby, is this you?
I know. Dolby hit the sell button.
You're in your live account trading 100 lots again? Oh my goodness.
I know. Oh, got a little lady here.
What the hell happened?
What do you mean? I got short and everything rolled over.
Somebody unplugged the market here.
Dolby ruined this trade, everybody.
Oh, come on. That's not even fair.
himself.
That's not even, I can't even have a good trade anymore. So I just lose no matter what.
Minus 12,500 in the ES. I'll be told 10 teams. 10 teams. We're looking for 10 teams in the first
10.
Top-step trading. That'd be sweet. How does that work for brackets, Jack? Is that okay? 10 teams should be okay.
10 divided by 2, huh?
Yeah, well, there's that. But yes, 10 teams. That should work. That'd be sweet. Not great, Jack. I'm just reading what I'm told. Got to happen soon. I know, John. We're hoping here. If it does. We got here about 15 minutes left in the trade. Danny, this trade has gone flat. I thought we were going to see some momentum to the upside. Kind of petered out on us there. I'm going to stay strong. Though, Danny.
That is page 72. I see you're beating me on the reading here.
I've been reading it. Dolby's still on page like 50. So Dolby needs
really?
I don't know if you know this. Yeah, Andre's a really good student. He's a really good student. He always reads ahead, does all the homework.
Teacher's pet over here.
Yeah, that's you.
That is you. Yes, we have. This has been a hell of a power hour, boys. Now we're selling. Unreal.
15 minutes until the market closes. We're going to have that NASDAQ MOC coming in about 5 minutes here, folks. So be ready for that one.
And let's see. So NASDAQ tilt 57% short with a short average of 919.
My goodness.
Yeah, nice little sell-off so far. So I'm looking for an extension of a 15-minute range. That's kind of the trade that we're looking for. So,
what's your target to the downside, Mr. Dolby?
I think we could get below 900 evens. If we could get below this 908s, that's my CFM squared.
Mm-hmm.
That's the previous daily range low. So if we get below that to me really kind of confirms some kind of epic downside, because that would print a closing candle below the previous day low. So,
well, I will tell you this, Dolby. I just tried to tussle with those 900s down there. They're not so kind. They like to bid up those 900s. So just be careful when you're down hanging out those 900s.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a huge level, I think, right here.
Oh yeah,
this 908s, I think, is gonna be a big deal.
I'll be damned.
Yeah, and I can pull up a daily just so I can.
This market today would give you whiplash. I mean, it certainly gave me whiplash today. Somehow, some way, my best trades were on TopstepTV today. Out of my entire day of trading, my best trades came on TopstepTV, which is usually the opposite of how it goes.
That's what we like to hear. Well, not the second part, the first part. Yes, we love to hear that. Dolby hit the sell button, and sure enough, this market is breaking.
Yeah.
It's all good.
I mean, like, here's the. Let's see, is my stuff up? Yeah, it is. Yeah, so here's like the daily that I'm looking at. So like these 3 bars, 1, 2, 3, and then like that 908 level is right below this green candlestick right here. So that's kind of like this little 3-day like range consolidation that I'm looking for. So if we get below that, I think that's kind of what I'm playing. See if it's plans. Oh, looks a lot better on the 5-minute. This is awesome. Sweet.
Yeah, 5 minutes looking pretty weak over there. You're in the NQ, right, Dolby?
Yeah.
Dolby time. I can't believe we made an NQ trader out of you. Isn't that something?
Awesome. I can't trade crude oil. You know what I mean? Like
I mean, I feel like you can trade anything you put your mind to, Dolby.
That's right. You just got to believe in yourself. And that's what I learned from Danny's trades.
Gotta believe, baby.
Just gotta believe.
Danny and I are taking some heat. Danny and I are taking some heat right now. The 17,900 level seems to be the level in the Nasdaq. If I seen that right, their RIPS or Danny trades RIPS. Yeah, 17,900.
If we flush those 900s, this is going to be pretty speedy to the downside, if only temporarily. Like we might get a tuck below 900s and then a big bounce up. I was shorting into these 900s. If you don't remember, just a little bit ago, I was short from 907, trying to tussle with those 900s myself, and they just whooped me. So I got out with a 4-point loss there, 907s to 911. But yeah, we're trying it again. We're knocking on that door again. This is right when Danny was coming up the drive. This is right where I wanted this market to fail. But I'm probably not going to take another trade today. I'm very happy that chat we did it together here. We made $1,500 on that one trade where we somehow got 100%. Up to 15 contracts on that scalp long, and I do appreciate everybody out there in chat who helped me get that win.
100%. Real quick, boys, before we get these fireworks popping here. Hey, JD, if you're there, let's get those top quiz results out to the viewers here because I know they really like that, and we get those names out there. So, JD, if you're ready,
throwing them up. Oh, the winners are up. Look at that. Jack Pick Me is in there. You see anybody else? Anybody else familiar in here?
Fuster Cluck made an appearance. I see.
Yeah. Andre's dog. Jack Pick Me. Douglas PC, I see that name in the chat.
Douglas PC is always in here. Congrats there, Douglas PC. Good to see you. Very nice.
Everything looks pretty good to me. I don't see anything too questionable.
There you go. Congrats to all the winners.
Looks like 900s bounce.
Keep it on your inbox with email.
Thank you, JD.
Good call on those 900s.
Well, was there we're turning it around here.
That's a hell of a bounce.
Yeah, it was. Danny, you win from 21?
Yes.
I'm one from right here too. We got to squeeze this sucker.
I might have to pull the plug on this short if I want to. Ooh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. The shorts, man.
That gave us an opportunity to move our stop down. Okay, so now our stop's down to like plus 295 or 914 3/4 is where we're gonna move our stop down to. We might get stopped out like instantly. Man, 900 is really woke up.
I told you don't want to tussle with those 900s. It's got its dukes up right now.
Yeah,
that was a crazy call.
Hunter in here is
I know. 9 of June. Look at the same prices.
I'm telling you, those 900s are evil.
Well, wait, here we go.
There's the MOC, the NASDAQ MOC. Whenever you get that, Eddie, if you could pop on in here, that'd be great.
It looks like that came out a little bit early.
I'll be watching for it.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah.
That showed up.
While Eddie's waiting for that, I'll give you folks. Oh, go ahead.
Oh.
MOC imbalance 1.2 billion, and it's going to stay on the sell side.
Ooh.
There we have it.
Ooh.
Quick check on market internals, by the way. NYSE volumes at 435 million shares, which is 4% below its 1-month average. Decliners are leading advancers by 1.1 to 1, so not so much there. NASDAQ volume at 4.63 billion shares, 7% above its 1-month average. Decliners lead advancers by 1.5 to 1. The VIX is at 2% in the positive today at 13.68. And that's your market internals update.
Thank you, Rops.
Man, you ripped right through that. That was impressive.
You see what you did there.
Yeah, here we go.
It's called the wordplay.
Yep. 9 minutes, gentlemen. 9
You're a
minutes.
regular wordsmith, aren't you, Dolby?
Private school. That's what you learn.
That got me, Dolby. Come on, Danny. Danny, we need you, man. We got to stay strong in this trade, dude. These shorts got to get out.
Oh, yeah.
These shorts got to get out eventually, man. They got 8 minutes. They got 8 minutes to get out. We got to cover it.
Let's squeeze them. Let's squeeze the pants off.
Squeeze, man. We got to
Squeeze
squeeze
down,
this.
please. So we're
Well, I guess
right
not
at
the
that
pants.
daily-
Squeeze the shorts off of them.
There you go.
Right, that daily range low again.
Oh yeah.
Dude, all those traders are stacking bids all the way down in the S&Ps. They're just going to take all this heat. Oh, here they go.
We got some size. Okay, there's always someone floating 100 up and down. Okay.
NASDAQ? Yeah. Ooh, look at this.
Okay, keep on going. Let's get through 900s.
Did we get through them?
We do have earnings
little
after
bit.
the bell, I believe, from Salesforce. That's the one that is of importance today. If I'm not mistaken, am I? Nope. Salesforce, we have Snowflake, we have Mara, AMC, Okta, AI, C3 AI. Wow. A lot of big reporters today after the bell.
All right, we're just gonna slow walk our stop down here.
Hunter, we got those 900s, buddy. Look at that. Nice.
Oh, yeah, we broke them. What gives? No, they take them right back bid.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've only
Right
temporarily. They squeeze right below, and then it's, put on the brakes.
Yeah, not so fast. What a level. What a level.
Keep on going down.
Yeah, I think if we see a beat out of Salesforce, we could see some. I mean, it's all about PCE tomorrow. Let's be honest. PCE is going to be what everybody's paying attention to tomorrow, which is why we probably saw today's session like we did.
And that is what? More AI stuff?
PCE, not really AI, personal consumption. It's more the inflation read. Not so much AI. I mean, I was trying to find a way that I could introduce AI.
I was wondering. I was wondering.
Nothing came to me. It's AI a little bit. Yeah, sure, buddy.
That was really generous of you.
I tried, but.
And
all right.
Let's get below.
Beneath the 900s. Have the buyers given up? Again, the fight for defend the 17,900s.
Yeah, 900. We are tucked below here, but let's see if we can get that Jack in the Box bounce that will bring us back above there.
Oh, my cat! Stop pressing keys on the keyboard, cat. All right.
Oh,
as long as the
dog
kitty
ate my
cat is
homework.
adding, like DJ Khaled said,
another one,
then it's all good,
Yes.
Dolby.
Nope, we're out. We're out. We're good. We got
Congrats!
612.
There you go. Nice trade, buddy.
612.
Nice. All right, we can rally
How much
now.
you realize on that one?
615 buckaroos.
Hey, there you go.
Shorted
job,
at
Dolby.
929.5 and got out at 898 3/4.
One lot, too?
Just one.
job, Dolby.
Maybe it filled on the
That's
other.
a beautiful
on the-
trade on one lot.
On the other two. Oh, look at it. Just keep on going down. That's okay, though. Yeah, that was a
No
solid
FOMO,
one.
buddy.
I
No
know.
FOMO.
You know, we don't have that many winning trades, Rips. You get excited.
Hey, I'm with you on that one today. Like Alaska Jiu-Jitsu says here in chat, they say, I got wrecked today. LOL. Yeah, you and me both. I got smoked today.
One of them days.
So we did okay. But actually pretty interesting power hour. I know y'all were saying that like the range bound trade wasn't that exciting. I think range bound markets are pretty good. I think they offer
that's where you
really
eat.
good really good opportunities. Cheap trades.
Dolby, you feast on range bound markets, right? I mean, that's your bread and butter, for real.
Yeah, I mean it seems like it's going pretty good so far. You know what I
Good on
mean?
you.
Good
on you, yeah.
But we haven't really had
There's
a
those
lot
900s being defended, by the way. NASDAQ is ripping and roaring back to 905 here. Holy smokes, what a rocket ship.
What we got?
Yeah,
What
that
do we
was
got?
insane.
Nice
5
exit there,
minutes.
Dolby. Way to go.
Yeah, seriously. Hell of an exit.
Very prescient move.
NASDAQ just moves so fast. So this is like what I've learned from, watching other NQ traders is you always got to just be taking profits and kind of like moving your stop up to protect profits because it just moves so fast.
Mm-hmm.
It's not you don't have enough time to protect yourself,
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, we've seen
In the
all these
words of
like,
Wu-Tang
wicks.
Clan,
Yeah.
protect your neck. Can't do it.
Cash rules everything around me. Absolutely. That's
They
what
were only
said,
talking
not
about
me.
the NQ, of course, right?
Yes. Here come the buyers.
Yeah, probably bid it right.
So reportedly, U.S. congressional leaders have reached an agreement regarding the government funding, so they have avoided a shutdown that is coming across the wire as we speak. So that could give the market a little bit of a pump here, a little pumpacito to the upside.
That is bullish, man. That is as bullish as news as you'll ever hear.
Especially right now with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's as bullish as I need. I need that. Short, squeeze the shorts. We got minus 12,000 ES Delta. I am now back to my entry price of 50.78, taking some heat, but it did not get stopped out. It's pushed for Danny and myself. Come on, Danny. We gotta call.
Danny, what's your average there, Andre? Talk to me.
78. Long for 78. Oh, here we go.
Holy smokes! Are you serious? 78?
Long from 70.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
how are you long from 78? What lies are you telling? 78? Oh, I'm sorry. You're trading the S&Ps. I thought.
What lies am I telling? Stay over your NASDAQ. Leave me alone in ES. Just leave me alone. I got ES. You stay over there. All right. We're long from 57.
All right. You got me.
I'm staying long. All right. Dan Strong. These guys, man. With friends like this, who needs enemies, guys? Seriously.
Oh, come on.
Golly.
Come on.
How are you feeling,
All right.
Rips?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I mean, I had a really terrible trading day, but I'm happy to share the stage with you folks. This always cheers me up. I love doing Power Hour.
Yeah, are you Danny's trades? You still long?
Yeah, of course. You know what?
We stay strong in this.
I'm just gonna add more.
Push. Please,
I still think there's a market for that. Yeah, why not? You already stretched the lows. You already got liquidity down there.
Dude,
Every other 30-minute bar.
All
been very a lot of wicks.
Pulled pork, baby. Pulled pork. We got less than 2 minutes here. Less than 2 minutes. Dude, when are these shorts going to cover?
If I get stopped down this,
cover.
oh my gosh, dude!
I think you actually have a decent opportunity.
I will get so pissed.
Squeeze them.
I will cry.
Literally. This is looking good for you, though, Danny. We're getting a nice little late day squeeze here.
Here we go.
I'm in 30 contracts right now.
Let's go, Danny. Come on.
Holy shit. Dude. Squeeze them.
Dude.
What do you?
This is scary. You know.
Yeah, it is.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna make it happen.
This is good
squeeze.
This
is good TV, Danny. This is really good TV, dude.
Let's go. 30 contracts, bro.
2 minutes.
Squeeze them. Here we go.
Come on.
Squeeze them.
Come on now.
Squeeze them.
I ain't playing games right now.
Come on.
2 minutes. Am I on the 1 minute chart? I can't even get to a smaller chart. That's how in this I am right now.
Squeeze them. It's coming here. It's coming.
Come on, squeeze it, bro.
Hold on. I'm gonna text Pelosi here. Final minute.
Yeah.
Pelosi, please pump the markets. Danny's long 30 contracts.
Come on.
Tell him,
Okay.
Danny.
I sent that.
Tell him. Here we go.
Okay. We don't trade here. We make 120K in a week. You understand me?
Here we go.
Oh no. I'm rage quitting right now. No,
we only got a minute left, so
I'm flat.
I don't care.
Flat.
I'm holding overnight. I'm holding overnight. We're making this happen.
Some tickies there.
No. Don't worry. You don't remember. I told Michael, don't get scared, Michael. Hold on,
Michael. If you're listening, if you're listening, don't get scared.
Michael,
hold on tight.
We need to get him a post-it note that says that.
I'm holding.
Here we go.
Yeah, pump. Here comes the pump. I'm telling you.
Wow.
You gotta have some balls. You don't have balls.
Tell him, Danny. Tell him, Danny.
Come on, pump.
Whoa.
No. We ain't selling, babe. We're holding overnight.
Hold them.
Oh, that was great.
We're holding overnight.
All right. Well,
there you have it. Is everybody happy here? Everybody happy. Everybody walked out of here.
I'm happy.
That was fun.
That was good.
No blood, no foul. So quite enjoyable, gentlemen. Very enjoyable. Let's take a look at what we've got coming out tomorrow here in our the eco numbers. Eco numbers. We're looking at not too much tomorrow. We do have we do have. Oh my goodness, there is a lot here. My bad. PCE coming out. Core PCE early bird. So it's going to be before opening call. So make sure you put a little Post-it note on your monitor. So when you get up early tomorrow, that you know that number's coming out at 7:30. We also do have the initial jobless claims at 7:30. And scrolling down here, we've got Chicago PMI at 8:45. We also do have FOMC member Bostic speaking, Gouldsby speaking, and scrolling down here, Fed balance sheet later in the day. Over in the menu for our All-Star Thursday, be here early, 8 o'clock Central Time AM for opening call. Hogan and myself will be starting off the day here. We've got Anne-Marie going to join us for Fast Markets. We got Hoag and Mick for Shoulder Tap. Coach Dakota and Isaac R. was going to be with us here for Power Players. We got Vanessa and Jack Top Quiz. Robert is going to be here at Group Coaching. And to end the day, we've got, once again, RIPS is going to be with us here from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock Central with Hoag, Dobie, and Andre. So don't forget today, 8 o'clock, we do have Dakota's Slow Markets. And right after this here, we do have Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They have At the Buzzer. That is a 3 o'clock. Also, we do have here Coach Ray, 6 o'clock with Volume Profile. Coach Vince, Bars and Charts, and TPO at 7. This is all Central Time. So I hope you enjoyed it. Remember, tomorrow, wink, wink, there is a fire drill. So tell your family, tell your friends, tell your enemies friends. Let's get everybody in here for our Thursday. And, well, I hope you like what we're doing. Hope you loved what we're doing. We love seeing you here at Topstep each and every day. So get yourself some rest, and we'll be back here tomorrow. I'm Eddie Horn. This is TopstepTV, and we are out of here. See ya.
Bye.